Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Żabecka. I'm a researcher here, and I'm the one who's been troubling you with all those emails for the past few months. So this is how I look in real life. I'm very happy to see you all here, and on behalf of Paul Stradiņš Medicine and History Museum, I would like to welcome you all here to the symposium Reproductive Health in Fragile Democracies. I would especially like to welcome our keynote speakers. So Agnieszka Kościanska from University of Warsaw. Hi. Who's going to talk today, shortly after. And Annika König from Freie Universität Berlin. As well, obviously, all of our presenters, moderators, my museum colleagues, and everyone who has traveled to Riga to listen to this, and also have following us on live stream. So this symposium marks the beginning of the public program accompanying our exhibition, The Unaccounted, with which some of you will see tomorrow, the speakers, and I have to tell you that you're going to be the very, very first who will see the exhibition, so fingers crossed it goes smoothly. And the exhibition explores how ideas of progress, health, normality, and human value have been shaped by science, medicine, technology, and also political power throughout history, and also continue to shape our lives today. So the symposium extends these conversations by focusing specifically on reproduction and reproductive health. So the question, why reproduction? Well, because reproduction is never simply a medical matter. Questions about who can have children, under what circumstances, with whose support, and with what technologies are deeply connected to broader questions about citizenship, belonging, rights, and also inequality. So reproductive health sits at the intersection of intimate lives and public politics. And in recent years, we have seen that reproductive issues have become increasingly visible across the world. Debates about abortion rights, assisted reproduction, surrogacy, fertility decline, demographic anxieties, genetic technologies, and family formations have become central political questions in many countries. At the same time, we are also witnessing growing demographic uncertainty in many parts of the world. Democratic institutions are being challenged, trust and expertise is contested, and questions of bodily autonomy and reproductive rights have become sites of political struggle. In this context, examining reproduction helps us understand not only healthcare systems, but also the values and futures that societies seek to promote. The title of the symposium includes the phrase, fragile democracies. And we use this term intentionally to point to democratic backsliding, economic uncertainty, war and displacement in such places as Ukraine, Palestine, Iran, and South Sudan. But also we point to more subtle forms of vulnerability that shape everyday life and access to care. So across these different contexts, reproduction often becomes a field through which societies negotiate questions of responsibility, morality, belonging, and social worth. Importantly, the symposium is not only about reproduction in a narrow sense. Many of the presentations over the next 2 days invite us to think more broadly about care, dependency, kinship, disability, aging, and the value of lives that may not fit dominant expectations of productivity or reproduction. In doing so, they connect directly to one of the central questions of the exhibition: who counts? Who is valued, and who remains overlooked in contemporary visions of progress. One of the things I'm most excited about is the diversity of perspectives represented here. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from researchers working across anthropology, sociology, history, political studies, medical humanities, and related fields. We will discuss cases from Latvia, across Europe, and far beyond, including South Asia and North America. These conversations remind us that reproductive health is always embedded within particular cultural, historical, and political contexts, yet many of the questions we face are shared across borders. And before we continue with today's program, I would like to, and I have to, express my gratitude to the Foundation Remembrance, Responsibility and Future, or EVC Foundation, whose support has made this symposium and also this exhibition possible. And before I invite for a very short talk our museum director on the stage, a few practical notes about the symposium. First of all, we are delighted to have presenters both on site and online joining us, and well, we will do our best to ensure that everyone can participate equally in the discussions. So whether you are here or joining us remotely. And second, and this is connected to the previous point, each presentation is allocated 15 minutes, and I cannot stress this enough. Our moderators will kindly help to keep the time and may also gently intervene the presentations when you're over the time. Also, following each panel, we invite all presenters to participate in discussion. Those who are on site, we will welcome you here on the stage, but we'll also include those who are joining us online. And as you will notice from the program that you have, we have fairly tight schedule here, so please be mindful about the timing, and remember that also lunch breaks is precisely 1 hour, and please be back on time. And last but not least, a practical note, those who are traveling from abroad, tap water is very good in Riga, so you can drink it as well. And yeah, now it's my pleasure to invite the director of the museum, Kaspar Svanaks, to say a few words. Kaspar?
As probably Anna wrote in her emails, dear all, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, guests, welcome to this museum, and welcome to what I hope will be 2 days of uncomfortable but very necessary conversations. It is a common assumption that, and not entirely wrong, that museums deal with the past. We collect what time has deposited, we interpret what already has happened, and yet this museum may be an exception worth examining. It was never really about the past. It was built for the present, for the systems that needed it, for the narratives that required historical evidence, for the demonstrations that socialist science had delivered what other systems could not. History was the raw material, and the argument was always contemporary. The past was arranged in the service for now. And we were surprisingly slow to notice that and to name it. Right now, the museum is going through what might be called institutional self-critique, examining what we have inherited, what we have repeated without questioning, what we owe our audiences, and what we owe ourselves as a public institution in a democratic society. Part of that reckoning is physical. We are currently building a children's museum in the garden wing of this building. When you will go out for a break, you will see that new renovated extension. And when you are building something for children, you cannot help but ask who will walk through that door in 5 years or in 10 years. What will they care about? What world will they be trying to understand? The answer to that question depends in no small part on decisions being made right now by governments, by institutions, by this room. The old phrase says it takes a village to raise a child. It is one of those sayings that sounds benign until you start to examine it. Because the village historically hasn't been neutral. It has been structured by power, by who decides what a family looks like, who is permitted to reproduce, who is supported, and who is left to manage alone or worse. The concept of humanity as a shared project is aspirational, but in practice, humanity is fractured. along lines of capital, geography, gender, and race. Reproductive capacity has always been one of the sites where those fractures are most sharply visible. As History of Medicine Museum, probably it's worth to mention that vet nurses served the wealthy in centuries past. Their own infants sometimes fed last or not at all. Surrogacy today offers new possibilities for family formation and simultaneously opens new channels for exploitation, particularly of women in economically precarious positions. The dissemination of genetic material by a small number of extraordinary wealthy men, treated in some quarters as innovation of reproductive health care, in others as pathology, revives very old questions about who is entitled to determine the biological future of the species. The inequalities of reproductive healthcare access between regions, between genders, between economic strata, these are not residual problems awaiting a technical fix, they are structural. And they are playing out with particular intensity in societies where democratic institutions are fragile, where rights recently established can be recently revoked, where productive autonomy is a political variable rather than a settled question, as that's exactly how we feel right now in large parts of Eastern Europe, but also in older democracies. What brings us here today is not a wish to produce consensus. I don't think consensus is actually possible on these questions, and I'm not sure it would be honest. What brings us here is the conviction that institutions like this one, situated between history and the present, between what has been done to bodies and what is being done now, have an obligation to host this conversation. The children who will one day walk through the museum next door will inherit the reproductive landscape we are shaping or failing to shape today. They will live with the technologies we build and the regulations we pass and the protections we dismantle. They will be the outcome of decisions, legislative, medical, economic, cultural. They are currently being contested in rooms like this one. That is what makes this symposium matter. I'm grateful to everyone who has made it possible, to our partners, EBZ Foundation, our speakers, and to all of our team who made this happen. Thank you very much. Please let us begin. Amen.
So as it turns out, we are very quick speakers, but since we're live streaming, we will start at 9:30 with Agnieszka's talk. So please go to the loo, and we can point where it is, and let's reconvene in like 15 minutes, and with coffees, and you can bring coffees and snacks inside as well. Okay? Thank you. Welcome back. Now the real deal begins, finally. And I'm very happy to introduce Agnieszka Koscianska from University of Warsaw, who has kindly agreed to come here and give the first of the two keynote speeches. And Agnieszka is a professor in the Department of Ethnology and Cultural Anthropology at the University of Warsaw. And her research interests include gender, sexuality, religion, and racism. And in today's speech, titled "I'm Not Leaving the Church, It's the Church That Is Leaving Me, Polish Private and Public Deliberations and Reproductive Rights, Catholicism and the State," will we hear probably parts of the interests of Agnieszka. So I'm very happy that she's here. We're going to have approximately 40-45 minute talk and then a short Q&A. So everybody is also welcome to ask questions, and my colleagues will help you with the microphone, etc. Agnieszka, welcome.
Thank you so much for this invitation, and I'm really happy to be in Riga, because last time I was in Riga, it was in the year 2000, and that was my first ever conference presentation back then, so it's really nice to be back. Yeah, so I will be talking about Catholicism, which is, you know, kind of really in the very strong opposition to eugenics, which is a part of exhibition, but it also has problems of its own when it comes to reproduction, so kind of different problems. So then I think we can see how all sorts of regulations related to reproduction are really problematic in various ways. So I will be talking about Poland and how how Catholicism, you know, what Catholicism does to Polish reproductive rights and to the situation of Polish women. And yes, and I will, you know, try to show a little bit more nuanced picture that we usually think about Poland and Catholicism, just one big, you know, very unified picture. Yes, so what you have, can you see it in the slide? Yeah. Well, what you have in the background, it's a graffiti, a picture of a graffiti I took in Warsaw in 2020 during the massive pro-choice protest, and there's this red thunder and the cross, yeah, which shows the conflict. You can see that the thunder here, which was the symbol of the pro-choice protesters. So before I move to my research, I would like to give you some background information about, you know, abortion in Poland, and then Catholic approaches towards abortion, and then try to make sense how this all is linked, or you know, what's going on there. So Poland Poland has this really long history of various abortion legislation. So back in the 1930s, abortion was like partly legalized in the situation of, you know, when the pregnancy resulted from a crime or was a threat to women's health, which was a big step for the 1930s, because earlier Poland has this, you know, racial law which sent, you know, women who did their own abortion back to Siberia. So I think that was kind of progressive for the time. And then abortion was fully legalized in 1956, which is a part of this similar legislation that was also in the Soviet Union. But then after '89, it was criminalized, you know, in 1993, under the pressure from the Catholic Church, and what was the new law was called the Abortion Compromise. So it delegalized abortion. It changed the law from the 50s completely, but it permitted abortion in the event of women's health of life being threatened by the pregnancy, or when the fetus was deformed, or the pregnancy occur as a result of a crime, rape or incest. So that was the law from 1993, and this law was even more restricted, became more restricted in 2020 as a result of the ruling by the Poland's Constitutional Tribunal, which removed this option that you can have a legal abortion in the event of fetus malformation. And that caused, you might remember, from 6 years ago, massive protests. During COVID lockdown, there were a lot of, women, but not only women, really went out to the streets, and the protests were really massive, and a lot of women protesting back then, they were Catholic women. So that was really the first time that that Catholic women were really vocal about, the opposition to this law. And so the protests were massive, and they contributed to the electoral victory of the coalition of center liberal parties that promised to legalize abortion. They promised, this before the election in 2023, but really nothing happened since then. So there was just a little bit, there was some little suggestions for doctors to perhaps use this exception, to understand women's health in a broader framework, but it doesn't really work out very well. So and what you see here on the slide, those are logos from the protest from 2021 with science fiction, alien heroine, and the transformed solidarity picture, slogan to piss off, to for the rulers to go away. So this is what happened, but then abortion is still not legalized. So this is the legal part, and then there's also the Catholic part. So the Catholic Church is against abortion, of course, but this is a little bit more complex issue that we usually think about, because we tend to think that abortion is just perceived as sinful, and that's some kind of knowledge from forever knowledge about Catholicism. But in fact, if you look at the newest research on the history of Catholicism, it appears that it was only in the early 20th century that the church put such a big pressure on reproductive rights, and especially on abortion and contraception. And that was in the encyclical Casti Connubii by the Pope Pius XI, where abortion was called the direct murder of the innocent, and wasn't allowed even in the instance of women's health, mother's health, or life being threatened. And then this was repeated in the encyclical Humane Vitae in '68. But in the meantime, what happened in the Catholic Church was the Second Vatican Council, which decided that, what's going on, the reproductive issues should be decided by Catholic couples in their conscience. So there's this idea of the primacy of conscience. That's an important Catholic regulation. I don't know, I'm understanding that a lot of people, there are not so many Catholics in Latvia, so I thought that maybe this background information is important. And then, so the Humane Vitae encyclical from the 1968 is a kind of step back in comparison to the Second Vatican Council, because it says, the only possible birth control for Catholics is so-called natural family planning. So, checking your temperature and, rhythm abstinence. And then and this is the situation which differs Poland from other Catholic countries in Europe, because in many Catholic countries in Europe, that was a huge opposition towards the encyclical. And a lot of Catholics all over really protested, and in Germany there were bishops protesting, and everywhere, but not in Poland, because in Poland the big supporter of the encyclical was John Paul II. Even before becoming the Pope, he was a really powerful bishop, and he really supported the encyclical. He actively silenced all the opposition within the Polish Catholic Church, and he also supported radical pro-life activism, first in Poland and then globally. So then Polish situation is really specific, because on the one hand, it's a Catholic country without a strong opposition towards the official teaching, but on the other hand, when you look at politics, it has a different dynamic than most of the country, because it legalized abortion quite early, but then there is a backlash, and abortion being criminalized again. So it's a really specific situation which really influence Catholic women thinking about these issues. And then let me just say a few words about the discussions around birth control. So what you can see on the slide, the book Schism of '68, it's a book that, showing all those protests against the Humane Vitae encyclical all over Europe. And then on the top, it's a cover of the book of a Polish book from the 70s, which was also against the encyclical. It's a book Przed nami małżeństwo, Marriage Upon Us, by Andrzej Wielowieski, a Catholic intellectual who wrote this marriage manual for Catholic couples, and was against John Paul II, back then, not yet the Pope, but still a powerful bishop, Karol Wojtyła. So he was against this, radical Catholic teaching, and he was saying, well, we should, if we don't want women to have abortions, we have to make them understand why this is wrong, not to punish them. And he was arguing, well, there are worse things than contraception for marriage, and and he said that people cannot understand why the Catholic Church is so against contraception, why the Catholic Church is against abortion, that this is not understandable for Catholic couples, and the Catholic Church should just drop this. But he was actively silenced by Karol Wojtyła, the future Pope. So there's a story of making just only this one form of Catholicism within in Poland, and there was really hard to find any other voices after the 70s, after other Catholic voices, after silencing people like Andrzej Wielowieski within the Polish Church. Yeah, so abortion is legal, but the church is against it, and then it changes in the 1990s because abortion is being criminalized, and the church has this only one voice, and the values of the church and the state are becoming the same values. So that's the situation for Catholic women in the country. So. Now let me after this introduction, let me move to my research on, as I call it, Polish private and public deliberations on reproductive rights, Catholicism, and the state. And let me just so I would like to just try to in my research try to understand how this alliance between the church and the state, the alliance between not just some Catholicism, but really like radical anti-abortion Catholicism and the state translate into sexual and reproductive life of Polish Catholics. Do they follow the church, or maybe they're trying to find some, the way to do something else, to go around the rules? So what I'm going to show you is based on this big research project I had, Catholicizing reproduction, reproducing Catholicism, activism practices and intimate negotiations in Poland since 1930. And so we did 100 interviews with Catholic women, also Catholic men and women, but mostly women, and our major qualification for our interview partners was just these are people who are really religious, for whom religion is super important in their life, and they were from they were from various places. We're trying to talk to people from places like progressive Warsaw, less progressive Krakow, and also from countryside in north, which is less religion, and in the south of Poland, which is more religious. So we really wanted to have a big picture of this, sexual and reproductive lives of Polish Catholics. So yeah, so what do they do with all this knowledge and this law? So when we asked them about the past, and especially when we asked them about what was going on under socialism, well, people were saying, well, sometimes we're trying to find our own interpretation. Sometimes it happened that we could find this wise priest. So the priest who would be like wiser than other priests, that would say, well, yes, contraception is not good, but it's okay. But a lot of people, that was this really important narrative, was that people would say, well, this is like on the quote here, back then, in the communist times, religion was separate and sexuality was separate. I separated knowledge from faith. Abortion was perceived as a medical procedure. Nobody really think that this is something to do with religion. And that was only in the late 80s when the church became more vocal about these issues. Or then here we have, so this is one of a few men we talked to. So he's well educated, he's educated farming specialist living in Warsaw, but then we also talked to this the age of people is from the year 2000 this is the age when we talked to them, so like 5 years ago. So then we also talked to this woman who has no really, who only has vocational education and lives in a small town in northeast Poland. And then she said that, well, I think the church should not interfere like this into no pills, no contraception, no nothing. So they have their own lives, we have our own lives. So there was this really strong feeling that, well, at least in the past, that these things were separated. And then, yeah. So, but then what happened when abortion got criminalized, and there was this new 1993 law, which was called the Abortion Compromise. So then you can have those free exceptions. Yeah. So let me show you some examples. So here's Marzena. When we talked to her, she was almost 70-year-old, university professor from Krakow, and also a Catholic activist. So she's really involved in Catholic organizations. And she was saying, well, under socialism, this was like, doing abortion is just like to go to a hairdresser. That was her expression. And now, and then we talked to her during the protests in 2020 when abortion law got even more restricted in Poland. As I said, then you can no longer perform legal abortion when the fetus is deformed or, yeah. So then she's saying all those difficult pregnancies, all the damage, tragic ones. I have a few doubts that this must be left to the woman, for the woman to decide. And then she's saying, well, but if with a normal pregnancy, when everything goes well and the pregnancy is healthy, then she said, well, I'm not so sure that this should be legal, she's saying. But still she's saying, well, that was really bad to change the law, because now people will want to have abortion on request as the outcome. But then she's saying that the state, but then she puts all the responsibility for the state. I imagine that the state should create such a condition that first, women want to have children, and second, if they don't want to have children, they can give them away, give them to somebody else, so they can be provided for. And then she's saying, well, although the church says that contraception is wrong, we should just be for contraception as an alternative to abortion. And this is really interesting, because all those considerations are just based on their own experience. They are not, they don't have any wise priest to talk to. This is just their own kind of thinking. So our interview partner is Paulina, who's much younger, because she was 26 when we talked to her, and she was speech therapist from Warsaw, and her reasoning is similar, because she's saying, well, she's against the idea of having abortion on request, but she thinks that there should be some exception. But she also says, this is really interesting, because it comes very often, that she doesn't judge other women for having abortion. So generally she's against abortion, but at the same time she thinks, well, we shouldn't judge women who have abortion. So she's trying to find the way in between. Yeah, and then she's saying, well, if the pregnancy is complicated, we should prioritize mother's mental health. And then a family is only capable of carrying such a burden if this is their decision. So not if there is forced into some way. So she's saying that you can only really have this complicated pregnancy if this is your decision. And then another one, who left the Catholic Church and moved, and she identifies as a Christian, not a Catholic, but just a Christian. But she's involved in Catholic activism in Krakow, and she, for instance, has totally different opinion, because she would like to. She said she told that she wanted to attend pro-choice protest, but she couldn't, because she's old and she's afraid to go. That was during lockdown, so she was a little bit afraid. But she's saying, well, but she basically is totally pro-choice. She says that abortion should be on demand. And then she's saying that, well, there should be sex education, so then the woman would think about, they would not be pregnant if they don't want to, but then they will also could make this really informed decision. So this is like somebody who's really, really Christian and totally pro-choice. And this is like super interesting case of a shop assistant from Wrocław, from another city, big city in Poland, who's saying, well, I really like the compromise we have, but now, when there's no compromise, I have to think about it as a Catholic, what to do with this. So I hate the church for doing this, make me think, but then I thought about it, she's saying, and she's saying, well, God, there's a quote, I think God gave us free will and to use it. So then it means that she's totally pro-choice, and she was telling us how she felt bad of attending all those pro-choice protests against being a Catholic. But she's saying, well, but I've talked to other people, and the church abandoned us. Just we have to make our own decision now. We don't care about the church anymore, and I decide to listen to my conscience. And this is really interesting because this is also another person without a lot of education who would go through all this really complicated deliberation about her conscience and what does it mean to have a free will, that it comes from God. So, and this is without any formal theological education. And so there's one more example, and this is from the quote I use in the title comes from. There's another person saying that abortion is evil. However, and then she's saying there should be a consensus. And then she said, and then this is, I think, really important because she's saying, I'm not leaving the church. It's the church that it's leaving me. They do such things so far remoted from Christianity and so terrible that I cannot listen to this. But as I said, I need the church, I need the sacraments, I don't burn my bridges. And then she said, we need to fight for the church, we need to change it. So she's another Catholic activist who's really against the church's official structure and thinks we need to take it away from all those pro-life radicals to make it more, for women. And my last example is a young PhD student from Warsaw, who was one of a very few people who actually met so-called wise priest, because she had this. She told us how when she got engaged, she was planning to have sex with her fiancé. And she was thinking, well, should I confess of my desire, or should I perhaps just have sex with him? And then the priest told her, well, you have to decide on your own what you want to do and decide in your conscience. And then she also said that she's totally pro-choice, and she also told us that I think that as long as we don't have accessible abortion in Poland, we cannot be truly pro-life. So she's saying, well, to be pro-life, you can only be pro-life if abortion is legal, and then you can try to use various means, but not like the demonstrations or blocking abortion clinics, but to things like sex education or support for mothers and so on. To build this pro-choice politics. So, and this is really interesting because in her, she comes back to all those arguments from this book from the 70s, which was so silent, which was, against which Pope John Paul II protested. That that you really need to make people understand why abortion is not good, not to ban it. So then she comes back to this thinking, and she believes that the state should give access to abortion and support families, and not and so the church should do. So that's her reasoning. And so I think that this is really interesting example. So all those considerations I presented, I think we could call them grassroots theologies. So some kind of, and this is really interesting in the Polish. That's why I stress so much the specificity of Polish case. That there is no really tradition within the church of because all the pro-life, all the pro-choice Catholicism was silenced in the 70s. So there was no really a long-standing tradition of thinking about this issue differently within the church. So if women want to, or men as well, want to think about contraception or abortion differently within Catholicism, they have to figure out this by themselves. So that's why I think we can think about it as some kind of grassroots or local or individual theologies that are based on lived sexual, gendered, and reproductive experience. So they sometimes might be a little bit supported by wise priests or by some readings, but basically this is how. And then I also had a lot of discussions with this in various Catholic groups that invited me to give a talk, and they really feel that they are just inventing this from scratch, that there's not really much base for it. So this, grassroots theologies would be this kind of, theologies based on lived experience, not on some kind of theological tradition or some kind of intellectual consideration, but this is what I do with my body. And so but at the same time they kind of come back to this teaching about conscience and how you can decide, you can follow your body, follow your emotion to decide about these things in your conscience. And this is so those grassroots theologies would be something to negotiate sexuality and reproduction. But the question is, and this is the question from like a broader perspective of the symposium, and is there any chance for those grassroots theologies to, I don't know, change the church, the Catholic Church, take it away, as one of the women said, take it away from anti-abortion radicals, the church that left us, maybe we can have it back differently now. And if there is really some kind of potential of this kind of experience and knowledge based on this experience to change the state and change the politics, and this is really difficult because as you might, I'm sure this is not only Polish, but it's I think there's this global anti-abortion movement and so-called anti-gender movement that we can observe in many countries, and those movements, or maybe this is one movement with some local branches, is really powerful with a lot of money. It's very well organized, and here you have individuals, organizing themselves in some kind of small Catholic groups. And so, is this possible really to have this kind of knowledge based on, like a theological knowledge based on women's experiences and women's, sexual and gender performance, to stand against well-organized global anti-gender or anti-abortion radicals. So in the Polish case, these emotions, they led to the electoral victory of the parties that promised to change the abortion law, but they didn't. So there was just only like a little bit of success. So the idea is that will the church listen? Will the state listen? And the other thing in the Polish case, that they are not only against anti-gender movements, but they're also against the legacy of John Paul II, who is still quite powerful in the whose legacy is really powerful thing within the Polish Church, and he was quite progressive on many issues, but not on reproduction. So the question is there a potential here? Or is it just like a group of women talking and just only helping themselves to think about their own conscience, or maybe they could start some kind of, new way of thinking about reproduction and Catholicism. And I think I stop here. Thank you so much. So in the spirit of opening speeches, I made it like 10 minutes shorter. So.
This becoming a surprising pattern here that we are earlier.
Well, but if people have 15 minutes for the presentation, making 10 minutes shorter.
Right now? Yeah, thanks. Okay, yeah, it seems like a pattern here, but I do have some questions, and we're also encourage everyone who has questions to raise a hand, and a colleague will pass the mic. So please do so. Thank you, Agnieszka, for this amazingly interesting speech. I have a few questions. I mean, you talk about these grassroots theologies, which I find extremely interesting. To what extent do you think it's attempt to remain Catholic, or rather, moving away from Catholicism? Is it part of the secularization, or is it something else, or it's just changing Catholicism? And if it's changing Catholicism, is it still Catholicism?
I think it's opposite to secularization. That these are, I was invited after doing this research. I keep being invited to speak at various Catholic events, and and I'm declared atheist, and I wrote, I published extensively on issues like sex education, sexual rights. So I'm really far away from any being any kind of Catholic authority. But then I'm keep being invited to those Catholic events, and often our people are so furious about the church that this is me, an atheist, being just the most pro-church person in the entire room. But at the same time, this is like in one of those quotes that people are really religious, but they're furious with the Catholic Church in Poland for, not making space for, they are blaming the church for their own personal problems, like sexual problems, emotional problems, the marital issues. They're saying, well, because of this Catholic upbringing, we cannot really deal with our own bodies, our own desires, and this is bad for our families, this is bad for our children, this is bad for our spouses. And so I was even, and I think, and also the idea of this, grassroots theology, or, thinking that theology should be based on experience, of lived experience, not on some kind of, old man considerations and so on. It's really, I think, something, this is the thing, I gave this term, but this is the thing that everybody was really trying to figure out what to do with this. So I think it's kind of opposite to secularization, but it's a process of, so either you just leave the church or you decide to change it. So I think this is, so if you're living, but those people who are super religious and were really brought up within Catholicism, it's not so easy to say, well, I'm not religious anymore, bye-bye. But then I think that there's some kind of move to change the church. That's why I thought that for the future, that's a kind of future option, but maybe I'm just over-optimistic because it's still marginal in comparison to this huge anti-gender movement.
Are they optimistic about changing the church?
Yes and no. At the same time, because all those events there are quite a lot of people, but yes, they're sort of optimistic, but later this optimism goes away because it's just I think going this up and down, yeah.
You obviously had many women respondents,
Yes.
right? There was one man at the beginning. Did you happen to talk with men as well? And what is their stance on this? Is it different from women? And also, additionally, did you see any differences between generations?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. So about, so gender, of course, these are always, if you look at the, historically at, health-related literature in Poland, there's always women's responsibility to, take care of the family, love, sexuality, and so on. So, of course, women would be more engaged in those conversations, but sometimes men were really eager to talk, but I don't have the data now, but I guess perhaps like 10% of this 100 interviews were with men, so I cannot really say, well, there's this difference, but those men were really like really wanted to say their piece, that this is their issue as well. They also find it really, really difficult. And also it's, because I think that within Catholicism, there is also the strong movement of involving men into family planning. So the whole thing of so-called natural family planning, really, the husband has to be involved because he has to restrain from sexual contacts in certain days. So there is some kind of involvement. Perhaps Catholic men are more involved in those issues than non-Catholic men. But
That's interesting.
Yeah, but as for generations, yes, I think this is really interesting because you might think that younger people would be more progressive, but the oldest generation, this is the generation that remember the situation when abortion was legal, and most of those Catholic women, they just had an abortion because abortion was like a major birth control method in Poland under socialism. I think not only in Poland, but I think all over the East Bloc. So most of these women, they had an abortion in the past, and so this is like one of the respondents saying, well, this was like going to a hairdresser. So they also had to rethink the idea of what does it mean to what abortion really means. So I think this for this older generation, this issue was really, really super complex. And sometimes they were more, as you could see, they were more liberal than the younger ones.
Yeah. It's interesting. I kind of had a sense that many of your interlocutors are not only negotiating their relationship with the church, but obviously also with the state, because there's this dual system, right? Do you think these grassroots theologies, as you call them, contributed to what happened, in 2020 and also political changes in 2023? And what was the relationship to that?
Yeah, I think definitely, and I think because a lot of Catholic women within our interviews, but also in all those Catholic events, they would say, in the past, I would never go for, I'm a Catholic, I would never go for pro-choice, pro-abortion demonstration. But the 2020, this was in the quotes all the time that, well, we had this compromise, now we don't have the compromise, and then we really have to say something because now the law is just so bad that we really need to do something. So they felt at this very moment, because from a feminist perspective, the idea that you can only have an abortion in 3 instances, like we had in Poland since the 90s, it's not a compromise. It's just very restrictive anti-abortion law. But but my understanding was that from a Catholic perspective, that was a compromise. They really saw it as a compromise because they felt that abortion is evil, but there are some situation you can have it, right? So for them, changing this, going even more into more restrictions, that was this moment they say, no more. Now we really have to be pro-choice in order to make proper sense of what does it mean to be pro-life, as in the last quote. So I think that 2020 was this moment of really massive mobilization, but not only of feminists, but also of Catholics who thought that the alliance between the church and the state went too far, and then they were also saying very often, well, but this is not a Catholic country. We also have other people here. You cannot tell them what to do. So I think that was a direct connection between 2020 protest that really started this kind of new thinking and the 2023 election where the radical right lost. But because nothing happened later, I'm really afraid about the coming election that we will have, all these women who voted in 2023 will not vote.
Why so?
Because they were so disappointed with the current government.
And when is the election?
Soon, next year.
I was also wondering, I'm going to talk about this tomorrow in my short presentation about demographic anxieties and nationalist, romantic nationalist concerns about dying out here in Latvia. To what extent do you think that's demographic anxieties is also like a driving force in Poland, and how it connects to the church?
Oh, very much. Poland has one of the lowest birth rates globally. I don't know what's the birth rate here in Latvia.
Very, very low.
Because in Poland it's 1,01. So,
wow.
So it's really there will be half of Poles in in the next generation. So yeah, so this, I think this is a really good point, because if you look at the legacy of John Paul II, which is so important in Polish debates around abortion, so he was a friend with Wanda Pułtawska, who was like this really major anti-abortion activist during socialism, and she was always saying that abortion is like the Holocaust, and so both of them compare abortion to mass murder, to the Nazis, and very much to eugenics. Coming back to the topic of the exhibition. So and then as this eugenic practice, abortion is being, too much abortion is being seen as generally abortion is being seen as a threat to the Polish nation. So this nationalistic element is very, very strong here. So it's really hard to find a new way of, I think also for politicians and for feminists, to find a new way of talking about pro-choice politics that would not be threatening the nation. So saying that pro-choice would be also pro-demographic, that women want to have children when they have a choice, not when they are forced. This doesn't play that well, because abortion is being presented as mass murder.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? We do have. Una, could you help with the mic? We have 3 hands here.
Hello, I come from Cēsis, small town in Latvia, which was established in the 13th century and dedicated to early Catholic saint, Saint Catherine from Alexandria. So I have a question related to Catholic nuns. Have you interviewed any of Catholic nuns? Because in history, European history, monasteries have been places where several intelligent women managed to survive through Middle Ages, and I hope also today, even in your Catholic Poland, there are monasteries and nuns live there, and some of them become nuns after probably have had abortion in their lives. So I know nothing about that, but I thought probably even there in those monasteries might be women who are brave enough to change the Catholic Church from inside. Have you had any interview with them?
So for this project, we didn't interview any nuns, but of course there are research in Poland on women's convents, and also on, how much, becoming a nun. It's a kind of also way out from, marriage, heterosexuality, and so on. So of course there are research like this, but I personally didn't study this. But of course, within such a strong church structure, Polish nuns are always very much put into this patriarchal power imbalance, and all those female convents are really in a low position. So I think there are a lot of nuns that are leaving the monasteries. I think that's also kind of big move now. So I'm sorry, I cannot really talk about nuns and abortion, which I think that would be an excellent project for the future.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I really appreciated how you brought out the ambivalences within these grassroots theologies. So you mentioned, you kind of presented it as a way of rethinking Catholicism, but I was also wondering, would it also be a way, or could we think about it as a way of rethinking pro-life and pro-choice binaries? Because it's quite, we always think of it as a dichotomy, which is mainly based on American discourse, I guess, but what really showed very much here that they are quite intermingled in your case. So I was just wondering whether you could comment on that.
Yes, definitely. I think this is generally my experience with those interviews. As I said, everybody could Google me and see who I am, but I still managed to do interviews with women who are like super pro-lifers, like hardcore anti-abortionists. Who think that, women like me are like terrible children killers and so on. But still then at some point we could find this space of communication and decided, well, this is a serious issue and we as women should be able to decide about this, and there are those stupid politicians that are, arguing and using our lives and our problems to, for their own political agenda. So I think yes, this could perhaps be a way of rethinking the divisions, because if you can find this space of conversation when you can be truly pro-life when abortion is legal. So then I think perhaps it's a way of going beyond the division. But of course, there's a question of political potential of this. In the space of such a strong polarization, not only in Poland, but I think now it's a global polarization around abortion in the US, but also all over Europe, also in the countries where abortion is legal. There's more and more really radical anti-abortion movements and political agendas. So the question is there a potential for this because it's kind of based on like honest conversation of what you feel and what you believe in. Can this counterbalance those big political divisions? I don't know, but for sure on some micro level it could perhaps really help us rethink what does it mean to be pro-life and pro-choice, because these women, they believe abortion is bad and and it's evil, and it's a sin. They all agree, but at the same time, they feel that it should be legal. In this, from totally legal to partly legal, but still legal, and they believe there are other means of preventing abortion than. So for them, being pro-life is not through prohibitions, but through some kind of, care practices. On behalf of the state, but also on behalf of the church and behalf of just ordinary Catholics. So yeah, yes, I think yes. Thank you. I think it's an important way of thinking about this.
Well, thank you so much, Agnieszka. This is a fantastic project. I think it's great. And actually, just one comment, I think it's like a really good example for the importance of anthropology. No, really, because it really sort of, because it really helps us to understand the complexities. And I think this, to me, this was really unexpected. And so that's why I think, this kind of research is so important too. I have a question, and so you briefly mentioned this debate around eugenics and the idea of this connection between abortion and, for example, like disabled or chronically ill fetuses. And I was just wondering because just to very briefly connect this to Germany, in Germany this cannot be a reason for abortion. You can give all sorts of reasons for abortion, but it cannot be the fact that the fetus is, if there's anything with the fetus, because that with the German history and so on, that cannot be the reason. So even if for the person who does the abortion, it is the reason, always the reason given has to be, it's the mental health of the pregnant person and so on and so on. So I was just wondering if you could perhaps tell us a little bit more about, these debates around the right to live and ableism and, because of course, again, it's a very tricky issue, like how people, especially from this Christian background, who, at least to my knowledge, would probably usually say every life, has a right, or every person has a right to live, whether they're disabled or not. So I would be interested to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes, thank you. So during this period when this was legal, this was one of those free instances when you can actually do a legal abortion in Poland between 1993 and 2020. That was the most common reason for legal abortions in Poland. And then the reason against this, the why Catholic pro-life organization went with this to the Constitutional Tribunal was that this is eugenics. So, and they were really, vocal about that. This is a eugenic abortion, and exactly as you said, everybody has a right to live, and so that's very strong. And also now, I think in anti-abortion activism, this idea keeps coming back. That this is so yes, and especially in the Catholic context, because then the next step will be so all those in John Paul II and his friend Wanda Pułtawska reasoning against abortion, that all those resemblances between abortion and the Holocaust keep coming back, and this is like really visible. So yes, so then on the one hand, this is visible, but that was the major reason for abortion. And then in the quotes you could see on the slides, there's a lot of understanding on those Catholic women to do abortion because of that, because you are not ready to give birth to a child that will die or will be very disabled, and so I think there are a lot of ambivalences around this.
May I add just to Annika's question, you already started answering that. I was wondering how on individual level, because there was Marzena that you quoted, who spoke about deformed fetuses and versus healthy fetuses.
Yeah.
Did you have any data coming from these interviews, that would show, what is their thinking about, how do they define, what is a healthy child who has the right to live, or who is too deformed and who will suffer? Like, how do they, I guess I'm wondering about their individual morality, how they play with this.
Yeah, so people talk a lot about this, and especially in the context of the legal framework that was in place until 2020. So the definition of deformed fetus was like really broad and could really mean all sorts of genetic deformation, I'm quote unquote. So yeah, because then we go into this tricky field of what's normal, what's not normal, and disability rights. So some of the cases that were really people would talk about them a lot. There were like severe cases when you know of fetuses that were deformed to the extent that they cannot just die constantly after birth. But then of course there was a huge debate about things like the Down syndrome. Is it so and one of the major Polish pro-life activists, she's been arguing that look, you cannot force women, and she would use this that she was really encouraged to have an abortion because of that, and she didn't. So there's a lot around this.
Thank you. Here's a question, Una, Shai? And is there somebody else in the back as well? No? Mm-hmm.
We only have 1 minute to be so on time.
We are so on time, we're good.
Okay, so it's a quick question. My name is Julia, and actually I do research on polarization on abortion in Poland, so it was really interesting for me. But my question is, as the pro-choice movements became also a platform for mobilization for anti-government protests, did you also ask people for the motivation, whether even though they're Catholic, maybe they were joining those protests because it was anti-democratic backsliding, and to what extent abortion was still the main motivation, or the anti-democratic backsliding motivation?
Yeah, of course, that was an important, I didn't talk about this because I thought it was complicated already for people not familiar with the Polish context. Yes, of course, this was the mainstreamization of those protests was also because people were protesting against the right-wing law and justice government. But I think for those Catholic women, that was rather because some of them really supported the law and justice government because it was Catholic and so on. So I think it was like this, yes, that was a factor, but not always. It's not that that was the major factor or the exclusive factor. So and of course some of the people would be more involved politically, but this is perhaps more this is more of the case that people were active within protest, but there are also a lot of people who are not actively, those older women who wouldn't march, but on the street, but they will say we are just against this because this is absurd. We don't want the church to be like this. So some of the things were some of our respondents or interview partners would be just only think about this within Catholicism, not necessarily within a political agenda. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I have a very quick question. I was wondering if you see any divide according to education levels, not only for women but also for men on these, as you mentioned, men are also involved in these matters, right? So if there are any, thank you.
Yeah, so brief answer to this. So surprisingly, because first I was sure that all those considerations we will find among members of so-called Catholic intelligentsia, and that will be super educated people related to all those reading these progressive Catholic newspapers and everything, but that was my major surprise in this research, that this goes beyond those circles, that people really with very basic education, like this shop assistant from Wrocław, she doesn't have a, degree or anything. This is like she's a faithful Catholic, and she's had enough. She thought, well, I need to think for myself finally. So surprisingly, no, it's broader. You cannot really divide this through educational lines.
Thank you so much. A quick question. What is the role of the medical service providers or the medical professionals regarding their religious standing? And also, does the state have an influence on the medical curriculum? Like, if they render, like they don't include abortion as something which is taught at the medical schools, does that create a problem? Like, of course, from the religious perspective, from the state's perspective. So how do you see the role of medical education and medical service providers in this?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, that's a question for a whole new lecture. So I try to be brief. So when it comes to medical service and religion, so there would be all those organizations of Catholic doctors who would be very reluctant to do abortions, although the same doctors back in the 80s did a lot of abortions. So there is this surprising shift in the conscience around this. But of course there is because potentially with the law today you could do abortions based on women's health. So you can take like WHO definition of health, which is very broad, and general well-being is health. So if the pregnancy is not good for women's well-being, then you could have an abortion. And that was something that the government was trying, the Ministry of Health was trying to suggest to doctors, but I think it's failing because a lot of doctors are against this, and they are very much into anti-abortion, and the younger doctors, they don't have training to do abortion, because abortion was illegal for such a long time. The official number of abortion was like 1,000 a year, or in a 40 million countries. So there is lack of proper education, and there are a lot of movements to do abortion again outside of the medical spectrum, like a feminist activism around this. Yeah, so doctors, because we can think about Spain as this example where doctors really played a really important role in the legalization of abortion. But so I thought there's some kind of hope for Poland in this, but unfortunately no. There are some doctors, but not. Medical media, it's not so much pro-choice as we might think.
Thank you. I'll have the very last question, which probably is also worth another lecture. So I was just wondering, how do these, discourses of, staying within the binary pro-life discourses are feeding into educational system? And do these ideas come mostly from the church or from the state, or is it combined?
Well, yeah, that's. I wrote a book on sex education in Poland, so I've also another question for a whole lecture. Yes, they are being. So theoretically, Poland has sex education, but for years, so sex education in Poland is done based on the anti-abortion law from 1993. So the idea was we will give you sex education instead of abortion. But what happened that the state that sex education got really Catholicized, because it was under socialism, it was more secular. And then gradually in the 1990s onwards, it became more, Catholic. So there are those ideas about marriage, the family, and now there's this new curriculum which puts sexuality out of the family, out of marriage, and of course the church is protesting. So yeah, so it's very much into the educational system.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Applause
thank you.
for Agnieszka.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's water here.
Thank you, and we are starting like in 7 minutes, so 10:45 is our first panel, so a brief break.
you hear me? Yeah. Let's not lean down. I am Eva, and I'm also a researcher here, except Anna is much cooler, but that's gonna have to do. And I'm very, very happy to get started on the first panel, the symposium, that is Reproductive Governance and the Politics of Inclusion. We'll have 4 presentations that we'll listen to. Just to know already that one of the presentations will not be live streamed, so the people watching the live stream have the opportunity to go get a tea and think about the rest of the presentations. Yeah, but I'll make a note of it once again when we get to it. And now I'm very, as people are filing in, thank you, I'm very happy to announce, I suppose, the first speaker of this panel, which is Diana Kiščenko from Riga Stradiņš University, who will be presenting on who deserves to reproduce, Latvian state support for infertility and moral considerations. Please welcome.
So this is what happens when you make presentations with artificial intelligence. It's not working. I see it on my screen, but it's not there. But I suppose the technical assistants do recognize the issue. It's there. Oh my God, it's really bad. Okay, so. Good morning to all. My name is Diana Kiščenko, and the title of my today's presentation, which you can't read, but I can, it's Who Deserves to Reproduce. It's Latvian state support for infertility and moral considerations. So we can move to the second slide. Hopefully we can see it. No, oh my God. Okay, at least we see the text. Okay, we can move to the next. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So I started to do my research on infertility in 2020, and at first my main interest was the everyday experiences of people who had been diagnosed with infertility in Latvia. But along the way, as you know, especially in social anthropology, my research expanded. And I also began interviewing gynecologists, reproductive health specialists, and politicians. As I listened to these interviews, a number of questions started to emerge in my head. One statement that particularly caught my attention came from a reproductive health specialist who said, and here I'm quoting, "Any woman has the right to want a child. It is more complicated with a man." This made me wonder, why is it considered self-evident that women have a right to want children, while men's reproductive desire seems to require additional explanation or justification? What assumptions about gender reproduction are convened in such statements? Another thing that surprised me was the language used both by doctors and politicians when talking about the state-funded infertility treatment. Again and again, I heard word investment appeared in their narratives a lot. This raised further questions in my head. Why is state-funded infertility treatment discussed through the language of economics? How do these ideas influence decisions about who should and who shouldn't receive the state support and under what conditions? So my presentation is based on an article published in 2025. And in this article, I had a research question: how access to state-funded infertility treatment in Latvia is regulated and morally framed. And the central argument in this article is access to Latvian state-supported infertility treatment is determined not only by biomedical eligibility criteria, but also by normative ideas about gender, responsibility, and moral worth. So let's move to definitions and some statistics. As you all might know, World Health Organization, which is actually quite a lot quoted, is defining infertility as a disease of male or female reproductive system defined by the failure to achieve pregnancy after 12 months or more of regular unprotected sexual intercourse. According to World Health Organization data, approximately 1 in every 6 people of reproductive age experience infertility at some point in their lives. And globally, it is estimated it's around 15% of heterosexual couples experiencing it. So what's the situation in Latvia? First, I have to say that in Latvia, statistics on the prevalence of infertility are incomplete. Register of infertile persons is maintained at each medical institutions. So there is no united register in country. We don't have any complete data of the real situation happening in Latvia. However, we do have some data from National Health Service because we have this state-funded infertility treatment program, and they're showing that there is gradual increase in infertility among both women and men. And I hope you can see, I'm sorry, it's very unpolite to have such small words, but numbers, but over 10 years, we can see the infertile number among women have doubled, and for men, it's even more, like 4 times. So, few comments about the program. So, state-funded infertility treatment program was launched in 2012. It's being carried out in 6 private clinics. They have contract with National Health Service. There is age limit. It is for women only up to and including the age of 40. And within the first 10 years, it was 37 years. And as you can see, over the years, both allocated funding and number of births has increased in Latvia. So state has invested, as politicians like to say, 7.4 million euros, and during the first 10 years, approximately 5,500 procedures were performed, resulting in 2,000 births. The recent statistics says that there is, till today, since the beginning of the program, we have 5,000 children being born within this program. So, what did I do in my research? So, besides the interviews with the couples, I also did document analysis, and I looked at the different kind of state regulatory documents and policy documents, as well as 6 semi-structured interviews with politicians and reproductive health specialists in Latvia. So what did I discover? And here I would like to return to the first quote of my presentation that struck me a lot. Any woman has the right to want a child. It is more complicated with men. But why is it more complicated with men? To answer to this question, at this moment, I would like to examine how heteronormativity is embedded in legal regulations and the rhetoric of politicians and doctors when discussing this program. So heteronormativity, as you might all know, is the assumption that heterosexuality is natural and superior to other forms of human sexuality. And it's very much embedded in very different laws in Latvia, including Latvian sexual and reproductive health law. And it states that infertility is the inability of 2 opposite sex individuals who have reached reproductive age to conceive a child within a year, while engaging in regular sexual intercourse without contraception. This definition very much resembles the one of World Health Organization that I presented earlier, and we can clearly see that these are very heteronormative definitions that rely on the assumption that such intercourse occurs between cis women and cis men. But this heteronormativity is also embedded in the way infertility is diagnosed, and the treatments are covered by the state budget. The same law states that medically assisted reproduction is performed at the request of heterosexual couple or woman. And so they have to write a written application, submit it, and only submitted by heterosexual couple or woman. So it clearly prioritizes one form of sexuality, but does not define, which is interesting, does not define the woman's sexual orientation or partnership status. So, where we are going with this? So, I argue that heterosexual men without a partner, homosexual men, and men with other sexualities in Latvia face greater difficulty in accessing infertility treatment, and I would also say childbearing in general. Their reproductive desires cannot be fulfilled independently of a woman. Men's position in reproduction can be described as secondary, subordinate, and unequal. This one way to understand it is to look at this asymmetry, is to look at the motherhood and fatherhood. This asymmetry, as defined by Stradiņš, can be explained through historical perception of motherhood and fatherhood. Historically, in so-called Western societies, motherhood was considered a natural phenomenon, where fatherhood was viewed as social or cultural. For a long time, it was believed that there was certainty about motherhood. Obviously, the child is being born, it's a proof, she's a mother. And there has been internal uncertainty about fatherhood, because we don't know who is actually a father. Stradiņš refers to Sybil Wolfram, who, describing English law, notes that a husband is presumed to be the father of any child born to his wife, unless it can be proven that he is not. A child's mother was considered the woman who gave birth, whereas the father was determined by his social bond, aka marriage with the mother, which is interesting. The principle is still present in Latvia. I don't know how many of you know, but our civil law states that the mother of a child is recognized as the woman who gave birth to a child, implicitly saying that the father is recognized as the man married to the woman who gave birth to the child. Now let's turn to the relationship with state. In several interviews with doctors and politicians, the logic of market economy becomes very evident. The state is framed as investor, allocating funds with the expectation of return. And as you can see in this quote, you have to understand that this is a business at the national level. The state gives you money so you can generate a return on the money for the state. Latvian social anthropologist Ilze Meleko, on her work on fertility, thank you, she's saying that the allocation of state budget funds for citizens' reproductive health legitimizes the state's authority to determine who is included and who is excluded from state support. But besides the market economy logic, both politicians and doctors in the interviews talked about body mass index. They suggested that it should be included as additional criterion, as both high and low BMI can negatively affect the chances of successful pregnancy. And by the way, starting from this year, this criterion is included in the program. In one interview, a politician who had been actively working on demographic issues in the country said like this: if a person is not willing to invest the effort to meet the minimum requirements, for example, regarding BMI, and I'm not saying everyone should look like a bundle of sticks, then the question arises, what kind of parent will this person be? If they behave irresponsibly towards their own body, we're only increasing the number of irresponsible parents. Do we need that? No, we don't. We need a responsible people. So the statement suggests that the body weight reflects a person's moral qualities and potentially indicates whether they can be a responsible parent. In this idealized vision, the state should be composed of individuals who consciously care for their physical well-being and are thus capable of being responsible not only for themselves, but also for their future children. It is through this responsible attitude embodied in a well-maintained and disciplined body that a state can continue to function successfully. And the last, in some countries, additional to gender, age, and diagnosis, relationship status is also a criterion for accessing state-funded services. For example, in Germany, only married heterosexual couples are eligible. In Latvia, no such requirements exist still. But some politicians see this reasonable criterion to include in the future. One Latvian politician who also argues that we need the marriage as a criterion because he sees this as formalized relationship between two heterosexual individuals as morally appropriate foundation for responsible parenthood and citizenship. As he states, it confirms that you are responsible to each other and to the child, so that the child has the best, possible place, a family where they can grow up and become a decent person. In the context of infertility treatment, he sees marriage as serving several functions. First, it signals potentially responsible behavior in creation and upbringing of children. Second, marriage allows the state to regard the individuals as responsible partners in their relationship with the state, thereby justifying their inclusion within state sphere of care. So overall, these statements from doctors and politicians about body mass index, marriage as potential state criteria reveal the type of people they believe should receive support for having children. Beyond physical criterion, their remarks highlight a moral dimension, responsibility for one's body, partner, and relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. Riveting stuff, very inspiring. No? Moving on now to our second presentation, which is going to be from Simona Aginskaite from Vilnius University. And Simona will present on reproductive healthcare access for women with disabilities in Lithuania, systemic barriers and democratic implications. Please welcome.
Yeah, good morning to everybody, or hello, I don't know what the time of the day now it is. So I'm Simona from Vilnius University, and as I'm presenting the topic related with disability rights, I have also to acknowledge and to declare another part of my professional identity, which is disability rights advocacy. Although I'm finishing my first year in PhD studies, the experience and expertise that I have about this topic is from my experience working in Lithuanian Disability Forum, which is an association of disability organizations which mainly work in advocacy field. And within this forum, we have a committee of women with disabilities, composed mainly of women with different kind of disabilities, and working mainly on issues of gender and disability. And this study was initiated and made together with those women with disabilities. And yeah, we have heard today about the women's right for abortion, about the fight for that right, also about who is worthy, whose fertility is worthy to be supported. And my presentation focuses on a group of women who are still fighting for something much more basic, just for the right to be a mother without judgment and without, social judgmental and support, and to get some basic support and to get just basic healthcare services. So as we all know, reproductive rights include several interconnected elements. It is just, the right to choose whether to be a parent or no, to get an access to reproductive or sex education, and also to get access to reproductive health. In all these three areas, women with disabilities face serious barriers and discrimination. And as you already mentioned, Lithuania, as a lot of countries in the region experience, as we call, demographic anxiety. Very, very low fertility rates and a real fear of the nation extinction. And we have a lot of discussions of how to encourage young people to, procreate. And there is a group of people, I'm talking about, of course, about women and men with disabilities who want to be parents. A lot of them already are parents, but they are not seen in encouragement, commercials or articles, and they are not seen as parents, which we want to see more, like people, we do not want to, citizens with disabilities. Of course, nobody is telling like that, but we can, sense that. And these are the pictures that we made. We do not have a lot of representations of motherhood of people with disabilities. This is the exhibition that we made, but actually we can trace the social attitudes towards mothers with disabilities. In 2024, Office of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman conducted a national survey asking whether women act irresponsibly when they decide to have children while having certain disabilities. Around 1/3 respondents believed it is irresponsible for women with hearing, visual, or mobility impairment to have children. 1/3. It went to 50% when they were asking about psychosocial disability, and to 70% when they were talking about intellectual disabilities. So, of course, legally, women with disabilities in Lithuania are free to have children, but, of course, social support are not guaranteed at all, and then we talk to them, they get a lot of judgments. Then they already are mothers, And another important part that I already mentioned is so-called sex education or reproductive rights education. We have that kind of education in Lithuania. It is called like Life Skills Program, which has reproductive health part in it, but it doesn't reflect disability at all. People with disabilities as sexual beings, as somebody who has relations and may form family, are not reflected there. And the program itself is not accessible for people with certain disabilities, for example, with hearing disabilities, especially for those with intellectual disabilities. Here we have examples of from UK for women with intellectual disabilities, information, adapted to easy read, easy understand language. And it's very important because especially women with intellectual disabilities are victims of sexual violence and so on and so forth. So it's very important. We are developing that now in Lithuania, but still do not have. And then we going to that, data from healthcare services. Till 2024, we had a gap of knowledge. We have heard a lot of bad experiences from that sector, from women with disabilities, but never understood what kind of scale we are talking about. So together with that committee, we decided to do a survey and to do an inclusive survey, because it's very hard to get, women with intellectual disabilities to answer, to participate, and women with hearing disabilities. So we all together, made a survey together with women with disabilities, and also made it accessible to sign language. So there was an interpretation for sign language, and also possibility to do the easy read, answering. And we managed to collect not so many, of course, answers, because it's very hard actually to collect, from people with disabilities all the time, and all the researchers. But we had all disabilities represented, which is very important. And also we did focus groups with gynecologists, experienced ones, and also residents. And let's go to the survey topics. What we wanted to know women with disabilities experience in all stages of healthcare. I hope they will hear me now. So general and preventative gynecological services, then pregnancy care, labor and delivery services, postpartum or postnatal care, and also what is was very important for us, it was healthcare professionals' attitudes toward women with disabilities, reproductive choices and decisions. So what they are talking, are they supporting women's decision to have kid or no? And actually, we saw that most of the answers were quite positive. We see like 40% evaluated pregnancy care and labor care stages like great or, great or very good. But actually, the third rated as bad or very bad. And we saw that these were the women who needed, who had a lot of support needs, like women with in wheelchairs, with mobility issues, and with communication challenges, like deaf women or women with intellectual disabilities. So in their group, there were huge numbers of dissatisfaction. And what kind of inaccessibility it is? It is, of course, physical inaccessibility of healthcare facilities. They cannot enter to some of the facilities. Inaccessibility of medical equipment, like scales or gynecologist chair. So they are examined just on a bed, which is absolutely different kind of examination and quality of service, and medical professionals accept that too. Lack of personal assistance, so they cannot come just alone, they have to bring somebody to help them. They cannot come and get service independently. Communication barriers for women with hearing impairments, of course. Doctors just write some few words, for them instead of consulting normally with sign language service, which is available in Lithuania. You can just Skype to the translator and get that service, but they do not use that. And information and accessibility for women with intellectual disabilities. So those are the main areas. Here are few, quotations, few experiences of women with disabilities. Like the gynecologist just didn't know what to do with me. There was no way to get onto the chair. The examination was very superficial and uncomfortable. There was lack of communication and shared decision-making during childbirth. No interpreter was provided, and communication took place only in writing, while in delivery stage, The atmosphere was cold and unsupportive. The healthcare professional seemed confused. She was no helpful. The examination room was not accessible. There were many comments suggesting that people like that should have their own doctors and should not seek care just anywhere. So, and one particular case was then women in a wheelchair couldn't get to the, sanitary facilities, so urinal catheter had to be inserted, which of course it's much higher risk of a lot of complications. But mainly we can say they got these services anyway, just as they say in a much, much lower, satisfaction than women without disabilities. And yeah, let's move to attitudes, which is very important for women with disabilities, because those services and accessibility may seem like, okay, it's not comfortable, but anyway, you can go through, But attitudes are very important because they shape women's decisions, and they accept that sometimes the comment made them decide not to go to healthcare at all because it was so painful, to hear something. Or to, for example, change their decision about parenthood. So 22 participants experienced unpleasant comments and intrusive questions from healthcare providers who doubted the parenting abilities. 8% had the potential to become mothers questioned or underestimated, and 8% were strongly discouraged from becoming pregnant or encouraged to terminate a pregnancy, and it looks like that. Then I was pregnant, the gynecologist repeated the question 3 times, whether I was going to give birth. I was very angry with her and reported her to the municipality of that city. Then I already suspected that I was pregnant. I went for a checkup and received an unpleasant question. The first question was, so are we terminating it? The doctor immediately assumed that I had come for an abortion rather than to celebrate a confirmed pregnancy. And there was more encouragement to terminate the pregnancy than information provided how to safely carry it to the term. So these are very similar, one to another, but actually 50% of women said that they didn't experience nothing like that, and 30% that they were supported and encouraged to try to give birth. So the picture from the perspective of gynecologists is not so negative, entirely negative, but of course negative attitudes persist. And now the part of interviews, only 2 focus groups with, so not a big scale, but anyway, 2 focus groups with gynecologists, experienced one and residents, and they accept that facilities are not accessible, that equipment is not accessible, and that the care is lower quality because of that. But they do not see as from the perspective of the rights of these women, but from like financial perspective. We cannot have accessibility everywhere. Maybe there could be specialized institutions, medical institutions for those women. They do not see them as equal citizens having the right, to have equal services. And they also emphasize goodwill and humanity. It's not their right. There is no procedures of how to, take care in a different way for the, equal citizens. But it's just a goodwill. We all humans. We will find ways, how to manage that, which is of course not absolutely good for women with disabilities. And also the distinction was made talking about women with intellectual disabilities. They come to healthcare, the reproductive healthcare, mainly in crisis situation or already in delivery labor stage. They do not see a lot of them in, preventative care, which is also a problem, of course. And of course, as an organization, we made a lot of recommendations, but our main recommendation, because we do not have time here, was, I will go to one of my last slides, just actually was to treat, women with disabilities as equal citizens and not, and the quality of services they receive is not a matter of charity or goodwill. It's a matter of equal rights for them as citizens. And of course, this brings us to a broader theoretical perspective, but we are all talking here about is, about citizenship. And people with disabilities, like a number of sociologists and political theorists have analyzed disability through the lens of citizenship, and they use concepts such as limited citizenship, or incomplete citizenship, or second-class citizenship, and it's applied not only for people with disabilities, but also for migrants and other groups. But the concept, according to German sociologist Anne Waldschmidt, she argues that the concept of citizenship is ableist. And, it is the result of ableist assumptions embedded within traditional concept of citizenship. Because citizenship has historically been associated with independence, productivity, and self-sufficient of the parts of social contract, of both parts. And people with disabilities are not seen as independent and self-sufficient because they need care, So even though we have technically, theoretically, them as equal citizens, of course their rights as citizens are, violated in every stage. And this is not only harm for people with disabilities, but of course harm for democracy. Not every group is represented, and not every group can contribute to our democracy. So thank you very much. Comments and questions at the end of the panel.
Thank you so much, Simona. I'll now ask that the recording and the live stream is turned off before we move. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're back with the live stream and the thumbs up again. This is going so well. Okay, and now on to the last presentation of our first panel today. And that's going to be Kasia Wolinska from Central European University with Matka Polka Goes on Strike. Please welcome.
Hello, just give me a second to set up. Okay. Is this, yes, this is working, okay. As you can see, the title also has changed since I wrote the abstract. And I will present today an excerpt of my study that I conducted for the thesis writing purposes, and the thesis I actually submitted last night. So it's still buzzing, it's still very fresh, but I hope it will make some sense. So I will read and try to change the slides. It's also my first ever conference presentation, so please bear with me. And I think Agnieszka Kościańska's presentation already laid the ground for a lot of things that I will talk about today. This one, yes, okay. So my study was based on focus group discussions with Polish women, both having and not having children. And I was tracing the reconfigurations of gender models in performance, as well as the modes of social reproduction, unfolding in the context of restrictive abortion law and women's pro-choice organizing, alongside or in relation to the evolving church-state relations and transition, as Naomi Klein argues through shock, to the neoliberal market economy in the post-communist Poland. The research centered on a question regarding ways in which Polish women think and practice motherhood today, and how are potentially new forms of subjectivity articulated in alignment with or in tension against hegemonic gender frameworks, and how do they affect women's reproductive choices and possibilities. Between March and April 2026, I conducted 5 focus groups, both in person and online, with participants self-identifying as women who were born between 1985, although this was slightly expanded, and who were socialized in Poland, receiving religious Catholic education and or being exposed to Catholic practice, although they presented also different attitudes towards religion at the time of the interviews. Focus group discussions were structured with a collection of 19 images and simple sets of questions. My informants were invited to evaluate portrayals of motherhood, but also to share feelings, memories, and associations, which then allowed me to further moderate the conversations and explore some threads in more depth. In designing my research, I departed from Matka Polka figure, who is also often associated with Holy Mary in Poland, who in contemporary Polish culture carries a rather pejorative meaning and can be perceived or used as an offense, pointing to martyrological or sacrificial ways of mothering, by which a woman is excessively, as in opinion of a speaker usually, committed to her children and reproductive duties. Such reading, however, proves to be overly simplistic. Polish scholar Anna Titkov writes that the figure does not even have to be a mother, but it is rather a gendered script for womanhood that combines self-sufficiency, managerialism, that was initially related to household, humility and selflessness. Such a virtuous woman originates from Polish aristocratic ethos, which granted noble women nominal gender equality and eventually situated them as crucial to national survival and renewal during the struggle for Polish independence. The figure persists as a symbolic and moral formation in my research. She stands for an emblem of contradictory and disciplining frames applied to mothers, which were reinvigorated in the early post-communist period, alongside the intensification of pronatalist rhetoric and restrictive state policies regarding abortion. I argue that as a patriarchal fantasy internalized by generations of Polish women, Matka Polka splits in the post-communist period to manifest parts of herself in the new models of mothering. One of them is Matka, with a D. A welfare, possibly patriotic and religious mother, presented by my informants as an anti-example, a bad mother. The other one is a superwoman, which I see as framing my informants' descriptions of their own motherhood, in which some of the Matka Polka qualities merge with what Sharon Hayes described in the 1990s as intensive mothering. And before I jump into describing those figures, I want to briefly outline a society which, in my view, hosts and conditions such new mothering-related ideologies. Following the existing scholarship on the subject, I propose that paradox of democratization post-communist Poland is manifested in the restriction of women's freedoms and rights, with the simultaneous acquisition of freedom and opportunities by the nation, understood as masculine formation, that stood against the totalitarian regime. The transition from state control to market economy generated or accelerated unequal development amongst Polish women, with post-communist transformation, according to Gall and Kligman, being characterized by women's impoverishment. Sorry, something glitched in my... okay, I'm back. So this impoverishment affecting reproductive choices and chances of women. Women's systemic dispossession can be described as a loss of both material and social resources driven by now hegemonic neoliberal paradigm promoting individualism, commodification, privatization of care, and giving rise to the new mothering scripts that in various ways adapt to such a state of affairs. So, matka is a new stereotyped mother figure presented by my informants, and that was new to me. And it's also a form of a slur, and not self-assigned identity, at least according to my knowledge, which is closely related to the increased online presence of mothers, but also associated, as for example Emilia Bańczyk proposes, with 500 plus child benefits introduced in 2016 by the Conservative Law and Justice Party, the same that led to further restriction of abortion law in 2020. According to some of my informants, there is an actual origin story to that figure, which is an online scam concerning a mother collecting money for her allegedly sick daughter. In this story, both the mother and the daughter are written with spelling mistakes in Polish, indicative not only of internet culture of sloppy writing, but also a poor education of a woman in question, so also her class position. Matka's sense of entitlement and shameless demands of support and assistance were described by one of my informants, pointing that, I quote, "It is not anymore that typical Matka Polka because she's not solving her problems on her own, but seeks help, expecting that someone will deal with her problems on her behalf and that she will be catered to." I argue that this is exactly the loud presence of Matka, both online and offline, that distinguishes her from Matka Polka, which, even if elevated within the realm of national culture, remains discreet and confined within the home space, taking pride in her sacrifice. Matka's motherhood is further marked by a failure, a neglect of Matka's children's emotional needs, offering them a phone instead of her attentive presence. In contrast, the supermother, or the new Matka Polka, invests in her children. Within the intensive mothering paradigm, it is the assumption of the children's innocence which drives mothering practices to be centered around providing children with happy and carefree childhood, while, as there are many contradictions within such script, even a play becomes a form of self-development, preparing a child for the future in a highly competitive, unstable world. A mother is to be example herself. She is to manage multiplicity of roles, responding to social expectations, and to the imperative of self-realization, often through professional work, but also via personal development and self-care, which, mind you, is not valorized positively in the case of Matka. Sharon Hayes argues that self-optimization, even if allegedly rooted in feminist empowerment of women and their emancipation from servitude to the family, can be still seen as a function within a larger system centered on the child's interest, but by extension the market's interests, due to increased consumption, so mothers becoming consumers for their kids, and an extraction of unpaid and intensified reproductive labor. When talking about the multiplicity of qualities and tasks performed as a mother, Sonia, one of my informants, a mother of a 1.5-year-old daughter, explained her investment in child rearing with a need for repair, due to her own experiences coming from a family in which, as she said, love was scarce. She said, I quote, "I love my daughter and I love to be Matka Polka, as I said. But I want to be exactly, you know, sporty, smart, doing many things, mom, strong, energetic, because this is also feminine and this is cool. And thanks to that, I give an example to my daughter." Other women in the groups proposed motherhood as being allowing the needs of the others to become bigger than your own. While Basia, a freelance working mother of 3 children, described her experience as going to another part of Poland to perform a show and then driving a car at night, managing to be back at home in the morning and driving kids to school at 8 in the morning, as something that gives her a sense of being a superwoman, like having superpowers. While she also inferred that this is incredibly difficult to find a space in her head that is not occupied already by others. And while I admire the hard and emotionally generous motherly labor of women I talk to, my admiration is accompanied by uneasiness and critique when it comes to systemic conditions that produce certain forms of maternal love, as well as conditions that such love reproduces. The enclosure of the nuclear family, isolated and to some extent competitive mothering, alongside the privatization of care, intensifies social inequalities by reproducing class privilege and related forms of access without addressing structural problems and shortcomings. And although my informants might be better situated than women imagined described as matki, and consequently practicing or narrating motherhood differently, they share a certain condition of excessive responsibility assigned to them based on the gender division of labor, which is now normalized within the capitalist structure of production. The sense of biological predisposition to care work expressed by many of my informants was accompanied, importantly, by almost complete absence of men in those narratives, as well as the necessity and willingness to work outside of home, which drove women to exhaustion and, in my view, became an adaptive mechanism. There was, however, another modality of mothering proposed by my informants, which I proposed in my thesis, although with some precautions, as a possibly counter-hegemonic mode of loving and caring. Motherly making, in Polish matczynność, implies a possibility of redistributive, denaturalized, so uncoupled from heterosexual womanhood, form of mothering, which can be learned and performed as activity within broader spectrum of social reproduction. So similar to revolutionary parenting on democratic motherism as proposed by black activists. Or as, in the words of one of my informants, it could be a motherhood planned and or imagined in the frame of a multi-person care. Since I do not have time to go into detail, although I would be happy to discuss it later, I offer it, for now, as a challenge not only to patriarchal and heteronormative gender and labor divisions, but also to conservative narratives founded in a complaint, but more often even an accusation that women do not want to mother. My argument is that rather we are all able and should be ready to mother, but also that the possibility for offering and receiving such care is very much dependent, as I showed through my research, on a variety of socioeconomic circumstances that decide, in fact, if a woman becomes a mother or not, and how she can perform such a role. In such context, motherly making, while not dismissing completely, although challenging, the biological bond between mother and a child, points to a possibility, maybe also a utopian aspiration, of countering neoliberal governance enacted through separations, as Foucault, for instance, would claim, by broadening and reimagining scope of relational possibilities and caring opportunities, countering commodification of care labor by its commoning. Thank you. And this is the last one. Do I
Yeah, you don't have to go far. You can take a seat. There's going to be an extra chair added, and I welcome all of the panelists to the stage now for a good old question and answer session. So get your questioning. There's going to be a mic passed around. Yes. Well, thank you, first of all. Oh, a pen. Please, so let's open the Q&A. Once again, thank you so much for being here and presenting. What a great bunch for a first panel. Please, people, let's go with the questions.
I need to check if my voice is working. Okay, that's great. Of course, the India-related things, because I do India-related things. It's more of a suggestion because you have said you have just started working on it and it's a proposal. I wonder if you have considered the idea of stratified reproduction by Cohen, which is to say societies encourage different groups to reproduce differently. Some are valued more than others. Is that different from what you are talking about in terms of demographic ambivalence? And I also wonder if calling it demographic ambivalence in fact softens the blow of what is actually blatantly discrimination and communalism. So do you really want to call it that, or do you want to work with stratified reproduction and perhaps add the state to it and communalism to it and see how that goes? Yeah, thank you.
There's a mic. Do you know how to turn it on?
Thank you for the question. So yes, we are using the concept of stratified reproduction, but we are moving beyond that also to understand that how, when the political ideologies, we are not saying that it's changing, but it is, it takes the center stage, and then how they are redefining the whole policies and the politics behind reproductive governance. Then it is just not because when Cohen is talking about stratified reproduction, it's like who's, like as you summarize it really well, that who's allowed to reproduce and who's not, and what kind of, and the study is actually more focused on the class and the racial element over there. And when we were looking at the policy debates in the parliament and the assembly level and the transcripts of those, then we realized that it was no longer just about, just making a neat division between certain communities. So this idea of community just jumps. For if I can give an example, in 2026, this year only one of the state in India, Rajasthan, repealed the two-child norm, which was associating again who can contest in the local level elections. And the BJP, which is on other hand might be trying to control the population, that is one which is responsible for repealing that law. So the opposition over there, the Congress, is now talking about, did we achieve all of those goals of controlling the population that you're repealing it? And the response that is coming is that we are trying to democratize our space, and hence we should not link two-child policy with democratic representation. So the same BJP government in Uttar Pradesh is going to say something else. The same BJP government, political government, is going to say something else in Assam, and it is just changing the narrative. And ambivalence, in our view, and Sandra can add also, that it may appear as softening the blow. But in my perspective, it is, in our perspective, it is more of like I'll use the word shrewd. The shrewd ideology, the frame, thought processes in the mind of this right-wing nationalist party that is ruling the Indian political scenario right now, where they are trying to control the narrative and change it. So just to add one last, that when again certain data about the population came, and it was suggested that India's demographic dividend is over, and there's going to be a steep decline in the population, that the very next week, the RSS, which is like the ideology behind the ruling party. The head of RSS said that I request every Indian, irrespective of their religion, to produce more number of children. So how do you deal with this kind of ambivalent attitude, and what kind of impact it has, not just on the policy maker, but maybe the policies are not going to alter every fortnight, but the implementation of the policies and how those policies are going to be received. So that's why we are trying to use more of the ambivalence part, that what kind of impact it has on the policy implementation and how it is received also. Maybe I hope I answered.
Thank you so much. I will ask a question along the line. I have been doing research on son preference and sex-selective abortion. Of course, the place you are talking about, Tamil Nadu, is you can't pass Tamil Nadu in a sex-selective abortion debates in India. And I was wondering how this comes into the play, son preferences and sex-selective abortion. Thank you.
So, do you want to? Do you want to specifically about Tamil Nadu or India?
It's up to you.
So again, in Tamil Nadu also, yes, there are certain districts where the sex ratio is really horrible, but in the majority of the districts in Tamil Nadu, at least the sex ratio aspect is something which is better than most of the states compared to at least the North Indian states like Haryana, which is ruled by the current, the central level BJP only, which, promoted Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, where these kind of educate your daughter and save your daughter, that kind of sloganeering was there. And now, even though the BJP is again the power, but still the sex ratio in Haryana is steeply declining, and so this son preference is still there, very much there. And then they, link it with this whole idea that economic returns, that who is going to, how much we are going to invest in the education of children, what kind of return we are going to get. So son preference plays an important role, still plays an important role, because at least the data is showing the same thing. And not just about Tamil Nadu, but because in Tamil Nadu at least there are very few districts, and Tamil Nadu has a much better history of women empowerment and women education and their presence in employment opportunity compared to other states in India. So there's so much of variation in India as a country that I cannot say that's only Tamil Nadu, but yes, we have to keep on sifting through as the frame changes.
Just very briefly, I mean, this is a working concept, and we are still unsure how exactly to call this fluidity actually that we want to depict with it. But yeah, let's. Thanks for the comment, and I think this is also interesting actually in relation to IVF or to reproductive technologies, where there's also a lot of debate about this. Also, it's legally not allowed. There are, of course, workarounds that people take. Just to mention this kind of alignment with your research. Can I add a question about, or do we have a line?
I mean, you presented. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, we are hijacking the discussion now. Thanks so much for your presentation. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the healthcare professionals and also the politicians you interviewed. Were they from specific parties? Did they reflect the whole political spectrum? And also, who are these? Why 6 clinics? Are there only 6 clinics? Or okay, that's yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. So it's a discussion proposed and navigated by speakers. Thank you for your questions. Yes, so those politicians, I really tried to cover not the whole spectrum, but so there was a person from center-right political party, and she was for 3 years Ministry of Health, and she's a doctor herself. Then, of course, I had an interview, Latvians will know, Imants Paradnieks. He's representing a national conservative party, and he was actually a big player in Latvian politics because he was working and very passionate about demographics. So can you imagine what kind of ideas are circulating around the country? And then there was a very weird kind of idea for the elections of a city of Riga. One political party, conservative party, offered free IVF for all the Riga citizens. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. Let's have a conversation. And yes, the whole system is navigated, controlled by the 6 private clinics. And this is how they actually explain why we are so successful compared to other countries where the success rate for medically assisted reproduction is lower. We have quite a high number, like 45% of procedures are successful. So, like for example, in UK, the number is lower. And one of the reasoning is that because it's in a private sector, because we have the knowledge, we have the technology, we're very client-oriented, so they very much use this kind of market economy logic that we compete for success of reproduction. Thank you.
Oh, there's hands. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. No. Is it working? No. Is it? Should I do it? Sorry. Oh, it's working. Is it working? Okay. Hello. I'm Arianna. Thank you all for your presentation. My question was more related to the presentation of, sorry, Simona. And because you said that, like, about the data that you presented, 8% of cases, these disabled women were, like, strongly discouraged from becoming mothers. And I was thinking out this works, like what is the abortion policy in general in the country, what is also the public debate about it in people which doesn't have a disability, for example.
Do not have a lot of discussions about abortion. It all the time was legal in Lithuania till 12 week. You can do it just by your own wish without any explanations. And after 12 till 22, the fetus has to have like deformation or some kind of conditions. So nobody is thinking, and actually even the disability community is not raising the ableist question. It's not questioned from that side. It's considered like as a problem, medical problem, not a valuable human variety, and for everybody is okay to abort, kid just on basis of that. And the question was about that or about.
Sorry, maybe I didn't express myself very well. Mm-hmm. I was more wondering what is like like those women might be discouraged from having a baby, but yes. For example, I'm Italian. In Italy, abortion for now it's legal, even if it's not very easy to access abortion, even if it's legal, and because also politics discourage abortion a lot. So my question was more related to the confrontation between people who have a disability, so they have been discouraged because they have a disability, and people in general, what like the public opinion about abortion is in general for people who doesn't have a disability. I don't know if I clarified the point. Yeah. Or
we do not have data related with disability, and in this our research we didn't have cases. Then women were encouraged to do abortions, and they did that. They didn't declare that, they have decided to to continue with the pregnancies. But in general, I'm not actually an expert of abortion, but anyway, I'm working in human rights, area. We do not have, huge moral issues like that, because probably of communist experience that you also presented in Polish, that it was very regular experience. Now it is not as regular, but it is quite neutral. We do not hear a lot of judgment because of that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also actually have a question for you, Simona, because I was wondering, since you focused on these people with a disability or probably also some chronic conditions, and I was just wondering, since of course there's also quite a bit of research in general on obstetric violence and on discrimination, like and OBGYN care and births and stuff, not only with respect to disabilities or health conditions, but of course also regarding racism or anti-trans activism and so on. So I was wondering, since you talked quite a bit about reproductive rights, if it would be helpful to sort of broaden the focus towards reproductive justice, which explicitly sort of tries to sort of look at these topics more through an intersectional lens, thinking together, like disability and racism and sexism and class and stuff. So I was just wondering if you think that would be helpful in that context, because of course, especially since you were also thinking about how can we actively change the situation, like how can we apply these insights, whether it would be helpful to actually think these different forms of discrimination, especially in pregnancy care and birth care and stuff, together, because even if sort of, we focus on this one thing, whatever, making it more accessible for people with disabilities, then again, there's a lot of other people excluded. So I was just interested in your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. It would be very helpful to do more research, and there are organizations who are, going deeper to that, kind of questions that you are raising. But as I said, we are coming from the perspective of advocacy. We needed data on the situation, and now our second stage is to work with the medical professionals, what kind of problems women with disabilities encounter, and how to apply reasonable accommodation principle, how to, ensure that facilities are physically accessible. So it's, the approach is a little bit not as academic, more advocacy, wise based. So we did that. We're thinking what to do more. For example, we do not have data about fertility support for women with disabilities, and about also intersections, including not only disability and gender, but other, possible factors. So that's absolutely helpful. But as I said, now we did that, and as advocacy organization, concentrating on the action, how to change that.
I know we are over time, so that is just a brief comment, I think, to the entire panel, that I think it really is really what you do, like the whole panel. It's a really powerful theoretical intervention with, I really like the demographic ambivalence, especially when you put it into conversation with what was in your papers, responsibility, but also what Kasia proposed with matczyność as this kind of really radical opening to the politics of care. So I think all together those papers are really like powerful on the theory level and make us think like how the different ways of understanding care and reproduction. So, just a kind of alternative to eugenics we are going to see on the exhibition. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's a great point. Are we just about done? I mean, if there's one last question, if you want to be the person, you can, to ask the last question of this Q&A. If not, I mean, I feel like that was a great last point. And I just also want to remind that it's time to eat lunch, and we should all be back by 1. Quarter past 1. That's when we're starting. So be back a bit before that, full of lunch or whatever you desire. Thank you again to the panelists. You did great.
welcome to the second panel of our symposium. My name is Igor Zgubenko, a philosopher and curator here in Riga, and also one of the curators of the exhibition, The Unaccounted Ones, that you are all welcome to see tomorrow afternoon at 3. But now, let's start our panel, Intimate Governance, Care, and Everyday Practices. We have 4 speakers, and one of them will join us online, Advik Shetty of the University of Oxford. Advik, are you with us?
Can you see my presentation?
Can we? I'm not sure if we can hear.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great to meet you. So, Advik will be the first to present, and Advik's topic is Better Bodies and the Governance of Reproduction, Procreation as Utopian Labor in India. Advik, the screen and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. So yes, I'm examining the rise of a holistic reproduction program called Garbhasanskar in India. And Garbhasanskar essentially aims to improve future children for the nation. So it's explicitly drawing upon this eugenic logic of intervening in reproduction to improve the population, which speaks to the ways in which people's bodies, and especially women's bodies, are often co-opted for the nation. So I will draw upon some interviews with these practitioners to kind of sketch out this project and its vision for the social body before looking at what Garbhasanskar might reveal about, broader shifting social paradigms around the world. Sorry. And so, for some context, India has a very troubled history with population interventions. So this man here on the left is Thomas Malthus. And Malthus, very famously argued that population growth led to poverty. But he wasn't just a theorist, he actually taught colonial officers at the East India Company College. So this idea of overpopulation becomes part of policy and imperial rule. And he actually quite brutally suggests famine as a policy tool to keep India's population in check. But Indian elites also really internalize these ideas. And after independence, India becomes the first country in the world to actually implement a population policy. And you can see from these stamps on the top, you can see how far-reaching and how widely promoted these measures are. And then the Indian state goes through this economic crisis in the 1970s. And Western donors and international organizations really apply pressure on the state to step up its family planning programs. And this coincides with this period of democratic fragility, with the emergency in 1976, where India essentially suspends democracy, and the Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi, essentially rules by decree. And because she's ruling by decree, her son is able to meet these demands and to lead an extremely coercive population planning campaign during this time, which sterilizes 8.1 million people in just a year, and primarily targets poor men. And this program is actually partially funded by the World Bank. And domestically, this campaign is very unpopular. People die after these sterilizations, and it really signals the excess of the emergency. But internationally, it proves very popular. And the UN actually confers a population award to Gandhi for her efforts. And you can see her receiving it in the bottom. And now in the present day, India's fertility rate is 1.9, which is below replacement level. As you can maybe see from this map, there are some states where the fertility rate is actually even lower. But this idea of overpopulation still remains. And the state still focuses on fertility and population reduction, whilst the international media still draws upon images like the one on the top right, um, to kind of represent India as a place which is inherently overpopulated. And family planning is, of course, an extremely important part of healthcare, but it's not contraception alone. It's not contraceptives alone. People also want to have children. And if this narrative of overpopulation creates a policy environment that is hostile towards supporting having children, then some kind of strange things might enter the space to provide fertility care. So for example, on the left, here's a picture I took in Delhi of rickshaws, which are like open air taxis, advertising private IVF services. But of course, IVF is it's expensive, it's intensive, and so other forms of non-state fertility care can also emerge. And so here on the right is a picture from the book launch of the first Garbhasanskar textbook. And this book, because there's such a niche, it ends up selling more than 500,000 copies. And this launch party is attended by Amitabh Bachchan, this tall man in the center, who's maybe the most famous Bollywood actor in India. So it gets a lot of traction. And this book not only promises fertility care, but care which is affordable, it's holistic, and which will lead to an improved child. And this promise proves very compelling. So now there are Garbhasanskar diplomas, there are apps, there are newspaper columns. It's increasingly entering everyday life. And so what is it? So Garbhasanskar practitioners imagine that they can improve future children through interventions before and during pregnancy. And this logic combines Ayurveda and biomedicine. So practitioners use the phrase Ayurvedic fetal development programming, which captures this logic. So fetal development programming is, of course, this phrase from epigenetic research, which kind of captures how the intrauterine environment can affect long-term health outcomes of the child. But by combining this with the descriptor of Ayurvedic, it kind of shows how practitioners imagine Garbhasanskar to be something that's both ancient and Ayurvedic and Indian, but also hypermodern and biomedical and globally legitimate. And there are a number of treatments. So one cluster of treatments are these Ayurvedic purification techniques, which aim to purify parental bodies before reproduction. There are diets, potential parents are asked to undergo a strict diet 40 days before conception. There are wellness practices, mindfulness, prayers, breathing techniques. But I think these pictures help demonstrate it a bit better. So on the left, here's a picture of this medical device from an American tech company. The device is called Respirate. And you essentially wrap to the right, there's this black band you can see. You wrap this black band around your waist, and then the little monitor on the white device kind of guides your breathing. And this device is originally meant to lower blood pressure, but it's kind of reconfigured within Garbhasanskar into this sort of way of changing your energy for reproduction. Similarly, the middle photo shows a set of symbols which patients are meant to meditate on, again, to change their inner energies. And finally, on the right, there are a series of yoga instructions which are given out to patients and designed to improve the physical body before reproduction. And these ones are for men. And the idea is that these treatments can change the sex cells of parents to increase the chances of conception and create better children. And these better children are imagined to then improve the nation. So for example, one practitioner calls Garbhasanskar a quote, medium for social transformation, end quote, which works by improving the human being who then has a very good impact on the entire nation. So Garbhasanskar treats reproduction as a site where bodily optimization can kind of produce social transformation. And so here parents are asked to perform reproductive labor to kind of bring into being a utopia for the nation. And this vision builds upon older histories, right? I spoke earlier about the history of population control in India, but this history is inseparable from eugenics. It's not just about overpopulation, but about who gets to reproduce. And British colonial rule was, of course, deeply eugenic and steeped in racist pseudoscience. But these ideas are also internalized by Indian elites. And the photo on the right shows the member list of a colonial era Indian eugenics society. And there were several of these societies who sort of expressed deep anxieties about the potential racial decline of the nation. And Garbhashansa kind of inherits this legacy. But it's also a little bit different. Unlike, I think, 20th century eugenics in Europe, this form of eugenics is led by non-state actors, and it's not as coercive. And when it articulates the ideal child, it's not only in terms of strength and intelligence, but also in terms of spirituality. And whilst in conventional practices of eugenics, there's an imagination that there are kind of fixed genetic facts in the body which impact population fitness, Garbhashansa kind of imagines that parents can change their own genes to then improve the population. So there's a certain postmodern agency here over the body. And so the Garbhashansa kind of shows this real localization of eugenic logic and how this kind of travels and gets reworked around the world. And so Garbhashansa is full of these tensions, right? It fills a gap in fertility care, but it creates its own set of hierarchies. The focus on purity comes from a casteist logic. The focus on these very Hindu idioms and prayer and the nation resonates with Hindu nationalism. Its focus on self-responsibility for reproduction repeats this market logic. Its focus on women's bodies in particular reveals a very gendered understanding of reproduction in the nation. And so whilst Garbhashansa might provide care and fertility support in the context of globally stratified reproduction, it's a very distinct form of empowerment, which also reproduces other forms of inequality. And so why does it matter? Other countries have their own versions of Garbhashansa in a way. Here, I'm not sure if you can read this, but it's an abstract from this program in China, which also combines biomedicine, traditional medicine, reproduction, and the nation. And as you can maybe read, it explicitly calls this a, quote, traditional Chinese eugenics. So this is a way in which reproductive healthcare is kind of cast as a site of both national, generational improvement, but also the production of a national identity. And even in the global north, we can see how Garbhashansa is part of a larger global resurgence of neo-eugenics. A couple of years ago, there was a political candidate for what is now the UK's most popular political party, who claimed that the UK's IQ was being, quote, diluted because of interbreeding with, again, his words, with ethnic minorities. So again, biomedical idioms interact with nationalist imaginaries to produce these chimeric forms of science. And these nationalisms don't just happen elsewhere. It's biomedicine doesn't just combine with traditional medicine in the global south, but also with these quite racist scientific traditions in the global north. And so what I want to suggest is that when health policy neglects perhaps the full spectrum of sexual and reproductive health, new hybrid medical modernities can emerge. And Garbhashansa fills this gap in fertility care, but it also imagines these new and improved children as moral and economic projects in service of the nation. And so what I wanted to suggest as well is that Garbasanska might be a very localized case study, but perhaps demonstrates that how reproduction is again increasingly imagined as a way of producing new political futures. Okay, thank you.
Minutes for discussion at the end of this session. But now, please let me introduce the second speaker, Jyotirupa Das of University of Edinburgh. And Jyotirupa will be speaking on data and disclosure, boundaries of state-citizen interaction in India's reproductive welfare system. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Jyotirupa. You can call me Jyoti if that's easier to say hi to me. I'm at the University of Edinburgh. I have changed the name of my presentation completely, because when you're writing the abstract, you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so this is a presentation of the second chapter of my dissertation mostly. It's a work in progress, so I have not done much of the theoretical frameworks or literature review sort of things yet. What I'm going to be mostly doing is telling you two ethnographic stories and some analysis of that. The main question that I ask in my dissertation is, do welfare beneficiaries care about the privacy of the information that they share with the state? In this case, I'm looking at reproductive health care welfare. Thanks to Garima and Sandra and now Advik, who have provided you context for why this is relevant, and so I don't have to do it. Since we have had a history of some coercive measures in reproduction in India, I was interested in, do people really care about what happens with their information? Why this is also relevant is because in 2017, we had a Supreme Court hearing on the right to privacy, and the government argued that privacy is an elitist concern and the masses do not really care about privacy. So I was like, is that true? So let's find out, is what I was looking at. However, you will not find the answer to that in this presentation because that is in my third chapter. Stay tuned. In this chapter, I'm looking at privacy the way it has been understood in the Supreme Court judgment. I'm mostly looking at the informational control aspect of it. So I'm thinking about how does that work? Like, what are the boundaries between the state and the citizen in terms of data collection? When information is collected, how does that work out, and so on and so forth. So let me give you a, this is how does this work? Okay, so I'll just tell you about the interlocutors of my research and the methods first. So the interlocutors were mostly the welfare beneficiaries. So these are pregnant women and new mothers. And then there were the state's health workers. These are the last mile health service delivery workers in India. So accredited social health activists, ASHAs, and auxiliary nurse midwives, ANMs. And also NGO staff. This is an NGO that works on reproductive and child health care. They had some staff who they call ASHA mentors. So the ASHA's job mostly is to go from household to household in order to provide services and to collect information as well. So what they do is they would visit households where there are new mothers or pregnant women, and they would keep track of, for example, when, suppose the women last had their period, if they're hoping to have children, if they're pregnant, whether they have got all the medicines that they need to get, whether they have the access to the necessary services, and this sort of things. The job of the mentors, who are not government employees, but private employees of the NGO, their job is to handhold the ASHAs, essentially. So they make sure that the ASHAs are doing their work properly, help them organize some information dissemination meetings, and then also fill the ASHA diaries. So ASHA diaries are registers, which include information of the pregnant women and the mothers of the area that they work in. The methods were participant observation and interviews. Interviews were mostly with welfare beneficiaries. In the participant observation bit, I basically went around on the household visits and also to the information dissemination meetings and so on. So I'm going to argue this about privacy in information collection, data collection aspect. One is that privacy norms in the process of data collection in the welfare system are shaped by everyday social interactions and institutional demands, which is because privacy does not really appear as a stable boundary that limits access to information. Instead, it is continually negotiated and often reconfigured in the course of these interactions. So I'm saying these are not solid boundaries, and how people experience and what people expect in terms of privacy depends a lot on two things, which I will discuss in the following slides. This photo is all photos. I have asked for consent for all the photos. All the photos have been clicked by me. This is one of the NGO workers taking a picture of a new mother with her child to provide record of our daily work, because that is something they have to do, so they take pictures every day to show that they have been working. So one of the aspects that I'm going to be talking about is that the welfare beneficiaries' expectations and experiences of privacy are shaped by the interpersonal relationships between them and the state's workers. So what happens is Ashas, for example, are usually from the village where they work. This, of course, is because then they're familiar with the people in the village, and this helps the state use that familiarity in its information collection processes. This also enables the people to be able to trust the state more because it comes through familiar faces, people that they already know of. This photo here is of a house that we went to in one of the household visits. So it was like 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and there was the Asha, there was a mentor from the NGO, and there was me. And we went to this household, and we called out to the woman we were looking for, whom we were calling Munna ki mummy, meaning Munna's mother, because women are often referred to by someone, in relation to someone from their family. So someone's mom, someone's daughter-in-law often, and so on and so forth, or someone's wife sometimes. So we called out to her, but we did not hear from her. So the door was jammed with a piece of rock. So we removed that and we went in. And we could not find her. This was the entrance area of the house. We could not find her there. So then the Asha looked into the bedroom, and she was not there. And then she went up to the terrace, and then she was not there. So then we left, and we closed the door. We jammed it back, and we left. On our way out, we found the woman, and then she accompanied us to the next house we visited. And the interaction that we were supposed to have with her at her household, we had it at the other household. So this is not an unfamiliar occurrence that happens. This is a common thing to do because these women who are Ashas are also women who are neighbors to the beneficiaries. So this is an accepted mode of, say, interaction. However, because of this, because there is already familiarity, the existing relationships also determine the relationships between the beneficiaries and the Ashas. For instance, sometimes when, say, Ashas have their lunch breaks in the middle of the day, because they spend their whole day working in the village perhaps, if they have their lunch break, they would go and chill at somebody's place, sit at somebody's place and have lunch there and so on. These houses are very familiar to them, and they're very comfortable being there. And you know, when I was taken along to these houses, suppose. Whereas in some other houses, it doesn't work out as well. For example, one time in one of the households, we were eating sweets inside, and then the Asha was standing outside, and the household member and I and all of us asked the Asha to come in to have the sweets, and she really did not want to. She said it was because her sandals were dirty, and then she said it was because she was eating some mouth freshener at the time, which might all have been true, but the way that it was perceived by the people of the household was that it's because they're a lower caste family, and so the Asha never came and hung out at their house. So what happens on one side is that the state is able to institutionalize access to spaces that would otherwise be considered private by having this household visits as a mode of information collection. And because of that, what is also happening is that the gender, even the gender of the women, because these are Ashas coming in, that also influences how much access the state has. Because sometimes, for example, there was a woman bathing at a tube well, and we just simply walked up to her and started speaking to her while she was bathing. So normally, because in privacy discourse, historically, you know, a man's house is his castle has been the adage. But because of the way it is done now, the state is able to institutionalize access to what would otherwise be considered private spaces. The second thing is the relative social location of the welfare beneficiaries influences the accessibility and possibilities of privacy. One thing is, of course, I told you about the story with the caste location and so on. Another story was we went to a beneficiary's house, and she had newly come to the village, and she was a Muslim woman, and we were trying to ascertain when she had become pregnant, because they were supposed to give them the ashas were supposed to give her folic acid tablets, like while still in the 3rd month or before the 3rd month of pregnancy and so on. But there was some confusion about when she had conceived, because it seemed that she had eloped with her husband, and there was some kind of discomfort in the discussion which suggested that she might have gotten pregnant before the wedding. She was also from a different village, so there was a difference in dialect, and she was new here, and she was not answering many of the questions, and the husband was constantly answering on her behalf. So there was some confusion about what was happening, and finally the Asha determined that, oh, okay, maybe she has passed the stage of being given the folic acid tablets. So we went away from that house, and then there was another meeting. This is not the one, but it was a meeting of a similar kind. This was for adolescent women about tuberculosis prevention and so on. But there was such a meeting, and then the other women who were around were also invited to come and join this meeting. So this Muslim woman, she was one of the people in this meeting. And then this whole topic of when she had become pregnant was brought up again in this discussion. And then people started snickering about it and giggling about it and so on and so forth. And then her sister-in-law stepped in to say, oh no, I don't think she has been pregnant for more than 3 months, because I gave her sanitary napkins recently for her periods and so on. So this became a discussion among the whole group of people sitting there. Later, when I was going back home with the Asha mentor, we lived in the same town, I asked her, do you not think this was uncomfortable for the person, for us to have brought this out like that in that setting? She was not committal to saying yes or no, but what she said instead was, you know, among Muslims, there is, they have a ritual that if they want to get married to the same person that they got divorced from, they sleep with somebody else in between, often the father-in-law. Maybe that's how she got pregnant, by sleeping with the father-in-law. So what was happening here was that the information that was received was not cross-checked or verified, or was not received within the course of the interaction. It was simply information that was thought up from their religious position, and that this was somebody who was the other, and this was a rumor that people thought of about Muslims, and then it was an assumption that, oh, this is what must have happened. So it was not pushed further, or the date of actually, date of when the person actually became pregnant, etc., was not really, conceived of. And what is more important is this Muslim woman's experience of the system was influenced by her social location, because this whole bringing it up in public, this whole othering of her, this whole thinking of it in a certain way happened because of her social location. So overall, what was happening is that rather than treating the ambiguity as a matter of incomplete information or miscommunication, it was attributed to what was understood to be a Muslim marital practice. So this interpretive move suggests that religious difference can shape how information provided by beneficiaries is understood and evaluated. Overall, I would say that it is not that if there is a violation of privacy or any such thing, that services are not provided. People do still get to access services, but just that their experience of the process might become very different from one another. At the same time, it is important to note, sorry, let me just write, this is my conclusion, where the operation of welfare systems depends on forms of visibility that are unevenly distributed and socially mediated. The ability to access services is tied to the willingness or necessity of beneficiaries to make aspects of their lives legible to the state and its intermediaries. At the same time, how this information is interpreted and circulated is shaped by existing social hierarchies, including gender, caste, and religion. Privacy in this context is not simply compromised or violated, rather it is reconstituted through practices that normalize the sharing, interpretation, and sometimes public discussion of personal information. What it also tells us is that the way the Supreme Court or the legal judgments understand privacy, where there is an individual who has informational control, who has decisional autonomy, and so on and so forth, that may not be how it plays out on the ground. So in the future, one of the things I'm thinking about is, does privacy need to be thought of as a right which needs positive conditions for it to be possible, for it to be utilized, for it to be exercisable. But yeah, right now it seems it is very differently experienced from where you are located. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyotirupa. And our next speaker is Ailem Mersimek Gogush of Abo Akademi University in Finland with the paper on democratizing birth in Turkey, the role of birth doula support. The floor is yours.
Hi. Today I will present a part of my doctoral research, which is focusing on birth doula support both in Turkey and Finland. I recently started collecting data in Finland. That's why this part will be more focusing on the Turkish context. So, like this, I guess. Okay. Childbirth in Turkey is a contested social and political field marked by divergent understanding among the actors involved. From the state perspective, not a surprise, the dominant concern is a fertility crisis, reflected in declining birth rates and a 60% cesarean section rate. To address this issue, the Ministry of Health introduced a macro-level intervention called the Normal Birth Action Plan in 2024. And this plan aims to reduce C-section rates and promote vaginal births, framed as a way, quote-unquote, to ensure healthy future generations. The policy aligns with broader state strategies, such as declaring the 2025 the year of the family, and the designated next decade as the decade of family and population. So alongside pronatalist incentives like financial support for childbirth, there are also restrictive reproductive policies. These include limiting access to elective C-sections in certain medical facilities, as well as systemic obstruction of free abortion services, especially in public health care institutions. As a result, abortion remains legally permissible, but often practically inaccessible. So some reflections of these policies in daily life have sparked major debates. For example, in these photos, we see football players entering the field during a National League match, holding a banner. The banner features the slogan of the Normal Birth Action Plan, "Normal birth is natural," along with the statement, "Caesarean section is not natural unless medically necessary." While the action plan already generates debate through public campaigns that frame vaginal birth as normal and caesarean birth as abnormal or simply a maternal choice, this specific practice receives strong criticism, especially from feminist organizations. It has been described as a manipulative and sexist intervention into the bodies and reproductive rights of birth givers. So in Turkey, all births take place in hospitals, and about half occur in private facilities. A large majority of births, around 80%, are attended by obstetricians, not midwives. And midwives face severe constraints on their professional autonomy and experience high level of burnout, often being pushed into administrative roles. So to regain autonomy, some choose to work as independent midwives outside of hospitals. However, even though they are legally allowed to provide home births and antenatal care, private midwives also face investigations. At the same time, obstetricians operate under heavy workloads, limited institutional capacity, and constant fear of malpractice litigation. So these conditions significantly shape their clinical decision-making. From birth givers' perspective, a key but often overlooked issue is obstetric violence. Multiple studies show that birth givers are subjected to mistreatment and non-evidence-based interventions during childbirth. So as a result, they often struggle to access respectful and preference-sensitive care. So this has contributed to a birth culture in which birth givers actively seeking for the right doctor as a way to protect themselves against obstetric violence. So over the past 15 years, birth doula support has become a popular form of care, especially among well-educated and higher-income families in Turkey. As in many other countries, doula care is provided as a private service, with practitioners typically receiving training and certification before offering their support. However, doula support has also come under increasing regulatory scrutiny. In 2022, Ministry of Health stated that it does not officially recognize any doula or birth coaching certification programs. And in December 2024, with a directive that formally prohibits doulas from providing childbirth education classes or accompanying births in hospitals. So with this directive, it effectively institutionalized the exclusion of doulas from the birthing processes. So overall, these dynamics can be understood as a relational breakdown in childbirth care in Turkey. This is characterized by a lack of dialogue, collaboration, and a shared decision-making among the actors involved in childbirth, as well as an erosion of the idea that birth care is a collective and relational responsibility. So in this presentation, I examine how birth givers' decision-making and autonomy is experienced, witnessed, and supported from the perspective of birth doulas, where the intersecting dynamics of a neoliberal healthcare system and the paternal authoritarian state actively shape childbirth care. So doulas offer a critical standpoint grounded in both their potential embodied experience as birth givers and their close witnessing of births as caregivers, while occupying a non-medical position within healthcare institutions. So as a result, they are positioned as observers of the relational dynamics, systemic barriers, and instances of obstetric violence that directly affect birth givers' agency. So the research questions are how the birth doulas perceive the factors shaping birth givers' decisions regarding where, how, and with whom they give birth, and how the birth doulas define and negotiate their roles and boundaries when supporting birth givers' decision-making. When building the theoretical framework of this study, I drove on the concept of relational autonomy developed by feminist scholars, in contrast to the traditional views of autonomy which see individuals as self-sufficient and detached from their context. This concept emphasizes social interconnectedness. It provides a useful framework for understanding how social norms, institutions, and cultural practices shape individuals' desires and beliefs, especially in oppressive environments. It also shows how autonomy can be limited not only through direct restrictions on freedom, but also by narrowing a person's meaningful options. So in addition, I utilize Mayer's concept of autonomy competency. So this concept explains how individuals can pertain partial autonomy even under oppressive social structures. Autonomy competency is understood as a skill that can be developed through social interactions, practices, and institutions. Therefore, this approach provides a useful analytical tool for examining the factors that support or restrict the autonomy of birth givers, and also understand the role of birth doulas to developing the autonomy competency of birth givers. So I carried out semi-structured in-depth interviews with 20 birth doulas between 2022 and 2025. These were online interviews, lasted between 1 to 3 hours, and I used MaxQDA and reflexive thematic analysis for analyzing the data. So moving on the findings of the research. So participants state that the decision of where to give birth in Turkey lies between over-medicalized, commercialized hospitals and marginalized home births. So doulas emphasize that standardized clinical protocols dominate practice, often prioritizing routine interventions over individual care. In this context, families often see high private hospital fees as a way to access more personalized birth experiences. For example, EMEC criticized the occurrence of overpriced births as a necessary trade-off to avoid over-medicalized ones by stating that non-intervention births can be more expensive than births with interventions. While home births offer an alternative to these hospitals, Umut emphasizes that they are not adequately supported within the current healthcare system, and moreover, the discussions about demanding home births or birth doula support are often dismissed by healthcare authorities. Doulas narrated numerous birth stories in which birth givers' preferences regarding medical interventions were ignored or overridden. They described informed consent as a procedure that is often treated as a formality, with birth givers signing documents without fully understanding their content. And in addition, birth givers' decisions are discouraged not only by healthcare professionals, but also by family members, particularly spouses.
As Sude mentioned, the partner's intervention driven by medical anxiety can override birth givers' informed choice and undermines their self-advocacy. And the other Dula, on the other hand, emphasized that even when birth givers want to take responsibility for their birth, this is not always possible, arguing that owning own birth is a class-based issue. Most interviewees argued that birth doulas are perceived as outsiders. They often encounter comments such as, "You don't belong here," or "Midwives already do what you do." So during the interviews, doulas reportedly emphasized that their role is non-medical and clearly different from that of midwives. Rather than duplicating existing roles, they described their work as filling an important gap by supporting the emotional, psychological, and embodied experience of births. However, as Rabia explains, for instance, their personalized service is often seen as unnecessary within an industrial birth system, where hospitals operate like standardized factories, while doulas provide handmade care that is often rejected. Doulas also frequently criticize the new regulation, describing it as a violation of birth givers' right. Umut, for instance, mentioned that, frame it as an undemocratic act. The introduction of legal sanctions has led many doulas to suspend or limit their activities. Some have removed the title of doula from their social media profiles, while others have stopped offering prenatal training or birth companionship. But this doesn't mean that they have disappeared, of course. Instead, it has shifted into a more cautious and less visible forms, such as presenting themselves as birth photographers or relatives. At the same time, they have building solidarity networks, such as they have created a birth support platform and collecting signatures to canceling this regulation. So these kind of events that they are still trying to repeal the regulation. So about the boundaries of their works, well, they all the time emphasize that they help birth givers articulate what they want, remind them of their own preferences during labor, and supporting them in communicating these to healthcare professionals. They constantly emphasize that they do not speak on behalf of birth givers or their partners. They encourage them to express their wishes by themselves. So they most of the time use this relational metaphors, such as being the companion or the sister of the birth giver, for instance. And although it has a potential to support birth givers' choices, it has also its own limits. It's constrained by highly medicalized and hierarchical birth settings, and by the fact that doula care remains a private service, mainly accessible to individuals with higher socioeconomic backgrounds. For instance, in Oya's narrative, doulas enhance birth givers' autonomy competency not by giving direct institutions, but by asking reflexive questions that encourage them to overcome their fear of medical authority and actively negotiate their preferences with physicians. And in here, that it actually shows that they struggle a lot in the highly medicalized environmental settings. For instance, one doula mentioned that the obstetrician told the birth givers to behave because she wants to understand why the obstetrician was doing amniotomy, for instance. And the only thing that the doula was doing is to go to the toilet, restroom with the birth giver and stay in there, and the water broke itself, so the doctor has, bored and gone away. So these kind of limited strategic activities that they can do. And most of them are actually talk about the financial aspect of their support, and they said that some of them said that it's a personal choice. Instead of paying money to the gender reveal parties, they can support a birth doula, for instance. Some other mentioned that it's not so easy, we know that, but it's again a part of the personal choice. But on the other hand, some doulas, as Ayşegül, for instance, were more critical about the financial aspects of birth doula support, and they said that they wish it to be included in the national healthcare system, for instance, and free and accessible for all. And yeah, finally, maybe I can say that from a relational perspective, the findings demonstrate that autonomy of birth givers in Turkey is shaped by systematic institutional pressures and deeply rooted sociocultural perceptions. The current maternity care system is governed by a convergence of neoliberal paternalism and authoritarian approach, which together erode birth givers' agency through a dual mechanism. On the one hand, neoliberal discourse places the moral and physical responsibility for a successful birth to a birth giver. On the other hand, paternalistic policies limit their options to make these decisions, and as a result, respectful and dignified maternity care has gradually shifted from a basic reproductive right into an economic privilege. So to support reproductive justice and feminist relational care in Turkish birth settings, first the birth doula support should be accessible for all, and on the other hand, these kind of legal regulations should be dismissed, and ultimately reimagining birth in Turkey as a space of trust, collective strength, and a genuine autonomy requires dismantling paternalistic commercial structures and building a healthcare framework grounded in reproductive justice and feminist ethics of care. So thank you.
Thank you, Eilem. And our last speaker in this panel is Julia Mazurkiewicz of Central European University with a presentation Between Us and Them, Pro-Choice Advocacy in a Polarized Poland.
Hi, my name is Julia, and I'm from Central European University. Do I have the... Okay. So actually my title also changed, but I kept it in the presentation. Now it's Divided Poles, which functions as a pun. But yeah, so Between Us and Them, pro-choice advocacy in a polarized Poland. So first I want to take you to the exact moment when the idea of my research was born. So actually the keynote speech was perfect context for my research, because my research starts kind of after the elections, but also since 2020. But basically in 2020 we have the near total abortion ban, and in 2023 the government changed, and everyone, I mean, not everyone, but people were very hopeful for changing abortion law as it was promised. But then we had a first vote which could decriminalize abortion. So for now in Poland, abortion is criminalized with penalty up to 3 years for abortion assistance. And this vote failed because of the ruling coalition, which was supposed to liberalize the law. And actually I will go back. And then just imagine this moment. So basically we're in this protest. It's like 32 degrees, it's July, and from both sides are coming pro-choice and anti-choice forces. Pro-choice are they organize the protest, so they're chanting for reproductive justice. And on the other side we have anti-choice activists who are loudly playing the sound of crying babies, displaying graphic emojis of bloody fetuses, praying, and the cacophony of these noises made me think I'd like to address the polarization. So, polarization, and then I started reading about polarization, and actually polarization on gender equality related issues is particularly present across many contexts, and polarization became kind of a buzzword. So for me the definition is understood as a conflict that extends beyond ideological disagreement into society-wide confrontation, where we have this us versus them dynamic with mutual distrust, prejudice to the other group. And gender equality related issues, it can be reproductive rights, LGBT rights, any of those issues. And this tendency is because they're related to the domain of morality politics, so they're connected to this broader debates about ethics, culture, social order, not only religion, but honestly even like how much state will be involved, and also because they're often instrumentalized by governments, like in Poland, we will see, and they portray gender equality or sexual education as a threat from which they will protect you. And also in these conflicts, civil society actors play crucial roles on both sides, so mobilization from anti-gender side and pro-choice. feminist side. So I was reading about polarization and I encountered this puzzle that when there is research, there is only done on macro level, so on political parties, and on micro level, so voters and identities, but rarely on meso level, which is the civil society level. So this is unexplored, how they both respond, but also shape polarization. And particularly in case of feminist organizations, they are portrayed as passive actors who are only like reacting to polarization, or their advocacy is becoming harder in such conditions. And if there is any research on those issues, there is anti-gender actors who are mainly researched. Okay, so one might ask, why is this important to explore? So the importance is because polarization has many negative effects on society and on democracy. First of all, it undermines deliberative dialogue and erodes trust in institutions. It depends societal divisions. In Poland, it's really observed, even that like this proverbial table with family, it's a really big issue that people discuss, and that awakens a lot of emotional and outrage emotions. And this leads to divisions that make the meaningful cross-cutting engagement increasingly difficult. So the two groups, us and them, stop interacting, and then that undermines democracy. And also the group that becomes your group with which you are more loyal and identify with, you are less likely to see what undemocratic things they are doing, but and thus you are likely to overlook it. And also in Poland, this led to the contentious environment in which this also contributed to very problematic reproductive health, even getting worse, because doctors are scared to conduct abortions, which are legal in only the 2 cases, but even in those 2 cases they're really scared to perform it. And also, if we don't know the meso level of polarization, then it's harder to address it if we don't have the full picture. So my research questions are, first is how do pro-choice SMOs in Poland respond and shape polarization? So it's not only the passive, but also the active way how they may contribute to it. And how did they adapt it after the change of government? And you might ask, why only pro-choice? Because normally in such research people look at both poles, but I decided to look at one to give a more view inside the pole and more detailed. Okay, the context we kind of had in the first presentation, but just quickly what I was talking about, how politicians instrumentalize gender equality issues when they want to consolidate power. So in 2015 in Poland was Law and Justice that came and portrayed abortion as incompatible with Poland's Catholic and heteronormative values. And they also started erosion of democratic institutions, and the culmination of this campaign was in the verdict of a constitutional tribunal in October 2020, which delegalized this premise of embryopathological that we talked before. And then we had all the protests, which were also during COVID, which is important to say. And then in 2023, we had the government change. Okay, and then theoretical and methodological approach. So for me, I combined the polarization and polarization scholarship, which looks at all those actors, with the social movement studies, which don't really look at polarization. And for my case, pernicious polarization is especially important because it's this stage of polarization that is in which opposing groups see each other as an existential threat. So they no longer talk, and it's so much mutual hostility that the dialogue is almost impossible, and the issue becomes kind of identity. So people really identify with either of the blocks. So on the left we have the pro-choice block and the symbol of the protest, and on the right we have fetus buses. So in Warsaw they used to go around streets with bloody images of fetuses that were definitely not at the 12-week frame. Okay. So I researched polarization on 2 levels. The levels are very interconnected, but for analytical clarity, I decided to do that. So it's identity-based. issue-based first. So it's abortion itself, how it's discussed, how the organizations frame it, how their discourse, it's mostly a discursive process. And then identity-based, so how organizations both discursively but also interactively look at the organizations' interactions between the blocks, so between the us versus them, but also the middle ground in between, which may be mitigated or like may disappear. Okay. And so first I looked at the polarization at the issue-based level, and here I used the concept of framing, so looking how they basically frame the issue, whether it's polarizing way or not, and Dornbusch et al. Study, which is here, the framework. It's really big, so I will just quickly jump through it, but basically the conclusion is that if you talk about abortion in this way that you embrace a lot of multiple frames, like avoiding this strict binary conflict around life, conception of life, you can just put it, for example, in embracing multiple frames, in incorporating social and economic conditions that lead the reproductive choices, or you can use reconnecting conflicting frames, so you're using values that are usually associated with anti-choice, but combining it with pro-choice, for example, conscious parenthood, family, health, looking for those middle ground narratives in which we would agree, and developing consensus-oriented, so those are like, for example, health or protection, and polarizing strategies will be the opposite, so basically just talking about how it's a conflict, fundamentally we cannot agree. Okay. Then we have identity-based polarization. So here I used Jeziorska et al. Framework, which was originally developed to Polish think tanks, pro-democratic and undemocratic, but it really fits the context. So we have the three blocks. So perception of us, it's the us block, perception of them, and the middle ground. And so polarizing processes will be those that homogenize within poles, meaning you erase the diversity, you present the pole basically as a very unified front, and there's no diversity within. We all agree on abortion the same way. Then pluralizing, of course, it's the opposite. You show different stands. Then perception of them, so distancing between poles. You stop having any interactions with the opposite pole, but you also are morally condemning them, so calling them crazy, those things, all professionally depreciating their expertise. And dismantling the middle ground, so this is seeking confrontation, manifesting distrust, whereas preserving middle ground is like deploying those more narratives that could resonate with more people, and yeah. Okay, super quick methodology. I looked at 8 pro-choice organizations in Poland, and I looked both at their public materials, so statements and social media content, and I did semi-structured interviews. And the methods were frame analysis to look at how they frame abortion, and the opposition or allies, and also I looked at the interactions. Okay, the organizations under study, there are so many, so I won't go in depth, but the first one is the oldest one in Poland that was already created with the abortion compromise in the 90s, and it's mostly like institutionally advocating. Then the Great Coalition for Equality in Choice was created by this organization, the first organization. Then Astra is another organization that is more working in the Central Eastern Europe and Central Asia, uniting, it's like an organization uniting similar pro-choice organizations. Abortion Dream Team is the organization that is more a collective, and they are more towards direct support. All Women Strike is the one who was organizing the strikes in 2020, actually since 2015. And then I chose also for intersectionality 2 locally operating advocacy networks, so Toruńska Brygada Feministyczna in the city of Toruń and Łódzkie Dziewuchy Dziewuchum in the city of Łódź. And the last one is Schód Initiative, which is a youth initiative, which is not strictly pro-choice, but this is their, okay. So my analysis of my results is that all of them actually try to depolarize in a sense that they try to frame it in possibly the widest discursive way of reproductive rights or rule of law, social justice, but they very differ so much depending on their organizational goals, which determine their target audiences, but also whether the polarization is going to be strategic objectives. So those organizations gather around like 2 clusters. And first cluster are those first organizations because their goal is explicitly aims at reaching undecided publics. So they look to for like widest possible support of the political middle ground, and their target audience, as one interview said, is Aniela from the suburbs of Radom, which symbolizes just a normal woman who is not familiar with pro-choice language and is from a city, like random city near Warsaw. And then key narratives is like moving away from my body, my choice to health and family values. Okay, and second cluster, this cluster was more oriented towards destigmatization, normalization, and direct support. So their target audience actually differs when they talk to general public, because then they use accessible, non-divisive language, as in, will help anyone regardless of what they think of abortion. But when they talk to political actors, they do not seek compromise or less divisive frames, also especially after 2023 elections and the failed vote on decriminalization. And their key narratives are destigmatization, as they see stigmatization more harmful than law, so they look more for cultural change, and the politicization, where abortion exists regardless of any political structure, and the medicalization, where they try to portray it as a simple procedure. Okay. And I will just give an example of a picture. So that's from the second cluster. It's Abortion Dream Team screen of the Instagram. So they're trying to portray it in this way of like more colorful, not positive experience, but destigmatized experience. And just two maybe last quotes. It's okay? Sorry. Yeah, so here what comes is resonance versus radicalism. So the first cluster is clearly oriented towards convincing the most people. So they're talking, if you want to reach people who are just learning, just implementing, then you adapt the language to them. But then because of that, they were called the good girls, or the girls on the system side, by the other cluster. And the other cluster is like, we never develop anything on reproductive rights, like what is it? We don't want to please anyone, like we just want abortion to, people to have access to abortion. Is it okay if I still go? Yeah? Sorry. Here there should be identity level, but here also the two clusters were found, and the first one contributes to preserving the middle ground on this interactive level, so they would be organizing meeting with politicians after the change of government, especially with the Poland 2050 or the Third Way MPs. Those are the parties that weren't like clearly against abortion, but pro-abortion compromise, and they organized meetings to like convince them. And the second cluster had less institutionalized interactions, and so again here with politicians, they didn't want to do it, and they were even seeking controversy. They weren't really looking for middle ground. But with people, for example, on like Woodstock Festival or collecting signatures, they were really adapting a less divisive language. And yeah, this shifted a lot with the political context, and after 2024, a lot of women felt really deceived, especially from both blocs. And as the quote says, you deceive the woman who put you in power, and you owe us the criminalization and the repeal of the pseudo-tribunal ruling. So because of that, they really had two different strategies, and this kind of led to internal polarization within the pro-choice bloc, which is my surprising, not so surprising finding of the research. And so the divergence in approaches generated tensions, and the institutionally oriented cluster was, of course, more cooperative, and the stigmatization focus cluster was more towards confrontation. And they also established this abortion clinic that it's not like you can really get abortion, but it's like abortion information center that it's next to the parliament, so it's like a political manifesto that it's always there. But that led to a lot of protests from anti-choice and a lot of like even violence in front of the clinic, so that's interesting. But to end on a positive note, maybe there are some depolarizing effects of this plurality. So as there is a diversity of strategies that may actually show that the front is not so unified, and you can be like either like adopt this more moderate family stance or more confrontational approaches which are considered radical, but they're not radical in a sense of like actually radical in the sense of contest of power, but more of the mainstream discourse, changing the mainstream discourse. Okay, yeah. So that's it, thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't go very far. I ask all of the participants present here to come forward for the discussion. And Advik, are you there with us? So, question time. I don't hear Advik.
I'm here.
Oh, cool. So, please, any questions to the presenters? Yes, please, over there.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. I have a question to Jyoti Rupa. I was wondering whether you mentioned, like you showed us really nicely, that privacy is being reconstituted in different ways, and but I was wondering, like, how exactly did people talk about privacy at all? Was it a concern? Were there alternative ways to talk about privacy, or would you kind of almost? I mean, you said this is your third chapter, but I would be interested in whether you agree with the Supreme Court. Proposition that this is an elite concern. Yeah, I was just wondering about your thoughts.
Should we take more questions so that I have less time to answer? Okay. Yeah, so people did talk about privacy, but one of the things is because these conversations are in Hindi, so concepts might differ from how we understand privacy institutionally. So people talk about things as gupt, say secret, or niji, say personal. So there's different connotations of privacy are how people do talk about privacy a lot of the time. Often it is to do with what is called ghar ki batein, matters of the home. So people do talk about privacy in that sort of a way. Now, of course, the thing with the relation to the state is that getting any services is dependent on doing away with your privacy to a large extent. So in that case, people don't talk about privacy as much. So when I ask people, hey, so do you have to give so much information to the ashas, are you comfortable with that? People often respond by saying, what do you mean by we give information? They give information to us. Because this is the only source to do things. So it is true that in terms of relation to the state, people don't talk about it as much, but people do talk about it in other contexts, in different ways. Again, the question of how does those concepts relate to the concept of privacy as we understand it in, say, legal literature and so on. But yes, that way. Thank you.
Maybe I could also ask you the question about your theoretical framework for the concept of privacy as such. So what are your sources and the framework that you use to analyze what we mean by privacy?
Right, so my hope was to see what are the theories of privacy on the ground. So what I wanted to do was not work with the concept of privacy. But of course I could not do that much because I'm doing that only in one chapter where I'm like, oh, how do people think about privacy? So in this chapter, what I'm doing is looking at the Supreme Court judgment and how they understood privacy and them talking about decisional autonomy, informational control, this sort of things. So, and there was another thing which I can't remember now because I'm nervous. So I took those three things and I was looking at how that plays out on the ground.
Cool, thank you. Other questions to the participants from the audience? Yes, please.
So I have a question for Advik, and I was wondering, super interesting presentation, thank you so much. I was wondering, since there's this increase also of genetic testing and direct-to-consumer genetic testing, especially also preconception, so carrier testing and so on and so on. And you also mentioned some examples from China, and that's also, there's, this kind of stuff, at least as far as I read, is becoming more and more important in India as well. So I was wondering if that is also something that you found to sort of become important in, the kind of stuff you're looking at, especially preconception, this sort of creating, a better children and this kind of selection and stuff, even before, pregnancy and reproduction. And so I was just wondering, since it's something I've done a little bit of work on, but more just on an abstract level, whether empirically you would say that that actually plays a role.
Thank you. That's a really interesting question. I think in terms of specifically Garbhasanskar, even though they use genetic idioms, they don't use prenatal genetic testing. But I think it is, like, I think, as you mentioned, part of this kind of like global resurgence of like thinking about reproductive like optimization. I think when I think of prenatal testing, I think really of the US and like pronatalist.org. And this kind of drive from Silicon Valley capital to kind of invest in kind of prenatal screenings and things. But it's not the case in my case, in my fieldwork.
Thank you. Next question.
My question is for Advik only. Thank you so much, Advik, for the presentation. So, more of a curiosity-based question over here, because when you're talking about Garbh Sanskar, like these kind of things were already there in certain religious institutions, like let's say Arya Samaj, which had the Sola Sanskar, and it includes that if you before conception till beyond birth also, and most of these were oriented towards the intended, mother, like, pregnant women only throughout that. So the question is actually like, how does this all of, this Garbh Sanskar is borrowing from other institutions? And second, regarding, because, you were asked about the pre-genetic part, but I know a little bit about the reproductive, assisted reproductive technology. So even in that, even if, let's say, if you have go for IVF and 2 of your IVFs have failed, cycle have failed, then only the pre-genetic, test is allowed, because there is some component of this sex selection, abortion kind of law is there. So in these kind of Garbh Sanskara, what is the idea about the gender? That you need a good, healthy son, or what kind of like this idea of who's a desirable, a child? Is it determined by the gender also, or is it mentioned in between the lines, or is it explicitly mentioned? Thank you.
Yeah, another great couple of questions. I'll take the gender one first. It's very interesting, and I think this is partly because Garbha Sanskar as like a movement is like quite nebulous, so there are different attitudes within Garbha Sanskar. There are some practitioners who say, oh, if you for example eat this, or if you chant these mantras, you can influence the sex of your child. But like that being said, I think a lot of them are actually quite critical of like a male bias in pregnancy, which is like pretty interesting. I think it's partly because a lot of the practitioners are also women, and it's partly, I think, maybe because of like the effect of quite successful public health campaigns in India against like male bias. But there are also conservative elements of Garbha Sanskar which do focus on these like these specific mantras which they claim can change the sex of your child. in terms of like what Garbasanska borrows and what it doesn't, yes, I think this is really interesting. The first kind of like actual mention of Garbasanska is really popularized by that book launch that I showed in the second 2007. And it draws upon, as you said, these like older histories, especially of like Ayurvedic reproductive sciences. But I think what's different in Garbasanska is this idea of like the nation. There's an idea that, okay, we're borrowing from these like older reproductive programs, but we're doing it in a way to sort of constitute like these improved facets of the nation. So it's a continuation of older things, but it's also a projection of a new political project, I think. Thank you.
Questions to Aylam and Julia? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. And I have this brief question to Julia. It was really interesting how you showed that like the radical activism on the part of Abortion Dream Team really works in a depolarizing matter. That's really fascinating. But I was wondering about the other thing, the argument about health and family, because does this work in depolarizing matter? Because that was the idea that abortion is for health and for health of the mother and for the family and everything. That was the argument, which is has a long tradition, and it was in Poland always in the 1930s and then in the 1950s and on. So is it working now in depolarizing matter or not? Because it's a really tricky thing these days, I think.
Is it working? Okay. So actually, one of my interviewees did like a study, because she's a sociologist also, and found that the values family and health in Poland are still the core values of the society, and that's why they decided to deploy it in this way, because like across contexts it can function differently, and they wanted to be like as resonant as possible. But yeah, it's hard to assess whether it will have like a indirect depolarizing effect, but in theory, like also looking at studies, it's usually showed as more depolarizing approach, because it may resonate with more people and doesn't challenge the mainstream way of talking about abortion.
Okay, so maybe last question for Aylam, preferably, so that everyone has one.
Yeah, hi, Aylam. I was wondering, at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about, C-section categorized as its unnatural birth, right? I was wondering, how does, and it's a broad question in a way, how do women in Istanbul, for instance, perceive that? And in general, what is the temperature in the society when it comes to such statements that certain births are categorized as unnatural? And I assume it's probably not a surprising discourse. We've heard about that across the globe, and yet this is quite strong, especially if there are on a policy levels, that this is this unnatural birth, and we are moving towards the natural one. So what is the temperature in the society, and especially obviously among women? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can say that for the normal birth action plan, the Ministry of Health released a video. In the video, it was an animated video that was mainly about the babies waiting to be born, but the mother decided to have a C-section, and the baby was crying, "No, mother, please, I'm not ready yet," this kind of. So after the release of this video, it created a huge discussion on social media, and especially women who had the C-section, they really offended because their birth, as you said, that it's named as unnatural and abnormal. So it created a huge public debate in that sense, and but women were actually saying that we should think about the reasons of why we are going and having a C-section if it's our own choice. So, and as you imagine, one part of this is about obstetric violence and escaping from obstetric violence practices, for instance, having a C-section. And it's not only about mothers' choices, it's also how can I say that? It's also about the obstetricians' preferences as well. So, yeah, in that sense, it's a multidimensional topic to be discussed. But I can say that there's a huge reaction about the banning like this or framing C-section as abnormal. Yeah.
Are there currently any restrictions posed on C-sections?
Sorry.
Are there any restrictions on C-sections currently in Turkey?
Well, on certain private facilities, yes, on paper, but the rate is still rising, and it's more than 61, I guess, 61, 62, it's coming up. So it's still possible to have it on, private institutions mainly, but it's a bit hard in public healthcare institutions, public hospitals now. But I cannot say that it's totally banned. I mean, I don't see that it's possible. And with these restrictions, I believe that it's gonna raise more. Like, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Eilam, Julia, Jyotirupa, and Advik for these beautiful presentations. We'll be taking a coffee break now, and we meet again here at 3 for the third panel, Law, Rights, and Reproductive Justice. See you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to panel 3, Law, Rights, and Reproductive Justice. My name is Diana Kiščenko. I am from the university, Riga Stradiņš University. And I will be moderating this panel. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes for those who just joined our session. So we have 4 presentations today, and thank you all for all 4 presenters that are here with us. Each presenter will have 15 minutes for their presentation. And during the presentation, I will display the time reminder, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and then stop. I will be the bad policeman today. And after all presentations, we will have a 15-minute Q&A session. So please feel free to ask questions and share your comments. And if you would like to speak, just raise your hand and please use the microphone, which will be brought to you by our colleagues. Finally, the session is being recorded and live streamed online to make us all just a little bit more nervous. With that, let us begin with presentations. So I would like to welcome our first speaker, Jānis Neimanis from Riga Stradiņš University, and the title of his presentation is Reproductive Health under Judicial, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Scrutiny, Lessons from the European Court of Human Rights for Fragile Democracies. Jāni, the floor is yours. With applauses, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Video operator. Let me begin my presentation. I'm also a judge of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Latvia and visiting associate professor at the Riga Stradiņš University. And the topic for me was very interesting. I want to not only to explain some notions of the jurisprudence of European Court of Human Rights, but also talk a little bit more about judicial access to judicial system and also how we evaluate some of infringement, how we feel it. When we hear the term reproductive rights, many people immediately think about abortion. Political debates, media headlines, electoral campaigns often focus on that single issue. Yet, if we look at the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, we discover something much broader. The court has dealt with abortion, certainly, but it has also decided the cases involving forced sterilization, home birth, in vitro fertilization, embryo selection, donor conception, surrogacy, and the right of children to know their biological origins. In other words, reproductive health is not merely about reproduction. It's about human dignity, it's about personal identity, it's about the relationship between the individual and the state. And also, it's about relationship between law and technology. I would like to examine today the evaluation through 5 interconnected themes: democracy, bodies, technologies, identity, and futures. And the first thing, before we discussing medicine, pregnancy, or technology, let's start with democracy. Why? And also what we call fragile democracies. Is it France a fragile democracy, or Latvia is a fragile democracy, or Poland? Just some months ago there was a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights about the law and practice in France that if the woman didn't agree on sexual relationships with her man, he is guilty that in a divorce situation. Can we say that this is a democracy, or it's a fragile democracy? But yes, so when the problem starts, those disputes rarely began in hospitals. They usually began when institutions fail. For example, European Court reproductive rights jurisprudence demonstrates that these cases are often less about morality and more about governance. They reveal whether institutions function, whether courts are accessible, whether doctors follow the law, and whether administrative procedures actually work. So, in this sense, reproductive rights litigation functions almost like a constitutional stress test. And the first lesson is simple. Rights reveal institutional weakness. This becomes clear in Tusiek versus Poland. The applicant suffered from a serious eye condition. Polish law permitted abortion if pregnancy threatened her health. But the problem was not the law itself. The problem was that no effective procedure existed to determine whether she qualified for a lawful abortion or not. The court's response was elegant and profoundly important. It did not say that Poland had to legalize abortion. Instead, it said, if a state creates a legal right, it must also create a practical mechanism for exercising that right. The second lesson is that procedures matter as much as substantive rights. And this idea was reinforced in RR versus Poland as well. There, doctors delayed prenatal genetic testing until it became practically impossible for the applicant to make an informed decision regarding her pregnancy. And the court emphasized that access to information is an essential component of autonomy. After all, freedom without information is often merely an illusion. And the third lesson comes from P&S versus Poland also, involving a 14-year-old rape victim. Despite her legal entitlement, she encountered multiple institutional obstacles. And the court again focused on practical accessibility rather than abstract legal theory. Taken together, these cases teach us something important for fragile democracies. The greatest threat to rights is often not an explicit prohibition. It is an administrative delay, institutional paralysis, or procedural uncertainty. As lawyers, we sometimes think democracy dies through dramatic constitutional crises, but the Strasbourg Court quietly reminds us that democracy can also die in forms, quiz, missing signatures, and unanswered applications. The second theme concerns bodies. As its core, reproductive health asks a deceptively simple question: who controls decisions concerning the human body? The individual, the doctor, the legislator, or society? And some of the court's most powerful judgments answered this question. In VNC Slovakia and later NB Slovakia, Roma women were sterilized without obtaining genuine informed consent. These are difficult judgments to read. The court recognized that reproductive capacity is intimately connected to dignity, identity, and personal autonomy. Consent cannot simply be a signature on a piece of paper. Consent must be informed, voluntary, and meaningful. The court thereby transformed reproductive autonomy from a medical issue into a constitutional principle. A human being is not merely the object of medical treatment. A human being remains the author of decisions concerning their own body. And this, the court expand further in Terenzovsky versus Hungary. The applicant wished to give birth at home. Hungarian law did not directly prohibit home birth. Instead, it created legal uncertainty for healthcare professionals assisting it. The result was that the choice became practically unavailable, and the court held that decisions concerning the circumstances of childbirth fall within private life under Article 8 of Convention of Human Rights. This was an important development. The question was no longer simply whether an individual may reproduce. The question became how reproduction and childbirth take place. In other words, reproductive autonomy extends beyond conception and pregnancy. It encompasses the entire reproductive experience. The third theme going back. The third theme, concerns technologies. And here the convention encounters a fascinating challenge. The convention was drafted in 1950. The drafters knew nothing about embryo freezing, genetic testing, reproductive tourism, and so on. But yet modern judges must apply a 75-year-old legal text to 21st century biotechnology. Perhaps the most famous example is Evans versus United Kingdom. Natalie Evans lost her fertility following cancer treatment. Her only possibility of genetic motherhood depended on frozen embryos created with her former partner. But when the relationship ended, he withdrew the content. The case presented a tragic conflict. One person wished to become a parent, the other wished not to become a parent. The court ultimately upheld the domestic legal framework requiring ongoing consent from both parties. But what makes the judgment important is that technology created a conflict that previously could not exist. Technology expands human freedom, but it also creates entirely new legal dilemmas. The court faced similar questions in S and and others versus Austria. The applicants challenged restriction on assisted reproduction. The court accepted that medically assisted procreation falls within Article 8, yet it grants states a broad margin of appreciation. Why? Because Europe has no common ethical standards, consensus on this. And this remains true also today. When discussing reproductive technologies, Strasbourg often behaves less like a legislator, but more like a referee. It establishes boundaries, but rarely dictates a single European solution. And the final example here is Costa and Pavan versus Italy. The Italian law prohibited pre-implantation genetic diagnosis while simultaneously permitting abortion following prenatal diagnosis. The court found this inconsistency problematic. The judgment reminds us that even morally controversial laws must remain coherent. Citizens may disagree with legislation, but they should at least be able to understand its logic. The next stage of development concerns identity. Modern reproductive technologies increasingly separate biological, social, and legal parenthood. As a result, a new question emerges: who I am and where do I come from? For centuries, the answer seemed obvious. Today, it is often more complicated. So in Odivier versus France, applicants sought information about her biological origins after being anonymously abandoned at birth. Similar questions arose in Godelli. The court recognized that knowledge of one's origin forms an important aspect of private life. Identity is not merely a philosophical concept. It has legal significance, and these judgments reveal an important shift. Earlier reproductive rights cases focused on the autonomy of adults, but now on interests of children. So the court recognized that reproductive decisions do not end when a child is born. Their consequences may continue through entire lifetime. Sorry, I don't have a lot of time for surrogacy and some. Let me end with futures. About the future, I would like to leave Strasbourg for a moment and look ahead. Many of most difficult reproductive rights questions have not yet reached the court. Artificial intelligence may soon assist embryo selection. Genome editing technologies may allow the prevention of inherited diseases. Artificial wombs may transform traditional understanding of pregnancy. Cross-border reproductive services continue to expand. So, what we can learn from existing jurisprudence? Human dignity will remain central. Personal autonomy will remain important. Identity will become increasingly significant. And the interests of children will continue to receive strong protection. And for fragile democracies, I think for all democracies, this is the most of importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jans, for your presentation. And now I would like to welcome Signe Mežinska from the University of Latvia. And the title of her presentation is Donor Anonymity as Legal Fiction, Genetic Traceability and Rights of Donor-Conceived Persons in Latvia. Signe, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And since I'm put here between two lawyers, I should reveal I'm not a lawyer. I'm bioethicist with my background in empirical bioethics. And indeed, I will speak about donor anonymity as one of the examples of many issues coming up in Europe. Maybe I should go back at the anecdotal case, which was some kind of impulse for this presentation and this research question, because last year I was invited to comment on a movie co-produced by Norway and Latvia about mother who has a donor-conceived child, and she looks for origins of this child, and she finds a donor. And after this movie, we had this conversation, and the first speaker was from a fertility clinic, and the moderator asked, she asked, would it be possible in Latvia? And the clinic representative was very straight. She said, no, never, because we have anonymity in the law. And then, of course, we had afterwards this discussion that unfortunately it's not so straightforward and it's some kind of legal fiction. So my research question is, after this was why is there lack of public and academic discussion on the removal of donor anonymity and the rights of donor-conceived persons in Latvia, despite some sporadic mentions, and what factors sustain this silence? My first idea was look into media and find, at the beginning I thought maybe there is some discussion, but you know, no results are also results. And internet search in Latvian led to almost nothing. There were some like legal papers, some explanations, and also for Latvians, it's known portal. It's quite conservative portal Telos. They also mention this problem, but more or less it was all in public space. And of course, I don't know, maybe there are closed groups of donor-conceived persons where some discussion is going on, and for sure some discussions are going on in the Ministry of Health, because at European level it's a very broad topic, so there will be legislative changes, no doubts, but anyway, at the public scene there is no discussion. And what kind of information is there? Sorry for Latvian text, but this is one I think very characteristic example. Anonime brīnumdari, it could be translated in English like anonymous magicians. It's a text about donors, and what you will find in advertising texts by clinics will be something like that, okay, you are invited to be a donor, you will be fully anonymous, and you will serve the public interest, and you will help couples. Yeah, so very briefly, current legal framework in Latvia, it says that gamete donation operates under anonymity model. It also says that donor-conceived persons cannot access information about their origins, and only non-identifying data may be available. Like when you choose the donor, you can I don't know, maybe know the information about eye color or something like that. And there is double effect of this anonymity. One, donors are promised anonymity. There is very strong promise. We know this is a promise from beginnings of IVF that you will be anonymous. At that time, it seemed to be a good idea. And always when we predict risks with technologies, it's like this old story about blind people touching the elephant and trying to say how the elephant looks like. And at that time, no one predicted that direct-to-consumer genetic testing will be available and it will create new reality. And on the other side, of course, donor-conceived persons are denied information about their origins, which, as previous speaker very nicely put, it's about human rights, and it's a very important aspect. Now we come to the fragile democracies and rule of law. It was also mentioned in several previous presentations that reproductive technologies might create certain stress tests to democracies, because we know it from our discussions at our parliament that sometimes also parliamentarians are very reluctant to open their law on reproductive and sexual rights because it's like a bomb. It always has certain consequences. And regarding this particular topic, I think there are some important questions. One is, can legal promises be upheld in practice, like with anonymity? Are all groups protected? And is trust in institutions maintained? So, as you know, because you are in the field, currently the whole movement, especially in Europe, is in direction of establishing a right of access to information on origins. And recently, it has become a topic because of two reasons. One is development of direct-to-consumer genetic testing, and second is specific requests from donor-conceived persons, because first IVF-born child was born in 1978, and Louis Brown will be 50 soon. We have the whole generation of donor-conceived persons too, who are adults now. We don't speak anymore about protection of children's rights in this field, but we have a whole group of adult persons who have their own questions, their own views, and it's quite a good body of research in that respect also. So very shortly, I guess you know this whole story, but if we ask about this legal promises being upheld in practice, of course, it was more than 10 years ago when this BBC article was published about a boy who tracked his sperm donor father. It was quite easy in his case. He just got this direct-to-consumer DNA testing, and then if you upload the results to genealogy websites, there is quite a big opportunity that you will find someone from that family, and you have this connection, and then it's like detective work. Then you find, and he found out very quickly who is his father, and identification is increasingly feasible, and even indirect DNA matches can reveal identities. The same situation, or not the same type of situation, is mentioned also in Council of Europe report on rights of to know origins, and they refer to a case in France which is very similar to a case I mentioned previously. So and here I come to legal fiction problem, because if we look at public discourse in Latvia, there are clinics and there is a law, and if you are a person who would like to become a donor and you read this publicly available information, you get this very strong promise that you will be anonymous, even today. Then in reality, anonymity is unreliable, and it leads to risk of donors' consent under misleading assumptions, which is legally a problem, of course. And there is a gap between law and technological reality. If we look at donor experience, as I said, there is quite a big body of research, not in our region, more in Western Europe, Australia, US, Nordic countries. Then the first paper is Systematic Review in 2020, and they conclude that most donor-conceived people have an interest in securing information about their genetic and biographical heritage. And second is a recent study from Belgium, where they have the same conclusion. They say donor-conceived adults express a significant interest in obtaining donor-related information. So, at the same time, there are limited legal pathways to origin information. It would be a problem in Latvia for sure, and individuals turn to this direct-to-consumer genetic testing, which can lead to shock discoveries about parentage also for donors, because you can get knock on your door one day and the person is there and you don't know what really are your relationships. Are you a parent or not? You were promised you will be anonymous, but then... And internationally, there are very clear, as I said, shift towards transparency and focus on rights of donor-conceived persons. There is a growing recognition of right to know genetic origins. Council of Europe clearly goes in that direction. However, there are many unresolved questions, and there are 3 committees at Council of Europe right now dealing with these issues. There are some countries which have abolished anonymity entirely. Many countries are moving to identity disclosure after reaching adulthood. And and this is the Australian example, which I will maybe skip because there is a time limit. And this is a committee established by Council of Europe, specific committee which right now are working on recommendations and decisions regarding the origin. And and this is the 2019 report, which is also available and which also leads to the conclusion that there is this right. So, but there are still open questions, like if we start to speak about this, for example, the question, do second-generation individuals also have a right to information about their origins, which is, no one has answered that, or cases of mitochondrial donation, what about that, or what about surrogacy, and what about donation outside medical settings, which is more, there are some answers that the rights doesn't apply because there is no control over that process, but it's still. So, but if we come back to the initial question, and it is, so why there is no discussion in Latvia, then I think there are several reasons for that. One is biopolitics, and we can go back to Foucault. And it's about state, somehow there is the state monopoly on discussion and on these matters, and I envisage if we will not somehow promote the discussion, then we'll end up with a process where we'll adopt most likely the changes in the law, but without any public discussion, because ministry will get the information from Council of Europe that that's the right way and we'll move there. Is it good or bad? Then the silence is by a political effect, because there is this technical regulatory system where donor is biological contributor, parenthood is legal category, and it simplifies governance in many senses. It's easier to keep records, or there is stable, more or less stable idea of legal parenthood, etc. But it frames reproduction as a technical issue, and in Latvia there are no voices of donor-conceived persons heard. It's also about market and economic logics, because you will see many arguments that anonymity increases willingness to donate, or it's no secret that fertility industry is profit-driven sector, and anonymity reduces costs and complexity. And it's also a structural feature, because in fragile democracies, low participation is not simply individual choice. It would be easy to say that, oh, in Latvia no one would like to discuss on this. It reflects many issues like weak trust in institutions, low perceived political influence, fewer resources, and political apathy can be socially produced and reinforced over time.
So, to come to the end, I think that in fragile democracies like Latvia, I think Latvia is still fragile democracy, structural features such as low trust in institutions, limited civic engagement, and unequal access to participation, combined with interplay of biopolitical regulation and market logics, can shift reproductive technologies out of public debate, depoliticize them by framing them as technical or administrative matters rather than subjects of democratic contestation, thereby contributing to a sustained lack of discussion on donor anonymity despite emerging ethical and technological challenges. So I think we need a discussion, to be very short, and let's hope that we will be able to voice this discussion. That's it.
Thank you so much, Signe, for your presentation. And now I would like to welcome Salomea Fernandez Montoyo from Vilnius University. And the title of her presentation is When Care Hurts: Obstetric Violence as a Human Rights Concern. Salome, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this symposium. My topic today focuses on the problem of the so-called obstetric violence. So at a time when Lithuania, just like many European countries, is increasingly concerned about demographic decline, we really ask another simple question. Do women feel safe and respected when giving birth in hospitals? The World Health Organization has repeatedly warned that many women experience disrespect and mistreatment during childbirth in healthcare facilities. In some African countries, we speak about more than 1/3. In Europe, data point in the same direction, just at lower levels. We can also see it in my birth surveys conducted in Lithuania between 2019 and 2022 and involving around 3,000 women. In the 2002 survey, only 13% of women reported that they could choose their birthing position. Around half or less could move freely during labor, and from 11 to 18% reported threats, bullying, or violent treatment. Unfortunately, these surveys have not been repeated, probably for financial reasons. Yet public testimonies and growing scientific interest show that for some women, childbirth is experienced as a moment of fear and loss of trust. And this matters. There are several reasons why. A society cannot seriously speak about encouraging births while ignoring the conditions that may make women afraid to return to the delivery room. A negative childbirth experience may consciously or unconsciously discourage the woman from having more children. When traumatic childbirth experiences are transmitted from mothers to daughters or to younger women, they can contribute to a broader cultural understanding of childbirth as a threat. Evidence from France, Italy, Spain, and Finland links inappropriate or abusive care with birth trauma, post-traumatic stress symptoms, and even reluctance to have more children. Also, according to surveys, 1 in 5 or 1 in 4, depending on a survey, women in Lithuania experiences postpartum depression-linked symptoms. International Confederation of Midwives also warns that birth trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, and postpartum depression are related to mistreatment during birth. Speaking about terminology, the term obstetric violence can be understood in a broader and in a narrower sense. In a broader sense, it is close to the concept of obstetric and gynecological violence and may cover all types of medical encounters related to women's reproductive and sexual health. However, in this presentation, I focus on the term in a narrower sense. I focus on the treatment of women during facility-based childbirth and exposure to and immediate postpartum care, because these moments are of particular vulnerability and are most commonly associated with obstetric violence in women's testimonies. So in 2019, World Health Organization without explicitly mentioning the term, conceptualize this practice as any abuse, disrespect, and mistreatment in childbirth caused by healthcare professionals that results in violations of women's dignity. This can consist of outright physical abuse, humiliation caused by verbal abuse, lack of confidentiality, and neglect that results in unnecessary pain and avoidable complications. In 2019, after examining the situation of women worldwide, the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls in her report used the term obstetric violence and linked it to the terms of mistreatment and violence against women. So, do women have no legal protection? As a lawyer, I cannot avoid the legal framework. So, most international human rights instruments do not mention obstetric violence directly. General human rights instruments protect dignity, bodily integrity, privacy, autonomy, and freedom from inhuman and degrading treatment. Women's rights instruments frame the issue as part of the violence against women and discrimination. Patient rights and bioethics standards add the principle of informed consent, access to information, and respect for autonomy. The Belém do Pará Convention is one of the first regional inter-American frameworks that recognized obstetric violence as a women's rights issue. In Europe, obstetric violence may fall, depending on the facts, under the articles of European Convention of Human Rights that protect from degrading inhuman treatment, which is Article 3, and disrespect to private life, which is Article 8. Soft law instruments, especially PACE resolution, help to name the problem more directly by recognizing obstetric and gynecologic violence as a form of violence against women. So Venezuela was the first country to recognize obstetric violence, but in a broader sense, in national law in 2007, defining it as the appropriation of women's bodies and reproductive processes by health personnel, expressed through dehumanizing treatment, abusive medicalization, and the pathologization of natural processes. At European Union level, attention to obstetric violence is drawn in the European Parliament resolution of 2021. Right now, regionally, it is recognized in some Spanish regions, like in Catalonian law, in Valencia, in Basque region, and nationally only in Portuguese law, as Portugal has historically exhibited a very high rate of obstetric interventions during childbirth, for example, episiotomy and Christeller's maneuver. In Lithuania, obstetric violence is not expressly regulated in law. Protection is derived from general rules on medical practice, patients' rights, and compensation for harm. At the same time, we do have approved obstetric guidelines that recognize important elements. For example, the fact that the horizontal position for childbirth is not the most favorable one, and that the woman has a possibility to move freely during labor. We also have modern equipment in maternity wards, baths that could be used for pain relief but are rarely used, wireless contraction monitors that may not be charged when needed, and modern delivery tables that are often used in the same standard position. Also, birthing chairs or balls that sometimes seem to be hidden somewhere rather than actively offered. There are also formal mechanisms of quality control in obstetric departments, but the real question is whether these mechanisms actually receive and use women's feedback. Well, in other words, a system of quality control exists formally, while often failing to respond to women's actual experiences. Also, many hospitals in Lithuania have the newborn-friendly or baby-friendly status. However, a system that supports the newborn while neglects the woman's dignity, consent, pain, and fear, and psychological safety cannot be fully baby-friendly. We cannot be truly baby-friendly without being mother-friendly. I also lived from the lived experience. I gave birth 4 times between 2019 and 2024. In 3 out of 4 births, I consider that I experienced verbal abuse, breaches of informed consent, restrictions on changing birthing position, and limitations on moving freely during labor. My second labor was longer and medically more demanding, yet I remember it with peace, because professionals around me were collaborative and respectful. And this happened in 2020 during the pandemics. So pandemic restrictions weren't a problem. And the difference was consent and human presence. In general, I do not remember the physical pain, even if I refused pain-relieving medication all 4 times. What I do remember are unnecessary and disrespectful comments and the actions performed without sufficient consent. So this is precisely the point. Women do not expect childbirth to be easy. They expect not to be treated as objects. So what do we do with this problem? As a lawyer, I see here 2 ways of acting, one stricter and one softer. So the harder or the stricter path would be to introduce a specific legal concept of obstetric violence in a national regulation. This would send a clear message that inappropriate behavior during childbirth may raise serious legal concerns, but at the same time, this path raises difficult questions about definition, about the scope of the definition, proof, professional responsibility, and the risk that the medical professionals may experience the debate as a stigmatization rather than an invitation to improve. Because actually, do we know another profession specifically linked to a form of violence? Well, so these are main issues, main reasons why it's so rarely regulated by law directly. So the second path is softer. It is to help maternity care to slowly move towards a more respectful model. This can be done by strengthening the existing legal and institutional framework, clarifying women's options and consent form requirements, monitoring medical interventions, including women's experiences in quality control, and using those experiences as part of prevention. Women should know their choices before they enter the delivery room. Actually, these obstetric guidelines were also something new for me. Preparation for birth should not only be about breathing, contractions, and hospital bags. They should be also about consent, because giving consent when you are already giving birth is really conditioned. At the same time, medical training should give more space not only to clinical procedures, but also to communication ethics, informed consent, and trauma awareness. It is a relatively small proportion of hours dedicated to that, at least in Lithuania. And the system should support healthcare professionals themselves. Studies also show that the problem is linked to structural pressure within maternity care. In Ireland, burnout rates among midwives are high compared with other professionals, largely due to persistent staff shortages. In Norway, around 20% of midwives reported personal or work-related burnout. French studies should show that there are recruitment difficulties in maternity wards and very heavy workloads. So these findings suggest that obstetric violence sometimes has roots in underfunded healthcare system. So while we admit that obstetric violence can be a human rights issue, we also see that the protectionist law can be very, very complicated. So my proposed strategy would be not to start fighting about the legal definition. Some politics even might find it easier for political reasons, because you set a legal definition, you satisfy your electorate, you post it on Facebook, and then the problem persists. So I think we can take smaller steps in more specific places. Start with improving all the mentioned before, plus basic care. The demographic decline is a good moment to ask, are basic postpartum conditions, rest, women still live with other women and their children in same rooms? Food, in Lithuania they still serve cabbage soup and bean soup after the delivery. Hygiene, privacy, and psychological safety, are these elements ensured as part of respectful maternity care? So my proposal is not to begin with a struggle over legal definition alone, when concrete institutional change can be done. And I would like to finish with a quote of Florence Bauer, UNFPA Regional Director for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, that respectful care is not optional. It's a prerequisite for high-quality maternity services. By fostering an interdisciplinary approach and dismantling systemic barriers, we can ensure that every childbirth is safe and dignified. Let it be. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Salome, for your presentation and also for your personal stories. And now I would like to warmly welcome our final presenter, Arianna Tescari from the University of Bologna. And the title of her presentation is Gestational Surrogacy as a Universal Crime in Italy, analyzing the media debate on amendment of certain laws. I will not. You can read the numbers, you can read yourself. Thank you so much for joining us. Ariane, the floor is yours.
Sorry. I think you can hear me, right? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Arianna. I'm a master's student in media and communication of the University of Bologna. So despite the trend of the panel, I don't have a background in law, so I'm sorry. And but we are in very good company on this regarding this. So that's why I will actually present something related to the mediatic debate that was developed around this new ban that was approved in 2024. So first of all, I will provide a bit of context on the medical assisted reproduction law in Italy, which goes under the law of 2004. And it stands that basically people who can access to medical assisted procreation, are just heterosexual couples in existing stable relations, and which are affected by infertility or sterility, and they cannot solve this disease basically with any medical intervention. In any case, it's forbidden to go through the process through a third person, so the heterologous MAP, it's forbidden in any case. And of course, as in many countries this happened, this led a lot of people to become reproductive tourists abroad. And since 2024, this actually become illegal in Italy because as the new amendments stand, the gestational surrogacy is actually a universal crime. So even if you go to another country where surrogacy is actually legal, you will be criminally persecuted in Italy. And I will give you I will tell you just a couple of things about the political context. So we, since 2022, we have a central right coalition, which is governing the country, and Italy has been hit by a conservative wave ever since. And of course, with the new amendment on this law, this is even more evident, let's say, because of, this amendment is aimed to safeguard the dignity of women and children, to prevent the commodification of a female body and human life, discourage the reproductive tourism, but also to reinforce a model of biological parenthood, a very specific one, which is heterosexual and composed by two people. In my, let's say, piece, I kind of analyzed the public debate that developed under this, and I analyzed some news outlets, current affair TV show, radio broadcast shows, both Italian and foreigner, and I analyzed them through a quantitative media analysis, basically, and compared them to each other. And I did it in the period of time that goes from 15 to 30 October 2024. So there's a typo, but anyways. And I divided the outputs into two big groups. The first one is the one of people who like join this debate and are supportive on this new ban. And in this group there are part of the politician from the center-right coalition, but as we already saw a lot in the previous presentation, surrogacy is actually a very controversial topic, and the debate is very diverse and not homogeneous at all. For example, aside from Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who is very happy, of course, about this new law, since she defined surrogacy as a womb for rent practice, as well as Carolina Varchi, which is the honorable member who promoted, actually, in order to stop LGBTQ people to access parenthood, even if 90% of people who actually pursued surrogacy are heterosexual. And also other people which are, let's say, less polarized in this sense, such as Adriana Cavarero, which is like, sorry, I'm a bit nervous, feminist. She defines herself as a leftist feminist, and she thinks that mothers doesn't offer their child. It's very good that they approve this ban, because people who actually access to this practice does it just for economic reason. Meanwhile, in the other group, we have people who oppose to this discourse, and of course it's as well very heterogeneous group, but it's mostly composed by the oppositional political coalitions or parties, so the one mostly on the left. For example, we have Riccardo Maggi, the third one that is listed here, who said that the defining surrogacy universal crime is unconstitutional and also against the Charter of Fundamental Rights of EU. And also we have the opinion of the philosopher Chiara Lalli, which is also a feminist, and says that the banning completely surrogacy means to not consider the agency of women actually who choose to become surrogate. So in any cases, this was like a briefly analyzing on this debate, and I will try now to make a bit of a wider context based on this, because of course this measure opened a lot of controversies and questions, which are not actually haven't been addressed in a very structured way, let's say also from the government. And for example, the first question that actually makes this new ban very, very controversial is how Italy didn't provide any measure related to how they ensure the cooperation of foreigner country in which this practice is actually legal. Another one is related to the safeguard of the child, because if couple commit the crime, they will put the child for adoption. So in this case, it's not clear how the child rights are actually safeguarded. And last but not least, another open question is related to, let's say, the terminology. How can this crime be considered universal if there are some specific parameter to consider a crime universal in the broader international community? Of course, I tried to do a bit of literature review on this, and I also wanted to say that Italy didn't register since 2024 any cases of this, so it's still very new, and there haven't been a lot of actual cases on this, so it's not very easy to understand how to act in this context, let's say. But since there are not clear implementing measures, this is actually very, very complex, and it's not easy to understand how the cooperation will be ensured. And also, as was noted by Pier Santi and others, this might create a lot of legal conflicts, which we already discussed a bit about, but in general, recognizing something as a universal crime, it's not an easy topic. For example, universal crime are genocide, related to genocide, pedophilia, for example, which are illegal everywhere, or at least they should kind of be. But surrogacy, it's not illegal everywhere. So it's not actually very clear how this can be applicable. And another problem that developed through here, it's actually very, very interesting for me, and it's related to discrimination. First of all, because as noted, this law will penalize Italian citizens which live in Italy, and but it's not like it produces a bit of selective penalization between Italian citizens, which, for example, lives abroad. And it violates the third article of the Constitution, which says that all the citizens, all Italian citizens, are equal in front of the law, no matter what is their gender, no matter what is their sexual orientation, and their religion, and so on and so forth. And it also produced a kind of an imbalance between a heterosexual couple and homosexual couples, and also single individuals, because if you go abroad like if you are in a couple, for example, a heterosexual couple go abroad, have a baby, and then come back to Italy, they can technically register this birth, because on the birth certificate there will just listed the two parents, and you won't question if it's their biological son or not. Instead, biological child, sorry. Instead, if two homosexual people, an homosexual couple goes there, will basically incriminate what they did in some cases. So as Gilleri stands, this law, it's also very controversial because it's based on the stereotype that a family must be composed of two people which have different gender. One is male and the other one is female. They have a specific sexual orientation, which is heterosexual, and they must be two. The family must be composed by two members. And of course, this is actually like the public debate that I tried to analyze a bit at the beginning leads to the fact that this topic, it's actually very, very controversial, and there are a lot of opinion about it. So it's very important to speak about this topic. It's very important to develop it more, but to make it forbidden, to introduce a prohibition, it's actually kind of silencing this debate. So it's not easy to speak about this topic anymore, in a sense. And this is how the government think to address it. And the last thing is that the terminology is, as I said before, is very controversial because surrogacy, it's not a universal crime, so it cannot be defined by that, by Italy, basically. And yeah, those are my references, and thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ariana, for your presentation. And we have successfully completed all 4 presentations, and I would like to welcome all 4 presenters here in front, please, Jan, Signe, and Salome. And now we can open the floor for questions and comments, and please raise your hand. A colleague will come and give the microphone to you. Thank you all for your presentations. We are ready for questions and comments.
Hello. I had a small question for Ariana. You said that the it is forbidden now, all third-party interventions or being like a third party for reproduction. Does it only include surrogacy, or does it also include like sperm donors? Because it sounds that any AVF and everything is forbidden.
Yes, sorry, okay. Yeah, any, it's forbidden. Sorry, it's very hard to pronunciate, but third part, MAP are in any case forbidden by this law in Italy, because like Italy proclaim itself as a country which is against this kind of measure, let's say, as a lot of countries actually stands on this position, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I had the next question then is, usually these sort of conservative countries and conservative regimes are very pro-children, but then excluding donorship means that people who are infertile can't do anything about it. How do they justify this?
I mean, I agree with this. It's the idea is that the child must be a biological child, so must be through a couple of people, so not external people should join this process, because the family is composed by two people, like a man and a woman. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's super controversial, also related to this. Yeah, I know.
Thank you. More questions, comments? Some hands? No hands? Okay. I have a lot of questions to all of you. I will start I will drop the bomb here, and I will ask about surrogacy in Latvia. So in my own research on infertility, when I spoke with doctors and politicians, they actually were very united in this idea that in the future in Latvia we could allow altruistic surrogacy, meaning that we could allow sister-to-sister help, or mother-daughter, or vice versa maybe. So from your expertise, what do you think about altruistic surrogacy in future in Latvia? I suppose for Jānis and Signe. Thank you.
Looking from the perspective of European Convention of Human Rights, it's fully competence of the national state how to regulate it. They may allow, may ban. I think we have this famous article in our civil law that the legal presumption who is a mother, factual and legal presumption. So then we need to change the law, and of course, if you look much more broader to this, to every issue in our society. So law is just infrastructure like roads, electricity, gas, water supply, and so on. Law is just a part of infrastructure. And if the society wants to have a specific infrastructure, and there is a pressing social need, then of course legislator, parliament must adopt a necessary legal instrument or make changes to this. So we couldn't imagine just 10 years ago that we will need legal regulations on e-bikes, for example. And now we need it because it is safety issues for pedestrians and so on. So the same in any other case.
Okay, thank you so much. Signe, maybe you have some comment?
I do, because it reminds me, we had a study, an interview study with donors, and also there was one case of surrogacy surrogacy in Latvia, which didn't end with result, but it was sister surrogacy, which was in a gray area at that time when it was done. Because it was the idea was that the sister was go to give birth with sister's passport. That was the idea, and long time ago, because it was not 10 years ago, but it was a story about a longer time ago. But in this context, I think that I personally would approve this idea of from ethical point of view of altruistic surrogacy, but it would be naive to think that it will come without any problems. Because in that story, which we had, there was this problem that during this process, one sister started to control, the intended mother started to control the sister who was surrogate, and I think there are quite many psychological problems also with inside family, like relationships which are in the assisted reproduction field. We have seen it in UK where like in family sperm donation was quite popular for one while, and it led to quite certain psychological and also this role problem, who you are you, if you afterwards are in close relationships with a child, who you are in these relationships, which doesn't mean that you cannot form them in a good way, but still it would be naive to think that it will come without problems. So there is a need for some kind of framework, for support framework, evaluation framework, if we do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Questions, comments? Yeah, Anna, in front.
Thanks. I had a question for Signe. You mentioned at the end of the presentation that one of the questions was that if promise of anonymity would be abolished, would donors number of donors decrease? Is there any body of research that speaks to that? Would it?
That's a nice question, and to be sure, it might be very different. There have been countries where the number decreases, but it depends from how you perceive, I don't know, the assisted reproduction in the society, this role, etc. Because there is certain reason why in Denmark we have so many sperm donors, and then there are countries where there is much less number. And I think, by the way, that one of the reasons why we don't have this public discussion also might be connected with how we perceive the donor conceived children. Do we tell them that they are donor conceived? My guess would be that here in this region there are less people knowing that they are donor conceived than in Nordic countries, because they are more transparent and open, etc. So it depends. It's very hard to somehow make a prognosis what will happen with donor number. But in Latvia it might decrease, my prognosis is.
Thank you. More questions, comments? Yes, please.
So no, I'm not asking this question to anyone in specific, but drawing parallels between what is happening in India. So recently they also banned commercial surrogacy, but altruistic surrogacy is allowed. Now, in that context, I also want to bring in the obstetric violence aspect also, because India was for a long time a hub for international surrogacy. There were many cities, centers where foreigners used to come, and they used to hire. There was like a full model over there that you can hire surrogates over there, and due to that, there were many hostile kind of scenarios which were being created, where once the pregnancy happens through surrogacy, then the women, they can no longer have contact with their own families, and they were supposed to stay under supervision, in the name of proper care and proper nutrition that has to be given to the surrogate mother. And when the surrogacy, is about to be over, the pregnancy is about to be over, then there are many documented cases where it was mentioned that it is, reported that while giving birth, or before just giving birth, they were forced to sign blank papers, and because many are not literate enough, or they know only one particular language, and generally the legal language used in India is English, so they don't know what they are signing. And at times the contract money was not given, and now even in altruistic surrogacy, where it is, which is allowed right now, people have found ways to, frame commercial surrogacy as altruistic surrogacy. So, in this framework, I wanted to ask that when Italy is, let's say, banning, saying that no to surrogacy, have you come across any cases where, people go out, get the surrogacy done, maybe adopt the children over there? Because there are many places where you can get, circumnavigate these kind of regulations. And would you call this as an obstetric violence, this in the realm of surrogacy? Yeah, so I don't know, it's a broad question that I want to ask.
Thank you.
I would call it obstetric violence, of course. Well, according to what is said by, for example, how World Health Organization frames this practice, well, it is obstetric violence, but of course it is very difficult to know what India law is saying about this. I think you have also rules, general rules for informed consent, because it doesn't matter they are surrogate mothers or not, they are patients, they are in some hospital facilities, so they have certain rights. And yes, of course, it would be obstetric violence, but these women should look for specific laws applicable to their situation in the national law.
I think at the moment, I think that the Italian law, it's actually the new ban to the Italian law prevents just homosexual people to do it. Even if, I think it's a discriminatory law in this sense, because if you are unless they do a biological test when you bring the birth certificate to the office where you register your baby that was born abroad, they cannot know it. So in this sense, I was trying also to introduce the political context, because I think it's super related to that. In another situation, in another political context, I don't think that this would actually happen. Even if surrogacy is a very controversial topic, and of course in countries like India it's even more controversial. But in my opinion, as abortion, for example, as the history of abortion, even if you forbid it, people will have that necessity, and they will always find a way to do it. And surrogacy is old, very old practice. I was reading papers about it, and they speak about how surrogacy was a practice, and it was still in the Bible about surrogacy. So just in my opinion, just forbidding it, it's not actually making something about the problem. So yeah, that's why it needs more regulation than other kind of measure, in my opinion. And I can also, do we have time for a short?
Yes, we do have a little bit more.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question related more to, so I studied this feminist framework that is called techno-feminism. Recently I did my master thesis on this, and one of the theses of Judy Weissman, the sociologist which studied this, is that co-constructing, the co-design, it's something that is very useful in projecting technologies which try to which are not violent for women, or which can cannot reproduce gender disparities because technologies at the moment are very discriminatory in this sense. So I don't know if, of course, your presentation was very related to the legal framework, but also other stuff. I don't know if you addressed the topic also through the technological point of view. For example, I know about the speculum, which is a technology that at the moment is kind of updated, because it can be very dangerous for some women which has some kind of condition. So there is a new technology that was projected by to doctor women, which has more which address more the women question in this sense. Let's say, I don't know if you had some example or you went through also this angle of the problem.
No, unfortunately, I haven't addressed this particular angle. I think that most of women have really down-to-earth expectations. No unnecessary comments like, if we do it quickly, right, in the maternity, in the delivery room. And when you are in labor, you just want a human treatment and basic conditions. And sometimes we consider ourselves like a part of European Union and Europe, and we don't like to be called, at least in Lithuania, Eastern Europe. We prefer to be called Central, well, not Central, but Northern Europe even. But still, sometimes you enter the delivery room and you think, where am I? I would like to stay at home. I would like to give birth at home, although I understand risks that are related to giving birth at home, and it's very difficult for a woman to take that decision, because you never know how a birth can end. It can be a normal pregnancy, normal delivery, and still end in a tragic situation, even at hospital. So it's not an easy choice internally to give birth at home. And sometimes it's ridiculous that we have all the legal framework, but still we have that sensation that people who are taking care of us are taking care of our bodies, but they forgot that we are persons. So still, maybe my presentation and my suggestion is not that novel, not related to technologies. I leave that to younger generations, of course, and it's a very good, I think it's a very good, question. But still, I think that there are so little things that can be changed, and everyone would be in a better, more satisfied and in a better decision whether to have more children or not. I would not like to have a fifth child only because of that, because otherwise I would like to have more children. But the idea of going back to the hospital really is what scares me. After the last birth, it's really what scares me. So is it normal? No, I don't think so.
Thank you so much for this very rich discussion. I think we can continue with a very small and tiny coffee, because we're behind the schedule. Sorry for that. We started very promising in the morning, but this session was a little bit too long. But thank you so much. I think we can give a big applause. And please, Anna, inform us at what time do we meet?
Thank you. I know we're tired. It's a long day. We still have one panel to go. So a quick coffee, a shot of coffee. And we're back at past. So it's like 7 minutes. And then we have our last panel. And yeah. And then the wine is waiting afterwards.
Again, good to see you. And before we proceed to our final panel today on queering reproduction, I would like to make one announcement regarding the welcome event, which will take place at 6 p.m. So 1 hour earlier. Please stay for that and join us all and celebrate this beautiful symposium. But now we move on, and our theme, as I said, in this session is queering reproduction, norms, bodies, and belonging. And I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, who is in this session the only one present physically. And we have 3 presenters who will join us online. But let's welcome Ieva Salna, whom you know already and remember from earlier today. And she will present on Prīmanis, the Latvian anthropologist. Prīmanis would hate this, queering the history of eugenics in Latvia. Ieva, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. You do remember me, right? Can you make the presentation a bit like lower brightness? Because there's the little pictures are slightly important. And by slightly, I mean very. Yeah, you need to see the body parts for this to make sense, frankly. Oh, yeah. Everything changed just now, didn't it? Okay, so I am Ieva Salna. I'm a researcher here at the museum, and I'm very happy to present to you on queering the history of eugenics in Latvia today. So, I forgot to do this part. So to explore the history of eugenics in Latvia through a queer lens, I will first introduce eugenics, as well as position the Latvian context in the wider historical eugenics discourse. Furthermore, I'll introduce queer theory very briefly and touch on queering as method, finally applying it to the topic at hand, mostly through archival critique, a lot of creative liberties, and overall methodological chaos, as this is ongoing work that I do here at the museum, and it's something I'd like to share with you, but let's chill out, you know? Okay, so how have we gotten here? So body minds have historically been made governable in various ways. I contended the eugenics movement has a particularly violent history with controlling non-normativity, which very much echoes still into contemporary life and politics. And so mostly what I argue is that queer theory and queering as method can fundamentally aid in reevaluating the violent and oppressive pasts of marginalized peoples. Specifically as applied to the history of eugenics in Latvia, as well as its echoes in contemporary institutional memory work as well. So as I'll talk about engaging with memory institutions, I'll say right away that materials are, to put it diplomatically, scarce. This is because collecting, archiving, and accessing memory has traditionally been reserved for the powerful, mostly disregarding the histories of the marginalized. The simple fact is, where there are gaps and silence, there are queers and other non-normative communities. It is what Gail Rubin has called the missing archive. This makes it difficult, but even more so important, to focus on these people. What's more, disproportionate power relations reverberate in contemporary museum collections and archives, and more recently in queer memory studies, the archive itself has increasingly become to not be seen as just a neutral site, as just a pure source of information, but rather, and increasingly, it has become a space of inquiry itself. So briefly, now you can basically start a eugenics counter, like how many times I say eugenics. So a brief history of the movement before we move into the Latvian context. So eugenics theory, ideology, movement that found its roots at the tail end of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, and its founder, not pictured here intentionally, is considered to be British scientist Charles Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton. Essentially, he thought that the more closely related people are, the more likely they'll be similar physically and mentally, and that through heredity it's possible to support or restrict various traits, contributing to building this perfect, homogeneous, genetically sound society. So essentially within eugenicist logic, then the ideal body-mind consists of capability, heavy air quotes around all of this, competency, rationality, normality, and productivity. And integrally, eugenics center whiteness as the ideal. It promotes this compulsory able-body-mindedness and works to punish, even eradicate those deemed unfit. So where does Latvia fit in? So while located on the periphery of Europe, the Baltics were not void of the spread of eugenicist ideas. These ideas spread due to increased thought, skill, and knowledge exchange between Western European countries and the Baltics. This was especially in collaboration with Germany. Where academics, doctors, and scientists increasingly traveled and shared knowledge among each other, spreading this new knowledge and ideas about the ultimate betterment of the human race through essentially selective breeding. And in Latvia, the goal for the political and academic elites essentially became this homogeneous, biologically defined, racially pure nation, especially with the authoritarian regime of Kārlis Ulmanis that began in 1934. So the building of this nation could then only really be supported by placing ideological and political needs before one's own. And through this process, the body-mind essentially became free real estate. It's something to mold, to adjust, and govern by perceived, eventually institutionally supported needs. And one of the leading presences in Latvian eugenics discourse was Jākaps Prīmanis, who has been pictured here intentionally. Prīmanis was the head of the Institute of Anatomy and also headed the Anatomy Museum from the 1929 until his emigration to the US. He was a doctor, an anthropologist, and like the most elite eugenicist in town. He also headed the Institute of the People's Vital Force, which in turn was part of the Health Promotion Society, a governmentally supported organization driving the institutionalized, you know what I mean, and popularization of eugenicist ideas in Latvia. Prīmanis also conducted several physical anthropological studies with the goal to arrive at the description of the real, pure Latvian. Okay, so what do we do with all this? Okay, so queer theory, that's what I propose, right? So born out of feminist women's studies at the end of the 20th century, here functions, I contend, both as a mode of analysis and as a strategy of opposition that critiques normativities intertwined with a wide range of social categories and social institutions. Within queer studies, assumed biological certainties challenged and rejected, overall challenging normative social ordering of identities and subjectivities. Queering invites us to disentangle with existing power relations as a critical practice aiming to dislodge heteronormativity. As Melanie and Barba have so eloquently put it, the queer theory has this, quote, reluctance to be well-behaved within disciplinary boundaries. Thus, a note on some more of the methodological chaos that I have going on here. So the body, which is often conceptualized without the mind still, is a highly varied and unstable category. Perceptions of it are often gathered from institutionalized ideologies such as eugenics. Many have been and continue to be harmed in the name of science and medicine, and considering where we are right now, I find it particularly important to build on such authors' work as McClure and Smith through assembling this dynamic, vague body of the Latvian eugenicist movement as an extension to thinking about bodies and body minds as not fixed, as not even wholly ours, with the help of the lad shown on the previous slide, Jakobs Priemans. So I conceived the elements of the eugenics movement as scattered body parts, dividing and addressing the harmful ideology as covering, enveloping, spreading out, clenching and holding hostage the minds, bodies, and systems of societal organization in Latvia. I contended the movement cannot be fully conceptualized through, for example, policy analysis alone. Don't mean to call anybody in particular out, but just an example, as its effects seep well beyond the institutional confines. So let's get to it. Again, you can barely see the parts, but I'll say it. So the authoritarian regime is conceptualized by me here as the head. So once Karl Ulmanis takes power in 1934, eugenicist ideas gain legitimacy and credibility. He emphasizes patriarchal nationalism, presenting himself as the father of the nation, thus setting clear boundaries on the proper and correct ways to be his children. And then the media works as a mouthpiece for the authoritarian regime, the academic, scientific, and medical elite. So increasingly discussions arise around this time, not only about the sheer quantity of people in the country, but also the quality of the population. It was believed that if a person was seriously chronically ill, disabled, had tuberculosis or cancer, was poor, or struggled with substance abuse, that these troubles would be passed down to their offspring. In turn, intelligentsia was encouraged to have more children and repopulate the country with high-quality citizens. And here, marginalized people become convenient scapegoats, creating a further societal buzz. And this moral panic is then seen as the rumbling tummy of the eugenics movement. Yeah, okay. So to successfully reproduce themselves, eugenicist ideas in Latvia required a socio-political foundation and a fruitful base of scientific and ideological context. These are the arms. A class and cultural divide between intelligentsia and the others is present, wrapping around not only the political head, but across the whole population. The goals of the nation override individual rights, therefore, in people considered disabled in any way and otherwise marginalized are deemed undesirable, and their punishment is substantiated and excused. Eugenics is seen as a respectable solution to the demographic situation. Experiments are conducted on institutionalized children, and physical anthropological expeditions, mainly led by Priemans, are underway. He was in fact particularly fascinated by the relations between Latvians and non-Latvians, typical for the time, exemplified in his statements that, for example, the internal migration of Latgalians out of Latgale, which is a region of Latvia, should be equated with internal colonization. Okay, so all this patriarchal nationalist care was reinforced, reproduced through institutional processes, with institutional shifts in favor of restrictive, self-serving policy, laws requiring physical and psychiatric checks to marry, forced sterilization. With the socio-political ground laid and a clear authority up front, the ground was ripe for legal institutional shifts in favor of eugenicist policy. And this I here conceptualize as the legs of the movement. The policy follows medicalized, pathologized eugenicist views on qualities and circumstances that do not fit its ideals. Okay, wow. So disembodied, all-consuming, looming limbs stretch out over the late 1920s, 1930s Latvia in the form of the eugenics movement. Given the authoritarian regime in Latvia, eugenicist ideas were popularized and legitimized, supplementing the oppressive nationalist ideas of the time. Non-normativity then was pathologized, even criminalized and punished. During the 1930s in Latvia, there is essentially no substantial opposition to the eugenicist ideas, In fact, it becomes a widely recognized solution to lowering birth rates. So, seeing as power plays a significant role in memory making and memory collecting, and history making at large, non-normative experiences with the eugenicist thought and policy have not left many archival materials, if any. Thus, I conclude that representation alone is not and cannot be enough. Queer memory institutions has to be open to a re-evaluation of the unseen and the non-existent. I contend that the history of eugenics in Latvia, when viewed through a queer lens, is not binary, nor is it linear. Thus, a queer approach to the exploration of the history of eugenics calls for an expansion of time and space, and these new generative ways of being, knowing, relating, writing, and behaving in the world. Unfortunately, the end of Ulmann's authoritarian regime does not equate to the end of eugenicist ideas and narratives. The specter of Priemann still looms as well, stretching out long arms of passive eugenics and living in the gaps. We need to inquire not only about specific time periods, ideologies, or movements, but also ask what counts as memory, what lays beyond the material. A reevaluation of the non-normative in memory making, collecting, and archiving can offer a chance for those traditionally invisible to claim existence. As Watson notes, the archive, the collection, can further be conceptualized as waiting for queerness rather than lacking it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And now our first online participant in this section, Caroline Chotem. Are you here, Caroline? Of the University of Lausanne. Yes, I can see you.
Yes, I'm here.
And I can hear
you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear
great.
you really well.
Okay.
Yes, the problem is at this point I don't have your title.
Oh, yes, I will share my screen.
I do. So the title that I have is Queer Birth Work, Doulas Disrupting Cis Heteronormative Birth Culture in California. I hope I got it right.
Yes, this is correct. Can you see my screen?
We can see your presentation now, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, thank you so much for the introduction and to the organizer for this opportunity to share my work with you this afternoon. I'm very happy to be able to participate in this panel remotely. So thank you very much. So I'm a social and medical anthropologist and currently a research fellow based at the University of Lausanne, Switzerland. And this afternoon, I will present findings from fieldwork I conducted last year in California with doulas engaged in queer reproductive justice work for queer parents. So I assume that many of you know what a doula is, but just as a reminder, doulas are non-medical birth workers. They provide practical, emotional, and informational support to parents throughout the perinatal period, from pregnancy to postpartum care, including delivery. They have no clinical training, but a theoretical knowledge of the physiology of childbirth and a deep familiarity with local health systems and hospital protocols gained through training and field experience. Castaneda and Johnson-Searcy define doula's work as intimate labor, a form of embodied care which entails a deep understanding of their client circumstances, countervailing the lack of care continuity in hospital settings due to shift organization. While doula's role is sometimes questioned by healthcare professionals, medical studies have shown the benefits of their care, particularly through continuity of support during labor. The rise of the doula profession in North America is rooted in whiteness, middle-class privilege, and heteronormative family structures. birth work has long been shaped by gender essentialist understandings of reproduction, often grounded in cis heteronormative ideals of femininity and motherhood. At the same time, a growing number of doulas challenge these assumptions and promote queer inclusive and gender affirming approaches to care. Even though research on doula care for trans and non-binary parents remains scarce, Sharon Yam and Natalie Fixmer-O'Hais have shown that some doulas approach birth work as a form of activism. These doulas aim to disrupt gender essentialist discourses in healthcare settings and mediate between healthcare professionals and their clients during childbirth. This is also what I observed in my own fieldwork, where birth workers sought to create more inclusive forms of perinatal care. As non-medical birth workers, doulas occupy a liminal position within the perinatal landscape. Their presence in healthcare settings is sometimes contested, yet this position also enables them to observe and occasionally challenge discriminatory practices and institutional norms. Their capacity to act, however, remains shaped by their relationships with healthcare providers and by broader hospital organization. It is within this broader transformation of birth work that I conducted my research in California, a state often celebrated as a pioneer of LGBTQ+ reproductive rights. Since the early 2000s, California has played a leading role in expanding access to parenthood for lesbian couples, followed by gay men and trans people through assisted reproductive technologies and gestational surrogacy. Yet, as one of the doulas as I interviewed put it, I'm putting her, people think it's all rainbow and butterflies in the Bay Area, the region near San Francisco, but it's not. My fieldwork revealed a significant gap between California's progressive reputation and the realities of perinatal care experienced by queer families. The study was conducted in the context of two overlapping crises. On the one hand, Black birthers continue to face disproportionately high rates of maternal mortality and morbidity in the United States, reflecting what Donna Hine Davis has described as obstetric racism. On the other hand, the resurgence of anti-gender politics and attacks on reproductive rights has intensified across the country. These intersecting pressures highlight the continued relevance of reproductive justice, a framework developed by Black feminists to address reproductive inequalities shaped by race, class, gender, and other forms of structural oppression. Drawing on interviews with doulas working with LGBTQ+ parents, I examine how birth workers navigate the gap between formal inclusion and persistent inequalities in healthcare. I argue that queer birth work offers a privileged lens through which to observe reproductive justice in practice, a space where it is enacted, negotiated, and unevenly realized. The main participants of my study were 17 doulas working in California and serving queer families. 12 identified as queer and 5 as allies. 14 were cis women and 3 were non-binary. 12 identified as white, 4 as Black, and 1 as Latinx. They completed their doula training between 1990 and 2023. My interviews revolved around 3 main themes: doula status and collaborations with healthcare providers in California, their experiences and insights serving queer families, and their connection to the reproductive justice movement. Doula trainings are not standardized or centrally regulated, resulting in considerable variation in content. Traditionally, they focus on childbirth physiology and place a strong emphasis on the notion of choice. Birth outcomes are often presented as something parents can influence through informed decision-making and careful planning, placing responsibility primarily on the individual rather than on structural conditions. In line with broader neoliberal ideals of self-determination, responsibility for birth outcomes is often framed as an individual matter. Many traditional programs also rely on gender essentialist understandings of reproduction, presenting childbirth as an innate capacity of women. However, new training programs have emerged in recent years, grounded in reproductive justice frameworks and promoting more intersectional and gender-inclusive approaches. One participant elaborated on this shift and the training they took 20 years ago. I am quoting them. Everything was assumed to be heterosexual, gender-conforming, and all that. And I went into this work very much as an out lesbian. The evolution to me is that now most trainings have a supplemental something about race, gender, and the system of oppression. It's like now, finally, it's mainstream. People are more aware. At least people know that they can look for something more tailored to them. The trainings are getting more diverse, more informative. Several participants describe birth work as historically shaped by whiteness and heteronormativity, making it difficult to find training programs that meaningfully addressed queer and trans experiences. In response, newer advocacy doula trainings explicitly center reproductive justice, anti-racism, and gender diversity. Participants saw these programs not just as educational spaces, but as sites where dominant assumptions about gender, family, and reproduction are challenged and where advocacy becomes central to doula care. Participants generally described positive collaboration with healthcare providers and shared concrete examples of advocacy in hospital settings. They recounted helping clients avoid unnecessary cervical checks, gain time during labor to prevent a cesarean, or better understand their options during childbirth. These examples suggest that doulas in California are relatively well established within healthcare institutions and feel secure enough to advocate for their clients. However, participants emphasize that advocacy becomes more complex when it concerns gender identity and sexuality rather than clinical interventions alone. One participant described feeling powerless when her trans client was misgendered by a pediatrician immediately after birth. I'm quoting her. That sucks because you are in the moment of meeting your baby and then you are mislabeled. That is painful to watch. I can clarify the pronouns to the staff, but a pediatrician came at the very last minute of the delivery and misgendered her. I tried to be as gentle as possible, just correct him. There is not so much I can do. It's one of the most challenging parts because I have very little power. It's a fine line to walk between advocating and not creating contentions with the healthcare team. This example illustrates a recurring tension in participants' accounts. While many described California as a relatively welcoming environment for queer families, they also emphasize that trans and gender-expansive parents continue to face misrecognition, microaggressions, and inadequate care. In this context, advocacy often takes the form of ensuring respect for clients' pronouns, family configurations, and gender identities, while simultaneously navigating the limits imposed by clinical hierarchies and institutional norms. The doulas I interviewed were acutely aware of obstetric racism and of the ongoing maternal health crisis affecting Black birthers in the United States. One participant, a Black doula and co-founder of a reproductive justice organization, explained. The statistics are that Black women die in childbirth 4 times as often as anyone else. People keep trying to find out why. There is a very easy answer: racism. Usually people say it's because Black women are fat, they have diabetes, high blood pressure, they don't take care of themselves, they don't go to prenatal appointments. And if the birthing person is LGBTQ, then there are a whole other levels of issues that come into play. This quote illustrates how participants understood reproductive inequalities through an intersectional lens. However, many also emphasized that race often remains the most consequential axis of inequality in clinical encounters. As one non-binary Latinx doula told me, it really depends on the race of my clients. If they are white, it is easy. Gender identity is almost irrelevant. Not irrelevant, but even more complicated once you are already a person of color. This tension recurred throughout my fieldwork. Participants emphasized the importance of an intersectional approach, while also describing medical racism as so pervasive that it could at times relegate other forms of discrimination to a secondary plane. White doulas were also highly reflexive about their own positionality, and some questioned whether they were the most appropriate advocates for Black clients. To conclude, my research shows that while queer birth work expands the possibilities of reproductive justice in practice, it simultaneously reveals its uneven and constrained realization. Although reproductive justice emphasizes intersectionality and the need to center the most marginalized, my findings suggest that tensions persist in how different axes of inequality are recognized, prioritized, and addressed in practice, and that institutional organization continues to shape how and for whom reproductive justice can be realized. As one participant noted, in California, there is not a lot of places where lesbian moms are not welcome. However, this relative inclusivity primarily applies to white cisgender lesbian couples. It remains a markedly different reality for racialized, gender-expansive, and trans birthers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline, for your presentation. Please stay for the discussion later. And now I would like to give the floor to Emmy Edmonds, independent PhD researcher and midwife, representing Cornell University. And Emmy will be speaking on intimate economics, power, gender, sexuality, and heteropatriarchy in Delhi, India, from 2011 to 2015. Emmy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my presentation. Yes, I think this might work. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well and we see you.
Okay. And is the presentation showing up?
Yes, we can see your presentation, but not in full screen mode.
How's that?
Yes, now it's good.
Okay, thanks. And thank you so much for convening this, and hello to my fellow attendees and panelists. I will just jump right in because I'm going to try to cover a lot of ground. So I had the opportunity to do qualitative research in Delhi, India, and mostly with an intersectional lens. I'm also a midwife, nurse practitioner, and I've done births and worked in clinics, reproductive health in general, STI checking, contraception, abortion. And I've found that, this is a whirlwind tour, so I'll just get right to it. But what I didn't put on this slide is that I've been a lifelong activist looking at using an intersectional lens, looking at the human rights of women and queer folk. So I'm just going to dive in and see if this will go to the next slide. Yes. So because it's a lot, I'm going to just start with looking at the end and the implications that I felt that I derived from the work. And it's essentially sort of a dance. Foucault, who doesn't really do that great for women, did talk about power to some extent, although he wasn't always good about the implications, but that power is an iterative dance, that both sides of whatever questions or conflicts are arising are enacting power. And that's what I found. And so I didn't want to just focus on the ways that information and privacy had been withheld or denied. I was especially transformed as I went along by the sheer amount of resilience and ability that people brought to trying to expand the reach of human rights and access to information and care. So I'm just looking at the way that people do seek sexual health and information, and they create networks. And I found this to be very inspiring in Delhi. There were so many people. There were gatherings and protests, and people formed publishing collectives, and it was really quite alive with a lot of different forms of not just resistance, but community building that was often inspiring and successful. And that I was so excited to see that. In heteropatriarchal societies, more autocratic governments generally, and unfortunately, we are experiencing that here in the US, subjugating women and ostracizing queer people, using ideology, religion, violence, and restricting access to information, denying privacy, invoking traditions, scapegoating, and pitting groups against each other. So this is an iterative process that includes reversals. And we're really experiencing that here. And that's why I threw in the United States. When I originally did the research in Delhi, we were in a much better position than we are in now in the US. So one of the theses, plural, whatever, one of my thesis was this primal sacred hierarchy of man over woman, and that homophobia is in relation to misogyny and violating the order of man over woman as a binary fixed gender relationship, violating that with same-sex love or transgender or expansive gender identities or sexual orientation or alternative families is a threat to that order. So as I did this qualitative research, which combined interviews and participant observation in a lot of events and collectives, and it was an amazing process. I'm so grateful to the people that I met and collaborated with. I purposefully went to work with other middle class, and I had ways of determining that. The study was primarily conducted in English, even though I studied Hindi. It turned out that the people I was working with and the subjects that I was working on and my level of language with Hindi wasn't that good, but English was absolutely fluent. Plus, many people in India do not speak Hindi, but the people I was working with were as or more fluent in English as I. And so, and Delhi is a national area where people are coming from every area, and Hindi is not widely spoken in other areas. So we mostly worked in English. Hindi was very useful at getting around. But other ways that I studied sideways was to collaborate and listen and respond to learning about the colonial context and the imperial context and the ways of information flow. Little bit about India historically. It was a big game of catch up for me over the many years of study to learn about the different layers and histories and colonial histories and pre-colonial histories. I just show this picture here to just show this is smack in the middle of Delhi. It's a beautiful area. But another thing to bring out here is this little photograph is, it's kind of shows an example of early and very common sexual segregation. So boys and girls, women and men are often kept apart or receive their educations throughout most of their early lives separately. This was a view from one of the places that I lived when I lived there for several months at a time. And Delhi is a mega city. It's an amazing place. I found this photograph kind of poignant because right in the middle, you can kind of see this woman down here. She looks almost as if she's in a cage, but it's actually just a porch and she's relaxing. But it just had this metaphorical quality to it. Now, the nature of the research was initially exploratory. It was based on grounded theory approach. It was qualitative, including semi-structured interviews, but it also involved listening and asking questions in order to put together the types of the research things that I would follow. And these were three women I met early on in my visits, and they were amazing. They were all 24 years old, and they were all from different areas of India who had come to Delhi to work in professional jobs in law, marketing, and medicine. And they had fantastic questions because I was a health provider in sexual and reproductive health. And so they each came to me, along with many other people I met privately later, saying, hey, if I drink and take the pill, will it not work? Or do condoms always prevent STIs? So it was very interesting. That gave me some of my first glimpses into some of the barriers that people find when they're trying to find good information, but also into their resilience in finding information. So that was interesting. Little brief on theoretical frameworks. I centered South Asian scholars and theorists because I found them to be right on top of the questions that I was interested in. So I used them for most of my background. I used feminist political economy and looked at decolonial frameworks. I looked at Raywin Connell's theories around gender as a relation that weaves throughout every aspect of society. I already mentioned grounded theory and queer theory, which builds on feminist theory and is, endlessly interesting, but often you can get lost in these mazes of thought, which are wonderful. And then social frame theory I used as well. So there are three main parts that I did. The public health and sexuality part, I mainly focused on how do people find information and services to prevent unintended pregnancy and to prevent sexually transmitted infections. And that's like a very typical public health approach. It does not have anything to do with consent or pleasure. And it's certainly kind of just, if it puts sexuality or queerness into it, it's sometimes in a pathologizing way. But I started there because I wanted to be able to move deeper with each layer. The next part I looked at was conflicting frames of coercion and consent. And I really just wanted, coercion sounds like a soft word in comparison to what often is just rape. So, and then the third part I got deeper into the theory and the power dynamics and the colonial and judicial histories. So the continuous thread that wove through this was the effect of restricting access to information and services. So I lumped that in with taboo, and how does taboo relate to power? So the first part, again, the traditional public health focus. And what I found were some significant barriers and a critical lack of privacy. So what I did, that's me when I was, God knows how much younger, and back when I did this research. And I found that it was almost impossible and unethical to try to ask people. I asked people, but to find out, to dig deeper into where people actually find their information and get services and get, let's say, condoms or STI testing, that I would have to do it myself. So I interviewed people about their experiences and let them tell me what they would, but then I ended up essentially going to get STI testing in two different places, partly because I figured I could use myself. And because I am already a healthcare provider and I was older and the privilege of being a foreigner and white, I actually, and I've had a very difficult time to find where STD and STI testing could take place. Whereas in the US at that time, and less so now, it's very easy to get tested for HIV and other STIs. So I got online and I did a lot of work to try to find out where I could go. And I found this regional tertiary hospital, which was right near where I lived, actually. And I went there and I went to the website, and it absolutely was set up for either public figures or academics or healthcare providers. And it was not user friendly. It did not tell how to go about getting testing. So I just showed up and went in. And I ended up going into this giant hospital, and there was a giant sign that said STD clinic. And I ended up going in, and it was quite intimidating, but I did it anyway. And it was not a good experience, and I had no privacy. And a janitor and several other men filed into the exam room, the initial down here with the blue chair, the initial office where I spoke to the doctor. There's my purse and my shawl on the desk. Several men stood around and listened to my conversation with the doctor, and I asked her, that fortunately it was a female doctor, I asked her if perhaps she could get them to leave, and she didn't understand what my concern was. And then eventually I went behind this little curtain here onto this little gurney, which had what looked to be a dirty sheet on it. And so she drew my blood first, and then I went and got on that little gurney. And it was a terrible experience. Now, I'm older and I've been through a lot and I've given birth, and I just figured I'd go ahead and experience this. It was not a good experience, and I can't picture almost any of the people I knew going through it. It was kind of humiliating. The next thing I tried was a costly private clinic, which people told me that was where, if they needed to, they would tend to get tests. So I went into this private clinic. I don't have a photograph of it. It was a nondescript building. But what I have put up here is the cost of these various tests. These are some common tests at the top: thyroid, urine screen.
Emmy, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Sorry, yes. You have 2 more minutes.
Oh my goodness. So I'm just going to keep going. Thank you for letting me know. It was very difficult for people to find and buy condoms. I went through that process. You had to go through a gauntlet. Then these are different types. This is the abortion pill on the left, and on the right is an eye pill. What I found is that the lack of access and privacy facilitates shame, and that networks and information and care overcome shame. So then there was, I will just zip through this, but I think it's significant to look at the structural violence that women encounter. And then in response and overcoming that, there were groups that came together to educate and to talk about and to give workshops about sexuality. This was a project developed by people in India and another woman who I met who is an international pleasure and development researcher. And then looking at the comparison and the conflict between being able to have conversations about consent and not being able to say no if you can't say yes. So when I get to the third thing, which is the final thing, looking at how women's, men's, and queer struggles for well-being come together, intersect, and diverge, what are possible points of solidarity? And I'm going to zip through this and look again about how talking about sex is seen as unnatural, and homosexuality is seen as unnatural in a heteropatriarchal society. I'm going to zip through here about some of the history of anti-colonial and colonial anti-sodomy laws, and then the penal code, different judicial decisions. I'm so sorry that I have to zip through this. So these were also some other events I participated in. And this poster was significant. Marital sex without consent is legal. Gay sex with consent is illegal. Are you serious? Down here in the corner, in the left corner. So looking at this, let me get to the parallels and differences in India and the United States. And this is where I cried when I put together this presentation. The most flammable issues in the US are abortion and trans lives, again, used to weaponize and divide people. And that we have to look at the intersections of resilience as well, to organize between, across, and among affected groups. So abortion restrictions are increasing in the US, and liberalized abortion laws are increasing in most of the rest of the world. And this has been relegated to the states. Women in states with abortion bans are nearly 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy, childbirth, or soon after giving birth. Women of color, people of color are already face significant disparities. And then banning gender affirming care for trans people and new bills and laws rising to target trans people and to remove care from them. So this was a website before our current administration about transgender teens needing safe and supportive environments. This is during autocracy. You can see up here, there's a little disclaimer saying the Trump administration rejects gender ideology because of the divisiveness it causes. This page does not reflect reality, and therefore the administration rejects it. And then this little link to read the White House fact sheet, Advancing Equality and Visibility for Transgender Americans, ends up with a page not found. So I want you to know that there's still a great deal of pushback, and that the story is certainly not done, as it's iterative. And back to India. And that's really all I've got to say. I just did a whirlwind tour. But thank you so much for letting me come here. And I really have appreciated the presentations that I've been able to hear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please stay for the discussion. And now I would like to welcome the last presenter today, Lee Ashmane of Sciences Po Paris and University of Toronto. Lee will be speaking on reproductive autonomy denied, intersex erasure, and legal paradoxes in Latvia's fragile framework. Lee, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see you and hear you really well.
Perfect.
So the floor is yours.
Presentation?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can see it.
Okay, amazing. Great. So my presentation indeed is going to be a bit different than my colleagues, and I'm going to focus on intersex erasure and rights in Latvia. So intersex populations in general have been overall quite neglected across Europe, as you can see here on the ILGA Europe map. Nevertheless, increasingly human rights frameworks within the European Union and within Europe in general, has recognized the importance of intersex rights, especially in relation to bodily integrity, consent, and equality. In Latvia, however, the question of intersex rights has yet to enter political and social debates. Up until now, research on and about intersex individuals has been produced exclusively within the medical apparatus, which utilizes this DSD, or disorders of sex development terminology, which denotes sex development that is considered medically atypical. On the other hand, intersex terminology is mostly used within community and organizational frameworks to denote sex variance that is outside normative medical and social assumptions of strictly male or female bodies. Intersex and sex variation can occur across 3 levels, so sex chromosomes or genetics, primary sex characteristics such as gonads, and secondary sex characteristics that usually develop during puberty. Given that most research about and on intersex individuals has occurred in Latvia exclusively under the medical frame, this current presentation focuses and presents what is known to be the first preliminary qualitative and socio-legal analysis of intersex rights and experiences in Latvia. So, put more simply, the study explores how Latvia's legal and medical frameworks work together to jointly pathologize intersex variations, render intersex people juridically and socially illegible, and shape their everyday experiences. Methodologically, I employ legal doctrinal and comparative legal analysis together with mixed qualitative interviews. I conducted 4 semi-structured interviews with intersex people living in Latvia and institutional correspondence with relevant institutions such as ministries and hospitals. This was during 2025 summer. And again, as this is one of the first research of its kind in Latvia, it has a small sample size and limited generalizability of its findings. Nevertheless, these findings are sufficient to map important structural gaps and recurring forms of harm experienced by intersex people. So firstly, the legal and policy landscape. Legal findings showcase that intersex people are constrained across all life course stages by various different laws in Latvia. So at birth, there does seem to be a certain level of flexibility with the sex not indicated option, both within the medical certificate and civil registry. Nevertheless, this is not supported by the broader system of laws, as within the ID, there's only 2 sexes again that are recognized, male and female. This creates a certain legal paradox and potentially an administrative overreach. Moreover, Latvia functions under a 1-month neonatal model of sex determination, which means that basically that sex is determined only within the first month of birth, as you can see here under the medical certificate, even though most sex variance is recognized much later on in life, either that be in childhood or adolescence. And this is also substantiated by my findings that all 4 participants found out about their sex variance during or after puberty. As a result, many intersex individuals are excluded from sex recognition at the outset. And if, for example, they want to change their sex due to incorrect assignment of sex at birth or other factors, they're left to navigate very vague and non-intersex specific laws that often require further medical intervention and sterilization. Moreover, Latvia's Satversme or Latvia's constitution offers a certain significant protective potential if we interpret it in terms of intersex rights. Yet, however, it is weakly implemented, and there's a great gap. So, for example, Article 91 in the Constitution protects equality for all, including intersex individuals. However, in Latvia, there's a fragmented equality framework that does not protect and recognize sex characteristics as eligible grounds for protection against discrimination. Article 94 and Article 100 create a positive duty for the state to ensure equitable healthcare for all, but yet again, there is no law that would outlaw non-urgent medical interventions performed on children. And lastly, Article 96 ensures access to private life and privacy, but yet again, intersex individuals are often withheld of their diagnosis or of their sex variance, and there's an imposition of binary categories on them, which can be interpreted as a problem of constitutional privacy. So again, while these articles do seem to, in theory, provide some protective potential, in practice, that is not the case. Moreover, Article 110 in the Constitution defines marriage as a relation and a union between a man and a woman. And again, legal sex does not always reflect the reproductive realities of intersex individuals. And thus, this article can contribute to a regulatory erasure of intersex people. The third legal finding is surrounding the fragmented anti-discrimination framework in Latvia. Rather than having one comprehensive law or equality framework which horizontally protects all individuals, Latvia has a very patchy and a patchwork of sector-specific provisions, as you can see here on the slides. Some provisions and clauses are open-ended, and usually they include, quote, and other circumstances, end of quote, under which intersex characteristics or sex variants can be interpreted and protected. However, there's quite a lot of clauses which are partially open or closed, under which intersex variants cannot be interpreted whatsoever. And the result is a highly uneven legal landscape in which protection depends on the sector rather than a coherent rights-based principle. And in practice, this means that intersex discrimination becomes legally difficult to name, to prove, and to remedy, basically remaining structurally invisible. And lastly, this legal gap that we have just identified is reinforced by an institutional vacuum of responsibility and an accountability for ensuring intersex rights and their protections in Latvia. In my in my communication with institutions, there was a recurring pattern of mutual deflection that emerged. Ministry of Health deflected all responsibility onto BKUS, or the Children's Clinical University Hospital. Ministry of Justice did answer some questions, but mostly referred to health and welfare ministries. Ministry of Welfare back to justice and culture back to welfare. So basically what we can see here is that in practice, responsibility over intersex care and the ensuring intersex rights in Latvia is repeatedly deflected, and no institution actually takes ownership of them. And here harm, as opposed to medicine, is not through direct harm or a direct intervention, but actually it's omission, it's silence and dispersal responsibility, creating institutional stigma and an institutional vacuum where responsibility becomes so fragmented that no rights-based framework is actually operational. So taken together, the legal policy landscape, intersex people in Latvia are constrained by a cumulative structure and lack protection across life course stages, industries, laws, and sectors. Now moving on to medical findings. So in Latvia, this legal vacuum that I just identified is filled by a highly centralized medical structure of biopower, which focuses on BKUS, or the Children's Clinical University Hospital. I will refer to it as BKUS. And BKUS is the de facto specialist hub for intersex care in Latvia. This centralized model of care has been identified and reinforced by Chicago Consensus in 2006, which is mostly a medical document, and the European Endo-ER Network for Rare Endocrine Conditions, of which BKUS is also a part of. And this kind of model focuses on efficiency and specialization. However, because in Latvia, there's no broader external resources under which intersex individuals can identify themselves and ensure their own kind of identity formation, the medical apparatus becomes the first and only paradigm under which sex variance is named, understood in Latvia, and even more so, it is done with this DSD language, just this pathologizing frame, which is then often internalized by intersex individuals themselves. And moreover, there's another assumption, faulty assumption, under which this centralized model works, is that all individuals indeed will be funneled into this centralized hospital. And my research shows that while at birth, this indeed seems to be the case and be efficient, that is not the case post-infancy, and all participants report going to endless doctor's appointments, and 3 out of 4 were never referred to BKUS. And I theorize that this is because BKUS is a children's hospital, and meaning that only quality healthcare in Latvia for intersex individuals comes only under pediatric oversight. And this can be embedded within the broader framework of intersex infantilization. And the second finding is about medical biopower through intervention, specifically surgical and hormonal management. And while Latvia's BKUS did report that they stopped non-urgent surgeries performed on children around 4 years ago, they only commented on 2 types out of the many other surgeries that could be still performed on children in Latvia today. And non-urgent invasive surgeries wherein the intersex individual is not able to give informed consent, especially because they're a child, are highly criticized by the UN and European human rights bodies as human rights violations, torture, and even amounting to genital mutilation. And moreover, what is also important to note is that BKUS says that they follow Chicago Consensus. However, the Chicago Consensus set and standardized delayed care since 2006. But BKUS says that they stopped these surgeries only in 2022. So this raises the question of whether BKUS is compliant with international human rights and medical guidelines. Existing research showcases here, as you can see here in the table, that there are 35 non-urgent genital surgeries for just one sex variant, CAH, so not all of them, just one, performed between 1989 and 2009. And here, the average age of the child or the intersex individual is just over 3 years on whom this surgery was performed. So this already showcased some evidence and the necessity for an independent review of current and historical practices performed by BKUS. And if indeed there's human rights violations that are found, there needs to be legal accountability, reparations, policy reform, and guarantee of non-repetition. And lastly, the third cluster of my findings stems from the qualitative interviews I conducted with intersex individuals in Latvia. So firstly, it seems that all intersex individuals in Latvia are faced with very fragmented care, which is opaque and deeply asymmetrical. All participants reported that they were going on constant doctor's visits because there was pure lack of information, and doctors often resorted to resources such as Google because they didn't know what sex variance is. And this creates a reverse burden of knowledge on the intersex individual. And moreover, repeated travel and appointments impose both great financial and emotional strain on the intersex individual and potentially also their family or close ones. Moreover, delayed disclosure. So disclosure, diagnosis, and medical history is often delayed, limiting ability of the intersex individual and potentially their parents in Latvia to make informed decisions about their own bodies. So as an example, there was one participant who had surgeries when she was 15. And at the time, she recalls that she was never asked about her opinion about the surgeries. She was never informed what type of sex variant she has, and all communication went through her parents, even though she was already 15 years old. And then she later recounts that she did indeed, after she turned late 18, seek out her own medical information and found out what type of sex variant she has. Third, there is child's best interests, as defined by law in Latvia, is interpreted in practice as as fertility preservation. And moreover, all participants say that this continues into adulthood, and they have not met a single doctor in Latvia that at some point wouldn't start dismissing the opinions and the wants of the intersex individual and say, well, you will change your mind, you will want to have children, you will want to be fertile and have reproduction. And this is what intersex individuals in Latvia call forced fertility, implying also thus testimonial injustice. This all amounts to medical trauma and shaped by medical objectification, wherein one participant was called back after 2,000 euro surgery, and they were told by the doctor, oh, you are an quote, interesting case, and we were asked to undergo multiple tests for study. And all of this amounts to what I call, and I theorize to be, intersex epistemic care burden, wherein there's a system, there's a systematic expectation that intersex individuals must carry the weight of navigating, understanding, and justifying their own care in a system that actively marginalizes them, their knowledge, their autonomy, their opinions, leading to real and embodied burdens. And the second major finding is that these experiences extend into social life through stigma, invisibility, and fear of disclosure. All participants reported feeling unsafe in the public, which can be substantiated by 2023 findings of Latvian public opinion, wherein 60% of people in Latvia would feel, quote, very uncomfortable if their child dated a trans or an intersex person. Moreover, bullying and gender policing appear to occur very early on, especially around issues such as voice and bodily features. Yet again, all harassment that is based on sex characteristics is currently not protected by law. Participants also reported that institutions and reporting pathways are unsuitable to protect them if problems arose. Participant 3 and 4 also reported disclosing their intersex identity only to a few very close people, showcasing some broader patterns of internalized anxiety, fear of disclosure, and hesitancy. But again, lastly, I want to say that all of them noted that there's a huge importance of community. They all find out about their sex variants because of their interactions with either online or face-to-face community and civil society organizations. But yet again, they also highlighted that in Latvia, there's near total absence of intersex visibility in schools, public discourse, and professional environments, often placing and forcing them into the position of an educator. So given the legal, medical, and social vacuum and pure disrespect of intersex rights in Latvia, there's a comprehensive policy reform that is needed. Here are the main recommendations, just to name a few most important ones. I would say there's an anti-discrimination reform that is necessary to have one horizontal equality law that would explicitly protect sex characteristics. There needs to be a ban on non-urgent surgeries performed on children, and an independent review with accountability and repair, legal recognition of the X marker as is done in other countries, or the sex not indicated as currently in Latvia. Also, shared interministerial framework to fill in the current vacuum to have actually an institution that is accountable for intersex rights, and the promotion of Latvian Stradiņš as a rights-based framework and an alternative to the current pathologizing one. And again, lastly, because this research is preliminary, future research should focus on systematic mapping out the medical trauma, human rights harms, and institutional reform possibilities. Altogether, thank you so much for letting me present this and my findings, and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, all the speakers in this panel. Let's start the discussion. My first question, usurping, so to say, my privilege or my duty of the moderator, is to Lee. How would you situate your research and your topic in relation to queer, the concept of queerness, that seems to be the umbrella of this session?
Yeah, thank you so much. So 3 out of 4 of the participants also identified as queer, and in general, the idea of intersex is usually put under the queer umbrella, even though not all intersex individuals do identify with the label of intersex. So it can vary, I would say, and it depends on the individual themselves. And especially in Latvia, I think that's maybe also one of the places where the stigma actually comes from, because of the relation of queerness and intersex.
And do you think methodologically queer theory could be also relevant in this kind of research?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I think queer studies in general, especially when we talk about power and the way how it is reproduced in Latvia, especially in relation to queer studies, is really relevant here. And I would say that I also employed it, but obviously I focused more on the legal structures and stuff. But I think that is definitely a potential avenue that can be further established and explored.
Thank you.
Can I also
sure.
use my position? My question is also to Lee. Does it work? Yeah, it does. You just mentioned how potentially you think that intersex people being connected to other queer identities might be quote-unquote part of the problem or part of why it's so stigmatized. What do you think potentially the very just recent and nearly non-existent like intersex rights movement in Latvia, what would it gain from associating with queerness, and what do you think it loses, or how do you think these two interact in like social organizing, social justice?
Yeah, so I think using the words of one of the participants in the study, they said that it was much easier for them to accept themselves, and because they already had built a community of queer individuals, and when they realized their sex variance, they had already a framework which they understood themselves, and then kind of comparing that to a different participant. She was raised in Latvia in a very, I would say, like more conservative, definitely, environment. And for example, there was also misinformation by the doctor who said that, it's much to the parents, it's much more likely for your child to be of a homosexual because they're have sex variance, because they're intersex. So that's kind of like the Latvian framework as well. There's kind of misunderstanding and stigma even amongst doctors. But so I think what could be gained is definitely the idea of community, of already gender blending norms and so on, and kind of gender nonconformity. But I think in Latvia, what currently is necessary is just a framework that is not pathologizing, whether it is related to LGBTQIA+ or not community. But I think the pure absence of anything at all is beyond the medical framework is just very alarming.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Yes.
Oh, thank you. So this is the question to our only in-person speaker. Sorry. So I was wondering about how to fit into the picture you painted, all those, I don't know how to call it, like progressive elements of eugenics. So you have all those eugenic feminists, you have, I don't know, the World League of Sexual Reform, which was very much for eugenics, but it was also for we would say now LGBT rights, but they were like, for decriminalization of homosexuality and so on. So how to think about those issues, like how to put it into, dialogue with what you presented?
Oh, thank you for the question. Well, I was going to say I like to think of it. I don't, maybe not particularly, do I like to think about how much of eugenics still touches, like, essentially every part of our daily lives, right? And that is kind of what I ended on, is that, like, it still very much lives in the gaps, right? It's what I now can't immediately remember the author who called it passive eugenics, meaning like exactly how, like, for example, what queer people are experiencing in terms of reproductive health right now very much ties back to the long, like, arduous history of eugenics in different systems. So I very much against what I maybe would like, ideally, of course, I think of it as still permeating literally every inch of how societies are organized and how, and how we are. And isn't that lovely?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience? Not at the moment. I would like to ask basically Caroline and Emmy, both of you, also regarding the, queerness as an analytical, theoretical, methodological lens. You both, I think, referred to the intersectional view, right? And Emmy specifically challenged the hierarchical gender binary of heteropatriarchy. And also Eva, of course, spoke about queering as this way of, highlighting and exposing the oppressive histories, right, of the marginalized, excluded people and minorities. Do you see some kind of this is maybe a bad idea to evoke the distinction between negative and positive eugenics, but the idea of queerness as not a reaction to systemic violence, oppression, binary norms, etc., but as some kind of a positive, positive worldview, and also a positive methodology for not just rebelling against the oppressive structures, but also articulating some, the beyond, somewhere where we want to go. Yeah. Sorry, we can't hear you, Emmy.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. I guess the way I see it is, I was thinking about the possibility of intersectionality for resilience. And this developed as I was kind of noting how, particularly in the US, but also certainly in Delhi, people are pitted against each other with their identities. And so it's almost like people are, it serves heteropatriarchal structures to have people feel like they're going to get, they need to get their little piece of the pie of equality or rights at the expense of other people. And so if we look at it as not as resisting being pitted against each other, and instead forming coalitions and to come together to support each other's human rights, to see how misogyny and homophobia intersect, to build coalitions that are intersections of resiliency. So that's kind of how I'm thinking of it. And yes, that's sort of aspirational and less research based. It's very much kind of an activist perspective. But I really think that if we can see each other that way, it also queers identity itself. But maybe I'm being too philosophical. Thank you for asking. I'll mute
Thank you.
myself.
Caroline, would you like also to comment?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. So I think when I first arrived in the US, it was in October 2024, a few weeks before the elections, and I had this picture of California as a very progressive state because my home country is Switzerland, and in Switzerland we are like 25 years behind California in terms of LGBTQ plus reproductive rights. So I had this positive view of reproductive care in California, and even before the elections, I was very surprised to realize that even within queerness, there are some hierarchies, and some forms of queerness are better accepted than others. And of course, in California, if you're a white cisgender lesbian, most of the time it's completely fine. And it's not progressive to be appropriate white cisgender lesbian women. But very fast, I realized when I first started my interviews that race was the real issue, and that it's not possible to think about queerness without including race into the analysis. And yeah, so I'm not sure how to think about queerness in a positive way, and not just as as something we want to protect and defend. I'm not sure what kind of framework we can have, which could be more positive. But I think we can find some kind of eugenics even within queer reproduction, because some queer people are encouraged to reproduce and other queer people are not so much encouraged to reproduce, and especially striking in so-called progressive environment like California.
Thank you. Your last question, maybe? Someone has come up with one? Yes, Agnieszka?
Just to comment of what Caroline just said, that this really resonates with the paper we had on like nationalism in India. How much these issues are often so much not related to particular ideology, that this is perhaps not thanks for this comment, because it really shed light on also other issues that you cannot think, oh, this happens there, but other places are free from this. So, and then also it's very, very much important in the like a global context of thinking of hierarchy, of progress, something we here in Eastern Europe struggle a lot not to be put into the position that we are, behind something. And I think that's, looking through the US, now we can see how much those hierarchy are based on some false pretense or whatever you call them. So thanks so much for having this American perspective here.
Yes, that was great. So we're all up. Yes, another question from the audience?
If I'm still in time, sorry, I need time for a question. Question is for Eva, and I'm asking this because I'm also thinking quite a lot about it, about the application of queer theory and crip theory, which are coming from the very like Western academia to our Eastern European historical political context, and kind of the relevance of it, and what kind of challenges do we face in making them relevant here and understandable by the local public that is not, by the local NGOs, let's say, people working in the fields of health, healthcare, disability, care in a broader sense, let's say, who also are not in touch with English language, let's say, like, I don't know, just like, what are you thinking about it also maybe as a museum worker, like this is a good place, I guess. So it's just something that I always have in my mind, and it would be nice to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's also something I always have in my mind, because I tend to write in using very big words, and also sometimes think that way, and then I have to reflect on who this is relevant for and who is reading me and perceiving me and talking to me. Yeah, so this, I mean, especially like lately I've been thinking that essentially, like, since I've now mostly examined like material history, like tried to look at archival records, it is not it's not impossible to spot my interpretation of queerness and my interpretation of the non-normative, because it's always been like there is something that, and again, as I suggest, to going beyond the material that is more so effective, that is more so like emotional and touching upon like a very deep fundamental part of ourselves, that like it cuts across history. Clearly, it cuts across like, yeah. So I think there's like points of relation and points of connection in this case as well. Do I have like a great answer on like how exactly do we do it? No, but I'll keep thinking about it. But thank you.
May I quickly just comment on something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think in Latvia, what's really missing, especially because I also work in relation to crip and queer theory, is language, because there is no accessible language in Latvia. There's no word for ableism, even, and there's still the predominance of invalid as a very accepted term. And I think even a language, I think, for perception is one of the most important points that needs to be normalized and popularized. But that's just like my little take on this.
Thank you. Anything else? Our online participants want to say as their final remark today? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, for coming, for speaking, and thanks our audience. So we can wrap our day one and head upstairs, third floor, second floor. Anna will tell you.
Yes, thank you everybody for being here, for presenters, for the audience, for your stamina. It's been a very long day, but I hope to see you tomorrow morning, sharp 9 a.m. because Annika Koenig is giving a speech on surrogacy and reproductive webs in Ukraine and globally. So please do come. We've been touching the surrogacy topic today, and tomorrow we have a keynote speech for that. And I'm inviting all the presenters to the second floor to some mingling and snacks and wine that we have earned. Thank you.
Enjoy it. I wish I could be there with you.